2 years ago, in the immediate wake of Scarlet and Violet's release, a Pokemon tournament broke a record that had previously held strong for over 10 years. 782 eager and bright-eyed trainers descended upon the 2023 Orlando Regional Championships, a number that rendered it the single largest official live Pokemon tournament of all time. And every tournament needs a winner. When the tournament is larger than ever, that champion can feel up for grabs. But when the dust settled, one player stood above the rest. Me. I had become the winner of the largest official Pokemon tournament of all time. Becoming the champion of this biggest tournament ever wasn't easy. The event itself was grueling. It started at 8 a.m. but didn't finish until 11 p.m. The existing tournament structure just couldn't handle the sheer volume of players. So much so that following this event, the Pokemon Company made an emergency mid-season change to let tournaments better handle such large numbers. How hard it was only enhanced the feeling of pride that I had in winning. And this win in particular meant a lot to me. Although I was able to win the online Players Cup 2 during Sword and Shield, I actually hadn't won an in-person tournament in 4 years. Since 2019, when I took home first at the North American International Championships. So this was both a return to form, but also a new experience at the same time. I feel really lucky for the career that I've had playing this game. And at the same time, it still felt really cool to do something that I'd never done before. On top of all that, I did it with my favorite strategy of all time. A strategy that sees almost no competitive play because of how difficult and precise it is to use. All that to say, I was really ready to cherish this win for a little while, especially because the first tournaments in a generation's life cycle typically are the biggest. But this time, something different happened. Despite a kind of messy start, interest in Scarlet and Violet's competitive scene didn't die down after a few months like was typical in past generations. Instead, something bizarre happened, something that we didn't think was possible. Interest actually grew. No event during the 2023 season was able to match Orlando. Maybe because Orlando is a major hub for airlines, don't really know. But as the 2024 season kicked off, several tournaments came close to shattering the record, until finally one did. With 845 players, the Charlotte Regional Championships would be the new biggest tournament ever. The record that had previously held for over 10 years had been broken twice in under 1, and my title as champion would go to somebody else. Unless, of course, I could stop them. So I showed up to Charlotte using standard Pokemon in completely novel ways, and somehow defended my title. My second regional win in under a year, and my second time winning the largest tournament ever. So much for new, but this time, that record held for an even shorter amount of time. Just 3 months later, the 2024 European International Championships clocked in at 975 players, breaking the record once again. And this event is one of the hardest in the entire circuit. With regional championships, most players competing are from that region. But at an international, players come from all over the world. Once again, I attended, hoping to defend my title and win the largest tournament ever for the 3rd time in a row. Once again, I made it past the first day of competition, but it wasn't enough, and I fell short, meaning I had to say farewell to my title as the winner of the biggest tournament of all time. I used the exact same team I brought to Europe 1 week later to win another regional in the US, and it was even in Orlando once again. But European internationals had just been too big, and the record for players would remain unchallenged, with no other event on the circuit even coming close. No other event. Because now we're here in 2025, and almost 1 full year later, the 2025 European International Championships has shattered its own record. And when I heard this, I knew what my goal had to be. If there's one thing you gotta know about me, it's that achieving something new only makes me want to make it business as usual. Orlando had been 782, Charlotte 845, European Internationals 2024 975, and European Internationals 2025 1,257 players. Dangerous threats loomed in my path. The reigning world champion, the new generation elite of the game, and a showdown with not just one of my hardest matchups ever, but a packed crowd all cheering for me to lose. 1,256 other competitors, each of them another obstacle in my way. This is the story of how, for the 3rd time, I won the largest official Pokemon tournament of all time. But this story begins with a much more modest goal, not of trying to win the biggest tournament of all time, but of just trying to make my favorite strategy work. The same strategy I'd used in my first win at the biggest tournament ever back in Orlando 2023. A strategy that, despite all the signs saying it should be impossible, I was determined to use. My favorite strategy is called Perish Trap. The first time I made finals of the World Championships, I did it with my favorite Pokemon. It was 2012, just my second year of playing Pokemon competitively. I'd made top 8 at Worlds the year before with Pokemon that I really liked, but this time I was determined to take the funny coconut tree to the height of competitive play. And I did. I took it as far as it could go, to the final hours of a Sunday evening in Waikoloa Village, Hawaii, all the way to the finals of the Pokemon World Championships. And then, in the final battle of the last tournament of the year, I lost. I've had a long career in this game. I've had a lot of favorite moments. Sometimes I win. Sometimes, well, not exactly. Figuring out the balance of unique Pokemon and strong Pokemon is a constant calculus that I'm still working on. You can't always force your preferred strategies if you want to win. It has to be the right time and place. But there's one strategy that I will always try and use, no matter how bad it looks. Perish Trap. It's a funny strategy that basically flips the way the game is played on its head. But despite being around for over a decade, there's only ever been one player who's had some major wins with it, at least if we talk about teams fully dedicated to making the strategy pop off. And there's a reason for that. See, in Pokemon, many things are supposed to be left in the past. Every new generation of Pokemon introduced is stronger than the ones before it. And when a strategy isn't given updated tools, it really struggles to keep pace with the new kids on the block. Perish Trap was already difficult to pull off during Black and White, when Pokemon like Rotom and Hitmontop were considered some of the strongest. Trying to make it work when Pokemon like these are dominating competitive play, I mean, it's gotta be impossible. And that's because Perish Trap is a strategy entirely focused around defense. The strategy has two main components, the attack Perish Song and the ability Shadow Tag. The core concept is easy enough to understand. Perish Song puts a 3-turn timer on every Pokemon on the field when it's used, and at the end of every turn, that timer decreases by 1. And when it hits 0, all Pokemon that heard the song faint. There's only one way to get rid of the timer, which is to switch your Pokemon out, which is where the ability Shadow Tag comes in, since as long as a Pokemon with Shadow Tag is on the field, all of your opponent's Pokemon are prevented from switching. Now this probably sounds super broken, but remember that sounds can be deceiving. As it turns out, there's a ton of counterplay to this strategy. For example, any Ghost-type Pokemon just can't be affected by Shadow Tag, period. Moves that switch a Pokemon out still work as normal. Some Pokemon are just straight up immune to Perish Song. And if your Shadow Tag user faints before you finish pulling off the trap, you basically lose on the spot. So, as you're probably realizing, the stronger the Pokemon are that you have to stall, the harder it is to make it through unscathed. To pull it off, you're not playing a damage game, you're playing a game of survival. But despite the difficulty, I really love this strategy. I love how much precision and planning it requires. I love how it changes the way the very game itself is played. I love the inevitability of the timer ticking down, of knowing that if I can just survive, I'll win. Perish Trap is the platonic ideal of my Pokemon instincts. Wolfeymon distilled down to its most primordial form. Turn a light on inside my head, and the shadow figures cast on the cave of my skull are switching out, tanking hits, playing defense. When I first started playing Pokemon competitively, I was really drawn to defensive strategies, not offensive ones. Sometimes these strategies can be frustrating to play against. It certainly doesn't feel good to lose against Perish Trap, but the truth is that in competitive play, the best defense is a strong offense. In many ways, Perish Trap is the one exception. Maybe that's the real reason I'm so drawn to it. Perish Trap has received very little love from the Pokemon Company over the years. They almost never release new Perish Song users, and when they do, most of the time, they're very bad. There is literally only one Shadow Tag Pokemon that's even usable, and it's a Pokemon that's something of an ancient relic, with stats and moves considered just okay by the standards of Generation 5. We're not even going to compare it to the new Pokemon added in Generation 9. If anything, Perish Trap received a major nerf, when the only Pokemon with both Perish Song and Shadow Tag was removed from the game. Prior to Scarlet and Violet, a team fully dedicated to Perish Trap had only ever won one single major event, a regional championship during X and Y. And, well, you can probably guess who pulled it off. Again, me. It's not even that Perish Trap was especially strong at the time, but with the power of Mega Gengar at my fingertips and Gholdengo nothing more than an impossible nightmare scenario, I was narrowly able to win the tournament, earning Perish Trap its first victory, and the only one it would see for the following 8 years, until Scarlet and Violet. Because although they introduced the single most anti-Perish Pokemon of all time, these games also added not one, but 2 new Perish Song users, and good ones at that. The past Paradox Pokemon, Screamtail and Flutter. It's fitting that these 2 Pokemon are from the ancient past, as Perish Trap is a strategy that, well, it's not getting any younger, and I guess, in a way, it's fitting that I was the one to take up the mantle too. Since I started entering tournaments back in 2011, I'm one of the oldest veterans in the scene who's still competing nowadays. An ancient strategy for an ancient player, but with age comes wisdom. And so, at Orlando Regionals, the then largest tournament of all time, I piloted a team centered around Perish Trap to its 2nd victory ever, and maintained my perfect record with the strategy, now having won both of the tournaments I'd ever brought it to. And I was really happy to do it when I did it, because shortly thereafter, it became clear that Perish Trap wasn't going to be able to win again anytime soon. More and more incredibly powerful Pokemon were added to the game, and by the time the 2023 Pokemon World Championships rolled around, a Pokemon had joined the fray that made the idea of using Perish Trap laughable. A legendary Pokemon that doesn't have to play by the same rules as everybody else, Urshifu. Urshifu has 2 forms, one water and fighting, one fighting and dark. The water form, called Urshifu Rapid Strike, was the 2nd most used Pokemon at the World Championships that year, and for good reason. Both Urshifu have a signature move that always results in a critical hit, ignoring any stat drops you inflict on them or stat buffs you've given yourself. What's remarkable is that actually, this isn't the thing that makes these Pokemon broken. Instead, it's the ability they share. Unseen Fist allows Urshifu to completely ignore the effect of protecting moves. Now, this might not sound like such a big deal to you if you're newer to competitive Pokemon, but the move Protect is literally the backbone of the entire competitive game. It's what allows players to play defensively, to reposition their Pokemon, to outlast threatening field effects, and Urshifu gets to completely ignore it. For some context, there have been ways to ignore Protect before, with the once per battle mechanics of Dynamax and Z moves. These superpowered attacks would deal damage through Protect, but only a quarter of what they would do otherwise. Urshifu, by contrast, attacks at full power. And for a strategy like Perish Trap, whose only goal is to survive, Urshifu becomes the judge, jury, and executioner. Remember, if Gothitelle faints before the Perish counter hits 0, you lose on the spot, and without Protect to keep it safe, Gothitelle just can't survive for long enough. So, once Urshifu returned, I didn't even bother trying to think about how to make Perish Trap work, because I knew it was impossible. And that was how things stayed for over a year, through the end of the 2023 season and for the duration of 2024. Urshifu was allowed, so Perish Trap wasn't, until the Pokemon Company threw a curveball. See, normally the way that the official Pokemon rule sets work is that at the start of a generation, only a small subset of the Pokemon are allowed in official tournaments. But as time goes on, more and more Pokemon are added in until basically everything is tournament legal. Importantly, once a Pokemon has entered official play, it almost never will later become illegal. But after the Pokemon World Championships in 2024, Pokemon broke this trend and banned every single legendary and paradox Pokemon for just 4 short months. The novel methods of destruction introduced in the last 2 generations had been removed. We were back to more familiar levels of power. And I knew that this was gonna be my last chance during Scarlet and Violet to make Perish Trap work. I had 4 months without Urshifu, and I knew I needed to make them count. Of course, the problem was that both Screamtail and Flutter were banned as well, and Gholdengo usage was at an all-time high. But it wasn't enough. I went to the Toronto Regional Championships with a new team fully built around Perish Trap, and for the 3rd time with the strategy, won the entire thing. I'd gone 3 for 3, batting a perfect 100 every time I entered a tournament with a dedicated Perish Trap team. It almost felt like a fairy tale to maintain a perfect record with my favorite strategy. But my win in Toronto was special for another reason. I've been lucky enough to fulfill most of my goals in Pokemon, so at some point, I set a goal that I honestly never thought that I would reach: 10 regional wins. And with this win in Toronto, I'd finally done it. I'd achieved what almost seemed impossible, winning 10 regionals and doing it with a strategy that nobody else would touch with a 10-foot pole. And now you're all caught up. I just won Toronto and I'm feeling incredible. I won my 10th regional and I did it with my favorite strategy. A strategy that feels like my signature, my ace, By winning, I qualified for the World Championships this year, and I've proved that despite being around for so long, I can still keep up with the new generation of trainers. And I've maintained my perfect record with Perish. But it wasn't enough. In Toronto, somebody said something on the live stream, and I hate to admit it, but I've really let it get under my skin. Here, you can watch the clip for yourself.
I know you mentioned in the past that you were taking a bit of a break from competing this season.
Yeah.
Did you just want to play something you were comfortable with for fun, or?
Honestly, yeah. Like, I wasn't planning on coming to Toronto. I had booked flights, but I booked them so that if I canceled them, it would be fully refundable.
Yeah.
But then I built this team. I actually started working on this team in October, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, Urshifu's coming back. Like, I'm never going to be able to Perish Song for the rest of Scarlet and Violet.
You see that? You see what he said? Oh, I'm Wolf. I can't win with Perish Trap with Urshifu around. God, that makes me so mad. I am the best Perish Trap player in the world. Never mind that I'm one of the only Perish Trap players in the world, okay? Shh. I'm the only player to ever win a major tournament with a team completely built around the strategy. And you're telling me it's not possible? Who decides that? I'm Wolf Glick. If I can't do it, who can? Woo, okay, hang on a second. That might read as a little bit arrogant, huh? Which, I don't know, I'm feeling a little bit sensitive about recently. I pretty frequently get comments on these videos that are like, wow, Wolf is such an arrogant guy. And I certainly don't want to come across that way because, I mean, this might come as a surprise, but I actually really hate arrogance as a trait. And it's not like I believe that I'm like a better person than anybody just because I'm good at this game. I really do my best to like not be arrogant. Like I try to act with humility and I try not to talk about my accomplishments in a way that puts other people down. But it's this weird dynamic, right? I'm lucky enough that I do have these accomplishments, and so talking about them can come off as big-headed or full of myself, even when I don't intend it that way. I'm not really sure what to do about the fact that if I simply talk about my achievements, it reads as bragging. I don't know. Tangent over. I guess it's just food for thought. I think it's interesting, okay? Anyway, I've just won Toronto Regionals, which like I said means I've qualified for Worlds, and I can kind of take it easy from here. I've finally fulfilled my long-standing goal of 10 regional wins. And this year, for the first time in over a decade, there's no advantage that you can gain during the regular season that will give you a huge leg up at Worlds. I guess technically the pressure's off until Worlds, so what now?
Urshifu's coming back. Like, I'm never going to be able to Perish Song for the rest of Scarlet and Violet.
That is. I hate being told that I can't do something. It really gets me fired up, and it makes me want to prove the people rooting against me wrong, even when that person happens to be myself. So here's the deal. I've got 2 months until my next tournament, and some dude just said that Perish Trap can't work with Urshifu around. Let's show him how wrong he is. I'm gonna try and make Perish Trap work again, and I'm gonna do it in the most inhospitable environment that I've ever tried before. Regulation G. In Regulation G, Urshifu actually isn't the only problem. While its existence alone invalidates Perish Trap, it's not like it's the only Pokemon that I have to worry about, because Regulation G, the new format, is actually the same one we played at last year's World Championships. This is a weird type of rule set called a restricted format. It's called that because it allows players to use Pokemon that are normally, well, restricted. These are legendary Pokemon deemed too powerful for normal competitive play, and remain banned even when other legendaries are usable. But in Regulation G, players are allowed to use just one of these restricted legendaries on their teams. And let's just say these Pokemon are normally banned for a reason. When it comes to raw power, there's nothing else in the game that can compare with Pokemon like Calyrex Shadow and Miraidon. In fact, the restricted Pokemon released in the last 2 generations are so powerful that they're actually crowding out Groudon and Kyogre, 2 of the strongest Pokemon in the entire history of the game. It seems like Perish Trap isn't the only thing being lost to history. If Groudon and Kyogre are struggling to keep up, what hope is there for Gothitelle? But Gothitelle is the only choice I have if I want to make Perish Trap succeed. So I get to work. Normally, when building a team in a restricted format, the first thing you do is select your restricted Pokemon. But there isn't a single restricted Pokemon that either learns Perish Song or gets Shadow Tag. So I'm going to take a different approach. To accomplish my task, I already know that I need to use Gothitelle. There's literally no other option in order to get Shadow Tag, since Wobbuffet isn't even in the game, and even if it was, it's not very good because it can't learn Protect. So I at least have one Pokemon figured out on my team. Now I need Pokemon that can sing really, really badly. In Toronto, I used Politoed as my Perish Song soloist, but that's because the powerful Paradox Pokemon were banned. With all the legendary Pokemon returning to competitive play, I can look to my own past for inspiration and bring back both Perish Song Pokemon I used to win Orlando Regionals 2 years ago, Screamtail and Flutter. These Paradox Pokemon are the ancient versions of Jigglypuff and Mischievous, 2 Pokemon I have unfortunately been used to use in the past while trying to make Perish Trap work. As you might imagine, it didn't go well. But here Their ancient ancestors are no second string option, but some of the best Perish Song users ever released, thanks to their incredible base stats and reimagined typing. All Paradox Pokemon from the past share something in common. They have the same ability called Photosynthesis. This ability gives them a stat boost to whichever stat is the highest, but only when the strong sunlight is active or if they give up their item slot to use an item called Booster Energy. Setting the sun up not only activates Photosynthesis, but also cuts the damage that water type moves do in half. And water moves are the main weapon Urshifu Rapid Strike is going to use to try and get rid of Gothitelle. And so now, with half of the team selected, I finally have some direction for a restricted Pokemon. There's two clear standout choices, because there's two restricted Pokemon that set the sun up with their abilities. My first option is Groudon, one of the strongest competitive Pokemon in history. But as I mentioned earlier, Groudon's actually having a pretty rough go of it right now. It's about 8th in the usage stats for restricted Pokemon, which is just another sign of how dire things have gotten for the old guard. So I'm actually going to look further into the past, well, at least in terms of the lore. My Sunsetter might be newer in release date, but in essence, in vibe, it's about as ancient as you can get. I'm of course talking about Koraidon. Now, Koraidon should in many ways just be a stronger version of Groudon. Its ability not only sets up the sun, it also gives Koraidon a separate power boost as well. On top of that, Koraidon is a dragon and fighting type compared to Groudon's pure ground type, meaning Koraidon is way less afraid of the rain weather condition, which is normally one of the better counters to sun. Koraidon is also way faster than Groudon, letting it act more freely without depending on its partners for speed control. And Koraidon is being used way more than Groudon. Groudon might be the 8th most used restricted Pokemon, but Koraidon easily clears that with its status as the 7th most used restricted Pokemon? Wait, what? Well, the reason that Koraidon's not being used more is because it lacks the spread damage of the other restricted Pokemon, like both Calyrex forms, Kyogre, and Terrapagos. But it also lacks the bulk of Pokemon like Zamazenta. To compensate for this, it also doesn't hit nearly as hard as its futuristic counterpart, Miraidon. It's not like it's a bad Pokemon, like obviously it's really good, but compared specifically to the other restricted Pokemon that are actually seeing use, it certainly doesn't look like a great option. And because you can only have one restricted Pokemon on your team, being a mediocre or an average option just doesn't really cut it. Neither Groudon or Koraidon have managed to win a single major tournament so far in Scarlet and Violet. So while it's not impossible that I could make it work, it's certainly not looking good. Regulation G was the rule set used for the end of last season, running through the World Championships. Despite being used at literally every event, Koraidon only had one single finish inside of the quarterfinals anywhere, placing 6th at a regional in the US. Its best finish at Worlds was 25th place, just slightly ahead of Groudon's 43rd. Compare this to Koraidon's counterpart Miraidon, and, well, it seems like maybe we should be looking to the future, not the past. But Miraidon isn't going to work for me because I need to set the sun up specifically. None of the future Paradox Pokemon who benefit from the electric terrain learn Perish Song. Not even Iron Treads. So for me, it's gotta be Koraidon. So I put it on my team, give it the set that everyone else has agreed is the only way to use Koraidon, finish my team out with some support Pokemon, and hop on the ladder to try it out. And I lose my very first game. And maybe you happened to watch my Toronto video before you watched this one, and you might remember that at one point I was number 1 on the ladder. So it's not crazy to think that against another player near the top that I'd lose. Except that that's not the case, because I'm on a brand new account. I've got no ladder points accumulated, I'm playing against players just dipping their toes into competitive play, and I lost. To be clear, I have never in my life lost my first game on a fresh account. This is a really, really bad sign for the team. But who knows, maybe it was just a fluke, okay? No need to panic just yet, it's been one game. I play 4 more games and I lose 2 of them. I stopped playing with a record of 2 wins and 3 losses at the lowest possible rating on Pokemon Showdown. I knew that trying to use Perish Trap would be hard, but if I can be honest, I never for a second doubted that I could pull it off. I've done plenty of hard things. And truthfully, every time I've used Perish Trap before, it has been tough. So I didn't see why this time would be any different. But maybe this is just how things are. I am using Pokemon that everyone agrees are weaker than my opponents. I'm using a strategy I only barely pulled off in a format without any legendary Pokemon, and I'm dealing with the strongest Pokemon ever created thus far. I guess it makes sense logically that it's not working, but I still hate this feeling that I wasn't even close to winning, that it wasn't enough. maybe all these negative comments have been right. Maybe I actually am arrogant. I mean, I really believed that I could make my favorite strategy work, even when I knew that it was probably impossible. Wait, why didn't I even think that this could work when all the signs said otherwise? What, just because I'm WolfGlick, I thought that I could pull something off that nobody else would even bother to attempt? Who do I think I am? If this isn't arrogance, what is? But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah, the team clearly isn't working right now, but maybe if I put in the work, I can get there. This is only draft 1. I guess you could say that I haven't failed to build a Perish Trap team. I've simply discovered one way that it won't work. That's happened to me before, even when I'm not using Perish Trap. The first draft of my teams rarely work. And if I really can't get there, if Perish isn't working, it'll break my heart and a little bit of my pride, but even still, at the end of the day, I won't run it. It's not enough for me to use the strategy, I've got to really believe in it. I play some more, trying to refine the team, but there are some clear problems, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to fix them. The biggest issue is that it is way harder to pull the Perish Trap off than I expected. And that's saying something because I expected it to be quite difficult. Basically, what I thought the main problem was going to be is that it's really tough to keep Gothitelle alive. And while that has been an issue, that's actually not what's killing me here. I have a lot of experience protecting Gothitelle, but Gothitelle isn't my only Pokemon in danger. As it turns out, the restricted Pokemon are so powerful that even when I'm able to keep Gothitelle alive to stall out the Perish Song, I can't do it without giving up tons of health on my other Pokemon. Perish Song affects all the Pokemon on the field, including my own, and so eventually I will be forced to switch out. And when I do, I'm taking so much damage that I can't win the game even if I do successfully KO 2 other Pokemon with Perish Trap. And it's not helping that my Pokemon just haven't felt good, especially Koraidon. I'm bringing it to most of my battles because, I mean, it's my restricted Pokemon, right? I gotta bring it, but it truly hasn't felt like an actual threat yet, which actually, that's kind of weird, right? Like, Miraidon is literally the world champion, but Koraidon can't even make top cut? Doesn't that feel wrong? Like, Miraidon and Koraidon have a lot in common. Their stats are basically the same, just mirrored, they share a typing, their signature moves do the same thing. So why is Miraidon so much better? Well, a lot of it comes down to the typing. Miraidon sets up the electric terrain, which powers up electric type moves, which it uses well as an electric type. But Koraidon sets up the sun, powering up fire type moves, without being a fire type Pokemon itself. Miraidon's Electro Drift turns into a Pokemon deletion tool when electric terrain is up. And even though Collision Course shares everything but the typing and which defense stat it hits, the fact that it isn't directly boosted by the sun means that I don't get to feel anything like the joy I see on my friend Dr. Aaron Trailer's face when he gets to Electro Drift and Incineroar into the dust. There's also the fact that the stats are mirrored. Miraidon is a special attacker, while Koraidon is a physical one. And this matters because one of the best abilities in competitive play is Intimidate, which lowers both your opponent's physical attack stats, and there's no equivalent ability for special attack. And I think it's this split that's really holding Koraidon back. Because for most physical attackers, the one ability they hate seeing more than anything else is the aforementioned Intimidate. And what that usually means is that there's one Pokemon they hate seeing more than anything. A Pokemon that inspires similar feelings in me. That's right. Koraidon might be a new Pokemon, but it's getting subjected to ancient torture by my old enemy, Incineroar. Like I said earlier, there is a clear, common consensus on the best way to use Koraidon. A Terra type of fire works well to power up your fire type moves and gives you resistances to the fairy and ice type moves that threatened you before. Protect is necessary for utility, and for fire type moves, you run Flare Blitz as your strongest fire type move, and Flame Charge, a weak move that can finish off low HP foes while giving Koraidon a speed boost, allowing it to outspeed Shadow Rider. As for the moves that actually it shares a type with, Dragon attacks aren't super strong at the moment, as the two most popular dragon types of Miraidon and Raging Bolt often run Terra Fairy, and besides, Koraidon's signature move is fighting type and it's really good. Collision Course is a super strong, 100% accurate move that gets boosted even further if you're hitting a target for super effective damage. It's basically got no drawbacks and a huge potential upside. But these moves and Terra type don't really help with the Intimidate problem, which is where the item comes in. Clear Amulet prevents your opponent from lowering your stats via moves or abilities, and is the item used on not only every Koraidon, but most other physical attacking restricted Pokemon as well. Calyrex Ice Rider and Groudon both use it the vast majority of the time, and the only reason that Zamazenta doesn't is because its primary attack of Body Press uses the defense stat, not the attack stat. Sure, Koraidon is a fighting type who can theoretically blow up Incineroar, but it still has to pay the Incineroar tax by running Clear Amulet. The presence and power of Incineroar is so great that the only way these Pokemon can keep it in check is to dedicate their item just to stopping it. But this doesn't feel right to me. And I'll tell you why. Miraidon was, at first, thought by the field to be pretty mediocre, but obviously it proved everybody wrong and eventually became the world champion. In order to do this though, it did have to find the right set in order to fully unlock its potential. And that set was built around the Choice Specs item, which at the time I'm recording this seems to be by far the best item on Miraidon. This item gives the holder a 50% power boost on their special attacks at the cost of not letting them switch moves. It's great especially on Miraidon because the move lock resets every single time the holder switches out, and Miraidon's move Volt Switch both does damage and allows the user to switch out after it hits something. But you see why this is weird, right? In order for Miraidon to become the world champion, it had to run an offensive item. In many ways, actually, the single most offensive item that most Pokemon can hold. And yet, Koraidon is running exclusively an item that only works defensively. If these two Pokemon are so similar, shouldn't the best way of using them be similar too? What happens if you give Koraidon an item that makes it stronger? Also, you might notice that I suddenly look different. I mean, it's still me, obviously, but I have a new shirt, and also I shaved. The reason for that is, as you can probably guess, that these videos take a really long time to record, and also a really long time to script, and also a really long time to edit. Actually, it takes the longest to edit because, I mean, yeah, you can see the length of these things. They're massive. Anyway, I'm telling you this because number one, I felt kind of weird that I just changed shirts for no reason. And number two, because I think it serves as a good reminder to check to see if you're subscribed. Just because of how long they take, I'm not able to post videos like this one more than a couple times a year. And frankly, given the amount of work they take, they probably should be at just like 1 a year, maybe 2 a year cadence. That being said, we are able to put out like 3 or 4, I think at least a year, which is actually pretty nuts given the amount of work that goes into them. And it's only possible because like, yeah, there are multiple people working full time on just this one video over the course of months. Anyway, if you are subscribed, you'll be less likely to miss the next one. YouTube will be more likely to show it to you whenever it's posted. And also, it does help the channel out a lot. So if you don't mind, I'd appreciate it. Like I said, these videos are truly behemoth projects. And yeah, like subscribing really helps make it worth it for us to do these. Anyway, we're talking about the possibility of giving Koraidon an offensive item rather than a defensive one. And there is a physical equivalent to the Choice Specs item, which is called the Choice Band, but it's not going to work here. The only reason that Choice Specs works on Miraidon is because Volt Switch lets it switch out. And while there is a similar physical attack called U-Turn that Koraidon can learn on account of it, you know, being a bike, and bikes can U-Turn last I checked, U-Turn is a bug type move, meaning it gets none of the multipliers that make Miraidon's Volt Switch so strong. But Choice Specs and Choice Band aren't the only way to get more damage out of your item. I could use Expert Belt to increase the super effective damage that I do, or maybe a type boosting item, or even, what's it called, Muscle Band? But no, none of these options come close to giving my Koraidon a meaningful damage boost, which means there's only one other option left to consider: Life Orb. This item increases a Pokemon's damage output by a whopping 30%, but causes them to lose 10% of their HP whenever they hit something. If your Pokemon wants more damage and the ability to switch their moves, Life Orb is the strongest option you've got. So I try it out. This might be a Perish Trap team at its core, but it's still a restricted format. And if your restricted Pokemon doesn't feel good to use, well, that's a problem. After a few more games, it feels, well, better, but still not great. Koraidon's getting amazing one-hit KOs now with Flare Blitz, but it's still falling just shy of picking up knockouts with Collision Course. I'm so close, but close just doesn't cut it when it comes to Pokemon. Is there seriously nothing I can do here? I can't afford to use Choice Band, but there's no other item that gets me more power. Life Orb is the strongest option I have left. I'm running damage calc after damage calc, and I'm falling just barely short at KOing huge threats in a single attack like Miraidon, Urshifu Water, and Ogerpon. If only Collision Course had just a little bit more power. And then it hits me. Collision Course might be Koraidon's best fighting type attack, but it isn't technically its strongest. Collision Course is a 100 base power move with no drawback, except the fact that it's not strong enough is the drawback. So instead, I turn to another move, one that I hadn't even considered yet because it does have a notable downside: Close Combat, a 120 base power move that lowers both of the user's defense stats after connecting. I plug it into the damage calculator and it looks incredible. This is the damage I was missing. The difference between a 100 base power attack and one with 120 base power might not seem super impactful, but between all the multipliers from Life Orb or Calcum Pulse and the same type attack bonus, that initial 20-point difference ends up actually being way bigger. Koraidon is one-shotting Pokemon I hadn't even considered, like Kyogre and Raging Bolt. Could this be what I need? I'd known the team wasn't working, but this time I feel like I've actually come up with a solution. Once more, back to the ladder, and I lose to a team with no restricted Pokemon. A team with 5 out of the 6 Pokemon that I used to win the Charlotte Regionals last year. A team that I am intimately familiar with, and I lost. I'm done. I gave it a real, honest try, but it is clearly not working. I thought maybe a better Koraidon set could save it, but at this point the problem is clear. Perish Trap really doesn't work in this format. I may be the best Perish Trap player in the world, but it's clear that I've gotten too confident after my most recent win. Perish Trap just isn't a strategy that can keep up in the modern world. It sucks, but it's gotta stay in the past. I guess I was actually onto something when I said it couldn't work in Toronto. I just don't know if I've ever been so disappointed to be right before. I'm honestly really bummed. There's still a month and a half till European Internationals, meaning that I still have plenty of time to build a team that can give me a chance of reclaiming my title of champion of the biggest tournament of all time, but that's not really why I started down this road in the first place. Perish was the whole reason that I started preparing this far in advance. And with that nixed, my motivation is in the gutter. My backup plan has been just to use my Worlds team again, but I'm just not as excited about it now that I thought I could be using my favorite strategy instead. I need to clear my head. And frankly, between finishing the Worlds video and starting the script for the Toronto video, I really need a break from working. These videos are huge projects. The Toronto video is literally longer than some of my favorite books, and they take me so much time to script that I actually think that only doing these big videos could be my full-time job, not including any of the other videos that I make that we try to post and do a pretty good job of posting weekly. So it's really important for me to find ways to step away from work and do things that help me relax. And right now, I know exactly what I need. It's time for a trip to the spa. I discovered the spa right before Toronto Regionals, and I love it. It's so relaxing. It's like a little mini lake. Man, I love lake. Floating in the water, no Incineroar in sight. It's so peaceful. Except today, I'm having trouble relaxing. I close my eyes and damage calculations show up on the back of my eyelids. I just can't believe that my Perish Trap team didn't work, and I can't stop myself from mulling it over, even though I'm supposed to be relaxing. Actually, I can believe that the Perish Trap part didn't work, but what's really irking me is this Koraidon. Life Orb Close Combat Koraidon should have been so strong in theory, with its ability to KO most of the format in a single hit. Why then did it not work? Maybe Perish Trap was holding it back, not the other way around. Maybe I did discover something really strong, but I couldn't see it for what it was because I was so fixated on trying to make something else work. Floating in the water, I close my eyes, and I see the Pokemon. I see the matchups, and I see why it didn't work. Flutter Mane doesn't work as a Perish Song user because the format is too offensive. But what if it supported Koraidon instead with Icy Wind? Incineroar wasn't using a fire type move, running both Knockoff and Protect to support the Perish Trap mode. So what if it ran Flare Blitz to take advantage of the sun? And Ogerpon wasn't really working in general. So what if I replaced it with Amoonguss? Koraidon kind of needs a bulkier partner to support it than Ogerpon because with recoil from Flare Blitz and Life Orb, not to mention the defense drops from close combat, it's really not able to stick around for too long if it takes even medium strong attacks. Forget about Screamtail, forget about Gothitelle. What if I rebuilt this team from the ground up without Perish Trap? Could it work as a team built around my new way of using Koraidon? I'm at the spa for 10 hours, and most of that is spent running through matchups in my head. Terapagos, Zamazenta, these should be doable. Miraidon, I have pretty good tools for, since Koraidon can KO it in one hit. Kyogre struggles with Koraidon, and the Koraidon Mirror Match should be in my favor since my Koraidon is faster and more offensive than most others. That just leaves the horses. I leave the spa and head home. And despite it already being dark outside, I spend what's left of my evening on the ladder. And this time, for the first time since I started working on the team, I begin to climb. Fast. As I expected, the core of just these 4 Pokemon is strong. Really strong. And it feels extremely good against everything that isn't a horse. Shadow Rider looks problematic at a glance, but I start tweaking my sets, dedicating Terra types and EV spreads just to beating the spooky stallion. After a few more days of work, the team is really coming together, and something strange happens. With just the 4 Pokemon I have on the team, I begin to beat Shadow Rider. Of course, not every Shadow Rider. I asked my friend Yuki for games, and he beats me down with an unorthodox build with double Follow Me. But for the opponents I'm facing on the ladder, I'm winning 75–80% of the time. Shadow Rider was supposed to be one of the 2 hardest matchups without adding a Pokemon dedicated to beating it. But now I'm beating it consistently. This is unreal. Beating almost every single team in the format using only 4 Pokemon? I've never heard of something like this happening before. At least, not since the team that I used to win the World Championships back in 2016. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That team is probably the best ones that my friends and I ever built. I seriously doubt that my Life Orb Koraidon team can actually live up to that. But if Shadow Rider is beatable, that does mean that I think I'm in a pretty ridiculous situation here. Assuming I'm right and that every other common matchup I can handle with just the 4 Pokemon that I have, that means that I have 2 entire Pokemon slots that I can dedicate to beating just one single matchup. Of course, there is one major problem. That one matchup happens to be the single worst matchup out of any restricted pairing. At the World Championships last year, Ice Rider beat Koraidon a whopping 75% of the time. For context, the next worst matchup was Koraidon versus Shadow Rider, where Koraidon lost 64% of the time, barely better than a 1-to-2 win-to-loss ratio. Outside of Koraidon, the worst matchups of the common restricted Pokemon landed at about 45%. So, by comparison, you can see just how terrible a 25% win rate is. Most of the obvious answers to beating Ice Rider have already been explored, and they haven't worked. You can't easily get rid of Ice Rider with Koraidon because it's just so physically bulky, and it often comes with support in the form of Fake Out or Redirection. While it does start out weak to fire, it will almost always terastallize to a type like Fire, Water, or Dragon, and it can hit Koraidon for super effective damage with Glacial Lance if it doesn't Terra, or High Horsepower if it does. Ice Rider also turns Koraidon's huge base speed against it by using the move Trick Room, which reverses the turn order. And all of this isn't even factoring in especially problematic partners like Pelipper or Raging Bolt. In other words, you need some way of consistently getting rid of Ice Rider. But that's not easy because Koraidon always finds itself taking more damage than it's dealing. There is no guaranteed way to get the KO cleanly. Guaranteed way, get the KO cleanly. Hold on, there is a strategy that exists that can always KO a Pokemon, provided that it isn't a ghost type. That doesn't really care about how bulky a target is. That doesn't even particularly care about Trick Room or Pelipper or Raging Bolt. Oh my god, could it work? This is stupid. This isn't gonna work. Right? You're telling me that the solution to my team building problem is to add back onto the team the very first 2 Pokemon that I started with? There's no way. There's actually no way. I let go of my past to bet on the ancient past, which led me right back to my past? That's gotta be too dumb to work, even for me. But the only way to know for sure is to try. So, despite this team featuring 5 of the same 6 Pokemon I was using when I was losing to no restricted Pokemon teams, I hop back on the ladder to try it out. And I begin to climb, or more accurately put, to soar. I feel like Koraidon in flight mode, except I guess my hair is staying about the same size. I stop losing altogether and climb from the start of the ladder all the way to the top. I'm winning so much that I start losing on purpose to keep my rating down to not attract attention, except that I'm winning the games I'm trying to lose too. I stop playing altogether, take a step back, and ask myself the question burning in my mind. What is going on here? I have an almost identical team to the one that I abandoned, and yet the results couldn't be more different. How is that possible? I start looking through the replays. I stare at the 2 teams in the team builder and I turn it over and over in my head. And eventually I get the answer. Pokemon isn't a game where just having the right Pokemon is enough. You also have to know how to use them. And that holds especially true with niche strategies like Perish Trap. Remember how I said that part of using your favorites comes down to knowing when they'll work? Well, it turns out that guy who made the proclamation that Perish couldn't work at Toronto, well, he was right. I was trying to build a Perish Trap team in a format that frankly isn't all that welcoming to it. And that's putting it politely. I was trying to force my square team through a round hole, and that just doesn't work in this format. The Pokemon are too strong for Perish Trap to work as my main strategy, but I couldn't see that because of my own past, because of my confidence that I could make Perish Trap work, and because of the history that I've built with this strategy. It's not that I couldn't do it, it's that it actually just doesn't work here. But there are certain matchups where Perish Trap can be great, against the restricted Pokemon focusing on their bulk rather than their overwhelming burst damage. I can use Perish Trap not as my main path through battle, but as my secret weapon, a secondary strategy specializing in slow steed slumber, and by strengthening the backbone of the team with a better Koraidon set and a stronger supporting cast, I rely less on Perish Trap against everything else. I'll still have the option of using it against other Pokemon, but it won't be my only way to win. A stark difference from a dedicated Perish Trap team. And this approach to Perish Trap gives me another edge. This is one of those times I talked about where I've got to go meta Wolf and acknowledge my own wolfness. Remember, I'm the only player to ever win a tournament with a dedicated Perish Trap team, and I've done it 3 times, including at my last tournament. I don't say this to brag, I say it because it's going to end up being a part of my strategy. I'm known for being able to make Perish Trap work even when it isn't thought to be usable, and fighting against Perish Trap is, well, a little bit scary. No. Just by having a Perish Trap mode on the team, some of my opponents might fixate on it, assuming that I'll bring it to the battle no matter what, even when I have no intention of using it in the matchup. It won't help me right now because when I'm practicing, I'm playing undercover, but at the tournament, it could help me win games even when I'm leaving Screamtail and Gothitelle behind. And so, despite giving up on the strategy, fate or pride or hubris has led me back to Perish once again. And now I have a new set of problems. Because now that I've figured out how to build the team, my next challenge is learning how to master it. Easier said than done, because although I do have experience with Perish Trap, it's mostly using it as the main strategy, not as a secondary one. Of course, I could just play a ton of games with the team until I feel comfortable, but there is a huge risk to doing that. If my reputation could give me an edge at the tournament, it might also be my downfall. I found something completely unique in a format that many people believe is close to solve. Life Orb Koraidon is a Pokemon that is not on anyone's radar, and if I can keep it that way until Europe, I'll gain a massive advantage. The format has been trending slower and bulkier. My Koraidon's outspeeding every other Koraidon and Miraidon, and even occasional Shadow Riders. With Koraidon usage being down across the board, many Ice Rider teams are switching from Terra types that resist fire to types like Poison and Normal and Fairy. The more I play with the team, the more confident I become. Every matchup feels at worst neutral to at best so heavily in my favor that I win even when I get every turn wrong. And so, playing a bunch of games risks completely blowing my cover, not only on the team, but on the fact that I'm the one using it. I kinda have a target on my back, especially after winning Toronto, and this is not a team I want to let out of Pandora's box until it's too late. So I need to work smarter, not harder. Rather than just bashing games against strangers online, I decide instead to seek out specialists, trainers who are some of the best in the world with a specific restricted Pokemon. I'm lucky that many of these trainers are close friends of mine. For Miraidon, I have Dr. Aaron Trailer. For Zamazenta, my friends Justin and Aaron Zhang. Brendan is a Kyogre expert, and Bill has been using it as well. And Marcus has been playing some Terrapagos. Koraidon usage is down, so I'll figure that out last if I have time, which just leaves the horses. Yuki has picked up Shadow Rider, but he's been using the offensive versions built around psychic terrain. There's a whole nother defensive style of Shadow Rider, but the person in our group who's the expert is me, and I can't play against myself. But even more lacking is Ice Rider. Not one of my friends feels comfortable using it at the top level. So I decided to reach out to players that I know are incredibly strong, who are experts with these Pokemon. My friends Leonard, who goes by DeWobbleFett online, and Montana. Leonard has been using Ice Rider almost exclusively and finished top 4 at the first regional with it. And Montana won a regional with a Shadow Rider team with a focus on protecting the horse. With their help, I'm able to test my teams against some of the best players in the world. And while this does mean that I'm losing tons of games, it also means that I'm improving, figuring out which Pokemon I need to terastallize in each matchup, refining my EV spreads to ensure that I can survive the important attacks, working on my Perish Trap flowchart against Leonard's Ice Rider, learning how different it has to be compared to my normal Perish Trap path. After a few weeks of hard practice, I'm sure my team can win even against the best players in the world. However, only practicing in private against your friends is not a complete way of preparing for an event. Because in a tournament, you're going to be playing against strangers, against people who don't know you, who've likely never played against you, and who might see the game differently than you do. And oftentimes, the move that's best against a player who knows your tendencies is different than the one who's trying to remember what type Screamtail is. So I need a way to get some good high-level practice before I leave for Europe, and I've only got about 2 weeks left. So I decide to enter the Global Challenge. The Global Challenge is an official online tournament open to players all over the world. Doing well helps players qualify for Worlds, and in Japan and Korea is the only way to qualify for their national championships, which is the tournament that decides who gets to go to Worlds in those regions. In other words, it's a tournament with a lot on the line, with the best players in the world competing, and you can play in it from your home. which means it checks my next box, doing it undercover. Even in an online tournament, I'm wary about my team being exposed, so I decide to enter in disguise. This will mean forfeiting any rewards I would earn from a good placement, but I've already qualified for Worlds by winning Toronto, so I'm fine with that. I'm playing for experience and for glory. Nothing more, nothing less. I made a whole video about my tournament run, including nearly all of the games, an explanation of how I disguised myself as a player from Japan, and a deeper dive into my headspace before the tournament, so I won't repeat myself here for all that stuff. But what you need to know is, well, it is Monday, February 3rd. Yesterday, I finished the global challenge and I ended up winning. And I am feeling really good about that. I've been feeling really good about the team and thinking that this might be something really special. This team might be, like definitely something that I haven't experienced for a long time in terms of how well it matches up into everything. However, gut instinct will only get you so far and it will lead you astray sometimes. So winning the tournament is incredible. This is not an easy tournament to win. In fact, this is only, I think, my second time ever winning one of these. Now, it is worth noting that my team is much, normally will have a leg up in best of one. I have a lot of kind of wacky choices that I think definitely gave me an edge. So I need to keep that in mind going forward, that best of 3 will be different. But then again, I will also get more information on my opponent's team, which I think I'm good at using. So kind of even trade there. In terms of the team itself, it felt excellent for the most part. The one thing though is that Screamtail, I never terastallized it once. I had Terra Ghost, I've tried Grass, I've tried Dark. I almost never terastallize it no matter the type it seems, which is frustrating because like I feel like I should be able to get some more value out of it. So that's going to be a main focus in terms of the team. So I think mostly the question now is Screamtail's Terra type. I feel like the moves are set, the items are set, most of the Terra types are set. I do feel like, I felt so good about this team. I now have won this global challenge against such strong players, doing it in such a fashion. I think that this adds a bit of pressure to the real tournament EUIC, because I know that the team is strong and I know that it can win. And, sometimes that pressure can help you, but I think for where I'm at, it doesn't normally help, truthfully. Like, I don't think I need extra pressure at this point. I think it can actually just get in the way, the weight of expectations. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, anyway, that's it. Bye-bye. I won first place with a record of 27 wins and 3 losses, a 90% win rate. I knew this team was good and I suspected that it might be great, but this confirms it. This team is unbelievable. Sitting at the end of the global challenge with all those victories under my belt, I come to a terrifying realization. I think this might actually be the single best team since I won the World Championships 9 years ago. And that's good, except that it adds a ton of pressure. I went into my last tournament knowing that the odds were stacked against me, knowing that I was the underdog, that my team probably wasn't going to give me that many good matchups. But that also meant that there was less pressure on me to perform. Here, it's the opposite. My team is incredible. And the last time I felt this confident in a team, I won the most important event of my career. But if I can't do it this time, what does that mean? Well, it would mean, I guess, that not only did I let myself down, but I also squandered an opportunity with one of the strongest teams I've ever used. This team feels like a culmination of things that I've been working on for, well, since I can remember. If you watched my Worlds video last year, you might remember that I treated 2024 as a chance to only use good Pokemon and rely on my play rather than surprise team building. If we go back before that, you can see a few regionals that I won almost entirely off of my team building. This year, I realized, why not use both? I'm using a team that, has Pokemon that people won't expect, but playing in a style that I know I excel at. This is my current thesis for my playstyle going forward. And man, it feels like a lot of expectations here, but I am the one mostly putting those expectations on myself. But that doesn't help with the fact that I feel way more stress about my upcoming trip to Europe than I did about my last second trip to Toronto. But even still, I booked my flight home for Sunday afternoon. I have to put those expectations out of my mind. Even though I know that my team is strong, the only players left on Sunday are the ones in the finals of the tournament. And this will be the largest tournament of all time. It's hard enough to win a Pokemon tournament under normal circumstances. I'm definitely not gonna plan around making finals here. Just to be safe though, I pay a little extra to make sure that I can change my flight without penalty. You never know. But lots to think about before the flight home. For starters, was I able to successfully disguise myself? Did I get away with my little stunt? Did I pull off the heist of the century? Every day I wake up and I check online. I'm checking Japanese websites, I'm scouring Twitter, and I can't believe my eyes. Not only has nobody figured out that I was the secret account who won, but I haven't even been able to find a screenshot of the 6 Pokemon I used. After a couple days pass, I feel confident calling it. My tactics worked. I'll be going into the European International Championships without having my team discovered for what it truly is. Unfortunately, I don't really have any time left to work on the team. I need to finish the script for the Toronto video before I leave, and, well, it's gotten pretty long. Even though I have over a week until I leave for London, I can't spare any more time for practice. I would have loved to figure out my Koraidon and Groudon matchups, but they aren't that popular. I'm just gonna have to wing it and maybe hope I don't play any. A comment I get sometimes is that people think that being a YouTuber gives me an edge in competition, but I haven't personally found this to be the case. I only play at most about 8 hours of Pokemon for my job in a given month, not day or week. All my other work is writing, which I'm not especially fast at. I actually feel like I have way less time to prepare for events than I did when I was in school or working a corporate 9 to 5. Not that I'm complaining, I much prefer what I do now. I make time for exactly 2 best of 3s against Dr. Aaron Traylor. He's an expert in Arabega Miraidon, the team that won Worlds, and I have a new plan that I think can work against it. I've been leaving Screamtail and Gothitelle behind in this matchup, but I think I see a way of making them work. Other than these games, my prep is complete. And after just a few more small changes, so is my team. So, allow me to introduce the team that I'll be bringing to the European International Championships, the largest official live Pokemon tournament thus far. A team I believe can truly win the entire thing. This time we are going to start with the restricted Pokemon, because it's really the glue that holds this team together. Koraidon has been overlooked and written off, and because of that, nobody's quite ready for what this new set can do. Protect, Flare Blitz, Flame Charge, Close Combat. You understand the moves already, bringing out Koraidon's full potential as an offensive monster. Terra Fire works both defensively and offensively, and the Life Orb is what allows the set to get fully online. The stat spread is simple as well. Max speed, max attack, 1 singular point of HP. This 1 point actually causes Koraidon to heal 1 more HP every turn that grassy terrain is active, which can actually be pretty impactful given how popular Rillaboom is. I'm using a speed boosting nature to get the jump on every other restricted Pokemon not named Calyrex Shadow. This is a bit unusual as nearly every other Koraidon runs an attack boosting nature, but given the power boost that I'm getting from Life Orb and Close Combat, I think that the speed is actually a bit more important. Now, I wasn't feeling very inspired when it came to nicknames on this team, but I have a different way of making my Pokemon feel personal. One of my favorite aspects of customization in Scarlet and Violet is something called marks. These are little titles that play when you send out your Pokemon. I think they add a ton of personality, and I really like choosing them intentionally when I have time. For Koraidon, I chose the Gourmand mark, which gives the title the Gourmet, because, you know, Koraidon really loves sandwiches. Next, let's talk about Flutter Mane. The Flutter Mane that the standard Koraidon teams use focus on a set with some support, usually using the booster energy item and moves such as Sunny Day, Thunder Wave, or Taunt. My Flutter Mane, however, is different. Protect is needed on every Pokemon on a Perish Trap team, Moonblast is its strongest attack with a useful secondary effect, and Icy Wind breaks Focus Sashes and allows Koraidon to outspeed faster threats. As a fun fact, even though Koraidon and Flutter Mane speed tie, if I hit an opposing speed boosted Flutter Mane with Icy Wind, my Koraidon will always outspeed it due to a quirk of how Pokemon's rounding system works. The weirdest move on Flutter Mane is actually Shadow Ball. Without the choice specs, it's normally just an inferior Moonblast due to its lower base power, so most Flutter Mane nowadays are dropping it. However, mine really needs it, because one of Flutter's jobs here is to take on Shadow Rider. Not only does this allow my Flutter Mane to threaten a KO on Shadow Rider if they don't Terastallize, but it also gives me a way of hitting random fire types like Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and Entei, something that comes up actually a lot more than you might think. Especially because my Incineroar, spoilers, doesn't have a dark type move, I feel like Flutter Mane has to have a way to boom Shadow Rider to punish them for Terastallizing a different Pokemon. Also, some Shadow Rider are running Terra Dark, which means Flutter Mane can actually hit them for super effective both in and out of Terra, but you need Shadow Ball to do that. My Flutter Mane is holding the Focus Sash. It's an incredible item, and frankly, I'm shocked that it isn't used more. Focus Sash allows Flutter Mane to always survive 1 attack, meaning that I can afford to invest all of my stat points in its speed and special attack, neglecting bulk altogether. Normally, Focus Sash Flutter Mane would have to worry about Urshifu Rapid Strike, who can KO it despite the Focus Sash because it hits 3 times, but with the Sun cutting its power in half, that isn't an issue. The most unusual thing about my Flutter Mane is the Terra type. Normally on a Focus Sash Pokemon, you'd prefer to use an offensive Terra type. With the Focus Sash ensuring that it'll always survive 1 attack, and Flutter Mane naturally being very frail, you shouldn't really be counting on surviving 2 attacks anyway, so you'd rather use an offensive type to get some damage when you need it. Terra Fairy and Terra Stellar are the standout choices. but instead I'm using Terra Normal. Doubling down on survival seems a little counterintuitive, but it works here. Remember that one of Flutter's jobs is going toe-to-toe with Calyrex Shadow. Its signature move, Astral Barrage, hits both opposing Pokemon, and on my team, it hits half my Pokemon for super effective damage. Even though Incineroar resists it, it actually can't threaten a KO back, so there's really no reason for Shadow Rider to click any other attacking move than Astral Barrage. But with Terra Normal, I can force Shadow Rider to actually make a choice rather than just clicking their free win button. Going for Astral Barrage while my partner protects and Fluttermane terrestrializes would result in the horse doing no damage. Of course, most Shadow Rider can still two-shot my Fluttermane with a Psychic move, but if they choose to do that, it means that they're not getting damage on my partner. In other words, Terra Normal forces Shadow Rider to actually have to think before choosing their attack, as opposed to just clicking Astral Barrage for free. And the more opportunities they have to make a mistake, the easier it becomes for me to capitalize and gain huge ground. Over the first year of Scarlet and Violet, I spent ages hunting for a shiny, zero attack IV marked Fluttermane, but I never found one with a mark. I did get a shiny one with zero attack IV though, and so I gave it a mark that you can add after capturing a Pokemon. In this case, that's the reliable partner mark. After playing a lot with this team, I realized that it's actually Fluttermane who's my MVP. Koraidon is super strong and the Perish Trap mode is awesome, but preserving the Focus Ash on Fluttermane lets it close out games that I would certainly lose otherwise. Also, a little bit of an aside here, I want to talk about the reliable partner mark. Basically, the way that it works is that every 10,000 or 1,000 steps, I forgot the exact amount, I think it's 10,000 steps you walk with your Pokemon, you have a 1% chance of getting the reliable partner mark. And that might not sound too bad, and you think you would just get it anyway naturally by playing the game. Except for the fact that the Pokemon has to be out of its Pokeball in Let's Go. Oh, I think it's called Let's Go mode, where it follows you around in order for it to count. The Pokemon will only get the reliable partner mark if you have high enough friendship. That being said, I checked my friendship and it doesn't tell you the exact value, but I saw it was like close enough because walking around with your Pokemon also gives you friendship points. So I go and I go to the olive field where you roll around the big olive. And I send my Fluttermane out of the Pokeball. I don't want to just like, you know, spend hours holding the controller down. So I get a rubber band. I rubber band the controller so that it runs in a circle basically with Fluttermane following me. And I leave it running overnight. And the next morning I wake up and I'm like, great, time to look at my mark. So I take the rubber band off. Actually, the rubber band snaps when I try to take it off. So I need to find another one. And I'm not made of rubber bands, okay? So this is actually a problem. I only have like one or two more. So I go and I check. Fluttermane doesn't have the mark. And I'm like, okay, well, it's only a 1% chance every 10,000 steps. So I guess it makes sense, but this kind of sucks. So I leave it running all day, okay? And then before bed, like I check and another rubber band breaks and I think I'm literally down to my last one at this point. And I go and I check, no mark. And I'm like, what is going on? Like it should have the mark by now, right? I do some research and I find out that you only get friendship points with steps, like with walking around with your Pokemon up to a certain point. So I go and I look it up and I'm like, okay, I have to give my Fluttermane a bath. And then it's still not high enough. So I feed it some berries just to be safe. And now I'm like, okay, friendship is definitely high enough. I wake up the next morning, it's still no mark. And at this point, it's like a couple days before I have to leave for EUIC. Like it might be only 1 or 2 days before. And so I'm like, am I even gonna get this mark? Like it's actually, like I actually might not be able to do it before I leave. So I just like leave it running for one more day. And finally I get the mark. Anyway, I know this is probably a stupid amount of effort to go through to get the mark, but I really wanted it. And I'm glad that I got it. And in the end, Fluttermane really was a reliable partner. So I don't know, maybe the mark helped. Anyway, speaking of cosmetics that took a long time to get, let's talk about Gothitelle, who has the title The Shining Star. Those of you who played, all the way back in Generation 3 might remember that there were certain ribbons you can get in game. These ribbons didn't have any purpose except there was like a summary screen where you could look at them, right? The thing is, in modern games, if a Pokemon has a ribbon from one of these past generations, it will get effectively a special mark, a special title. So I was looking at the list of potential ribbons that you could get that would give special titles, and I saw that there was one title called The Shining Star. And I was like, that's awesome. Like, I love that. That's so cool. I really want to get, Gothitelle The Shining Star. So first of all, you have to go back into Generation 6, which for me is Pokemon Omega Ruby. The requirements you need to get this ribbon are that you need to beat all 5 of the Master Rank contests, which was this little mini game where you basically had to feed your Pokemon a ton of like Pokeblocks and then win these little mini games. And there were 5 of them and there were like, some of them were actually kind of hard. Anyway, the first thing I had to do was I had to go back into Generation 6 and I had to get myself a Gothitelle with 0 attack IV. Because Gothitelle's a special attacker and the move Foul Play uses your Pokemon's attack stat, you actually want to have as low an attack IV as possible. Anyway, so I go and I breed myself a Gothitelle or a Gothita, I guess, that has 0 attack IV. I feed it a bunch of Pokeblocks and then I have to go and beat all of the contests. And like I said, these are like fun little mini games, but the thing you have to understand is that there's this like boss battle that shows up sometimes. whenever this big boss shows up, it actually means that you can lose like somewhat easily. So whenever the Altaria would show up, I would just reset. Anyway, so I find my 3DS, I find my game, I go back in, I breed myself a Gothitelle with 0 attack IV, I train it up, I teach it all the moves it needs for each individual contest, I feed it full of Pokeblocks, I beat all 5 of the contests, I watch all the Z-move animations, I win all the contests, and then I transfer it to Scarlet and Violet. And I'm like, this is awesome. Gothitelle, the shining star. I like it's all EV trained, I've done all the work, perfect. And I'm looking at it, I'm so happy. I got my Gothitelle, right? And I see that it's in the wrong ball. And I'm like, what? I caught it in a timer ball. Like, what's going on? Why is it in like a Pokeball? And for context, I like all my Pokemon to be in timer balls. That's just like a little, I don't know, it's just like a fun thing I do. Nowadays, if you breed a Pokemon with Ditto, it'll pass down whichever ball it's in to its offspring, like regardless of its gender. But back in the day, it would only do this if the Pokemon was female. So I guess I had a male Gothitelle or Gothita or whatever that I bred down that I caught in a timer ball that didn't pass down the ball to its offspring. So now I've done all this work and I have a Gothitelle and a Pokeball. And I'm like, oh, like, is it really worth going back in and doing the whole thing again? And I decided to do it. I decided to do the entire thing again. So boot up my game, go back in. Now I go hunting for a female Gothitelle, okay? I find one, I catch it in a timer ball this time. I find my 0 attack IV Ditto. I breed until I get a 0 attack IV one, which doesn't take long because of the power items. Feed it full Pokeblocks, I level it up, I teach it all the moves it needs to know, I beat all the contests. And I'm done. I'm like, okay, great. Gothitelle, the shining star. Perfect. So fast forward a little bit, and it's 2 days before I leave for the tournament, okay? And I'm like doing last checks of my team and making sure that everything is optimal. And a couple of my friends tell me like, hey, your Gothitelle actually isn't optimal. And I'm like, what? Like, what do you mean it's not optimal? And they go, yeah, your Gothitelle has 0 attack IV, but actually 0 attack IV and 4 attack IV take the same amount of damage from foul play and the same amount of damage from confusion, which are the things that like would do more damage to you if you have a higher attack stat. But you would do slightly more damage with fake out on certain key threats. You do like 1 more damage with fake out against Urshifu and certain Miraidon sets. And I know this sounds nitpicky, but like I figured it could come up, right? It is technically more optimal. And so I grab my 3DS, I grab my old game, I boot back up, I catch a timer ball Gothitelle, and this time I don't have a 4 attack IV Ditto. So now I have to breed like over and over and over again. I have to manually check them by leveling them up to figure out what the attack IV is. And then when I finally get one, I go back in, I feed it Pokeblocks, I level it up, I teach it all the moves, I beat all 5 of the contests, I reset every time I see the stupid Altaria. I see the stupid Altaria like 6 times. I get all of the individual ribbons, and finally I transfer to Scarlet and Violet, I finish EV training it, and I'm done. And I have Gothitelle, the shining star, and a timer ball with 4 attack IV. Anyway, it was a lot of work, but yeah, that's the story of my Gothitelle. Anyway, let's talk about the parts of Gothitelle that actually matter to the gameplay, starting with the moves. Protect is a given. It's arguably the most important move in Gothitelle, whose main duty is to stick around and keep the trap up. Fake out is the next easiest choice. Because Gothitelle is just trying to stay alive, Fake Out often works as like a pseudo protect that can stop a threat for a turn and reset your protect timer. I don't want Gothitelle to just become dead weight if it ever gets taunted, so I decide to run an attacking move. And the strongest option is Psychic, which leaves me with just 1 slot left. In Orlando, I ran Heal Pulse. I wanted the extra healing to keep my team alive. But here, Gothitelle is often the first Pokemon taking damage, so Heal Pulse isn't going to do as much. The next obvious choice is Trick Room, the move I just used to win Toronto. But the problem is that Koraidon, Flutter and Screamtail are so fast that Trick Room almost exclusively hurts them rather than helps. Which leads me to the move that I eventually select, Taunt. Taunt is amazing on this team specifically. It stops Amoonguss from sporing my passive Trick Room mode, it can stop Indeedee and Frigora from going for Helping Hand or Trick Room, and most importantly, it really ruins Incineroar's day. See, Incineroar has a great matchup into Gothitelle. It's immune to Psychic, it can hit it for super effective damage with Knockoff, and it can break out a Shadow Tag with Parting Shot, unless of course it gets taunted. Now many Incineroar run Terra Ghost, so it's entirely possible for them to still break out of the Shadow Tag lock. But I'm usually happy if Incineroar Terras to Ghost, because it means that their restricted Pokemon is a wide open target for Koraidon's one-shots. Taunt can also be used to set up guaranteed KOs for Koraidon a turn or 2 down the line, as taunting a Pokemon prevents them from protecting, essentially giving me my own little Urshifu Light. It's overall just a super versatile move, and given how strong the other Pokemon are, Psychic often isn't doing meaningful damage. Meaning, Taunt is Gothitelle's best way of being a nuisance while passively trapping opponents on the field. The item is another new choice for me. I'm using Leftovers. Normally, I would consider Citrus Berry and Gothitelle to be just a straight up upgrade over Leftovers due to its more consistent healing. But the problem with Citrus Berry is that both Calyrex have the ability Unnerve, which prevents all berries from being eaten. And I'm relying on Gothitelle to stop Ice Rider. Therefore, Leftovers has to be the clear best choice. Next, the stats. I max out Gothitelle's HP, which is the best way of keeping it alive, but then I have a choice to make. Which nature should I run? In theory, this is an obvious choice. And nature increases a stat of your choosing by 10% while lowering another one by 10%, which means you get the most value out of increasing your highest stat. Gothitelle's highest stat is its special defense, so using a special defense boosting nature makes sense. And in fact, every single other time that I've ever used Gothitelle, I've always used a special defense boosting nature. But not here. Because if Flutter main was made to beat Shadow Rider, this Gothitelle needs to stop the other horse more than anything else. And Ice Rider is a physical attacker, so I train Gothitelle almost entirely in defense, allowing it to always survive 2 Glacial Lances after a turn of leftovers healing. That takes most of my stat points, but I've still got a few left. I put one of them into special attack because they'd be wasted otherwise, but now I have to choose how to split the rest between speed and special defense. The advantage of putting them in special defense is that Gothitelle becomes tankier, but if I put them in speed, then I'll have better odds of outspeeding Incineroar, allowing me to taunt them before they can parting shot. I decide to invest just one singular point in speed, which probably seems a little strange given how important it is to outspeed Incineroar. But here's my reasoning. First, Gothitelle is naturally 5 points faster than Incineroar, meaning against Incineroar that are slow, I'll already outspeed them, and any extra stat points I put in would just be wasted. However, I don't have that many stat points left to use, so even if I invest all of them into my speed, it's entirely plausible that I could still get outsped by Incineroar. Putting everything left into speed would yield 92 speed stat in Gothitelle, and personally, I don't expect many Incineroar to be below 91 speed stat if they're not going to be slow to begin with. In other words, there's lots of situations where the extra speed won't make a difference anyway. And there's one more reason that I don't want to bother speeding up my Gothitelle. When the format first started, there was something of a speed arms race on Incineroar, with players going faster and faster. But the trend recently has actually been the reverse, with many players opting out of the race and using those extra stat points on their bulk. So here, I'm not only making the call that the extra speed won't be useful, I'm also expecting it to not be as relevant given the overall trends. Of course, I could always be wrong, but this is my read. Putting everything left into special defense doesn't do anything specific, but having more bulk can always come up on a Pokemon like Gothitelle. With my moves, items, and stats determined, now the only question left is Terra type, and it's not a hard choice. I go with Water. Gothitelle is normally going to Terastallize against Ice Rider, where I want a Glacial Lance resistance, though Water Terra can also be useful against random Incineroar and Kyogre teams on occasion too. It's good generally, and it's also good specifically for what I need, so I never felt like I wanted anything else while I was practicing with the team. The other half of the Perish duo is, of course, Screamtail, a nightmare Pokemon to play against and one of the most disruptive Pokemon of all time. Protect and Perish Song are givens. Disable is an incredibly powerful move in the current format because nearly every restricted Pokemon has one attacking move that they prefer. Disabling Zamazenda's Body Press, Ice Rider's Glacial Lance, or Terrapagos' Terrastar Storm cuts their damage output dramatically, and against restricted Pokemon holding choice items like Koraidon can force them to struggle and knock themselves out. In Orlando, I ran Play Rough as the final move on Screamtail. At the time, this two-shot most Flutter main, who happened to be very frail, and also allowed Screamtail to do some damage even when it was taunted. But Screamtail's naturally extremely weak, and the Pokemon nowadays are way stronger than they were back in the beginning of Scarlet and Violet. And with only Play Rough and Dazzling Gleam to choose from, I just can't imagine Screamtail doing meaningful damage with these moves. So instead, I lock a fourth supporting move, Encore. This move makes the lives of restricted Pokemon that set up extremely difficult, such as Calm Mind Kyogre and Terrapagos. It can also force a target to use Struggle if you hit the same move with both Encore and Disable. And I know this sounds really strong, but it's actually a lot easier said than done. In practice, it doesn't actually work that much, but you do have the option. The problem is if you use Encore first, then you're still going to end up taking a big attack, but if you use Disable first, then they can switch moves, then you can't force them to struggle. Also, Encore and Disable last for different durations, so using Encore and Disable will only make the target struggle once before they break out of the lock. Anyway, despite the difficulty, Encore has way more value than any other move, so I know it's the right choice. The next decision point is the item, and there's a few good candidates. With Encore locked in as the final attack, Screamtail's actually prone to struggle itself, because if it's taunted, it can't use a single move. Mental Herb would solve that problem, whereas Safety Goggles helps with Amoonguss and Jumpluff, and Covert Cloak is a decent option as well to get around Fake Out. However, in testing, I ran into a problem. In order for Screamtail to outspeed the main Pokemon in the format, I need Photosynthesis to be active. In order for that to happen, I need to set the sun up. In order to set the sun up, I need to send out Koraidon. But oftentimes, when I'm using Screamtail to Perish Trap, I don't want to start the battle with Koraidon. Instead, I'd rather start with both Gothitelle and Screamtail in order to trap Ice Rider on the field from turn 1. But doing this means that my speed boost won't be active to start the battle. Of course, there is an item that activates Photosynthesis as well. Booster Energy. But it doesn't even make sense to use it when Screamtail is already going to be boosted by the sun. It's a little counterintuitive, right? Like, I mean, you're already getting like what the item provides just by having Koraidon, you know, set the sun up. But despite this, I think it's still worth using. Given the way that I've actually been playing the team, I like that it makes me less reliant on sun in order for Screamtail to be a menace. And it's not only useful at the start of battle before I've sent out Koraidon, but also late in the battle after the sun has expired. With the item figured out, now I have to figure out my stats. Since Screamtail's not going to be attacking, I can focus my stat points entirely on my bulk and speed. Screamtail's most important stat is its speed stat, so that's where I'll start. My first instinct is that I want to outspeed Ogerpon when Photosynthesis isn't active. But the more games I play, the more I realize that with my new item, Photosynthesis is pretty much always active, so I don't actually need to be as fast. I do know that I want to be faster than Modest Chiyu and Modest Landorus and Adamant Urshifu, all of whom can hold the Choice Scarf, so that means I really can't afford to go below 154 speed stat. I talk with Leonard and decide to be above Choice Scarf Annihilate as well, who sits at 156 speed stat. It's not super common, but it is used every once in a while, and it's only a couple stat points more than I needed to invest anyway. In the end, I go to 158 speed stat, 2 points above Annihilate to hopefully get the jump on anybody else with Monkey on the brain. Next, I max out my HP, leaving me with just defense and special defense left to balance. Since Screamtails needed to beat Ice Rider, I train it to always survive 2 Glacial Lances, which leaves enough left over for Special Bulk to make sure that Spell Tag Astral Barrage will not KO, on the off chance that I bring Screamtail against Shadow Rider. If you're going to be using this team yourself, I don't recommend doing this, but I'm still going to give my future self the option because knowing him, he very well might go off the rails. Now there's just one last choice, the Terra type. And while I was able to use my testing to figure out what move pool and item slot I wanted, here I'm still stumped. In all my testing, I never found a good Terra type for Screamtail. In the global challenge, I used Terra Ghost for the fake out immunity, but I never terastallized once. The problem is that Screamtail is just so bulky that it survives everything naturally, so you don't actually need to terastallize it all that often. And normally, you have other Pokemon who get more value from terastallizing. But not terastallizing ever just doesn't feel great. I mean, it feels like I'm wasting a resource, right? The problem is that after the global challenge, I didn't have time to practice, so I need to make a decision without testing. And so, without a single game using the type, I lock in Terra Dark, because in theory, it can help versus random prankster taunt Pokemon who are a nightmare for the Puffball. I give Screamtail the Paldean Champion mark, in hope that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now, I will say that I think that this Screamtail is one of the most difficult Pokemon that I've ever used, and I don't mean that as a compliment. Screamtail is extremely powerful when it's in position, but being totally unable to do any damage on its own is a huge red flag. In order for Screamtail to feel good, I either need to have a pretty decent sized lead, or I need to have Gothitelle on the field at the same time. In any other circumstances, it feels like dead weight. Every single thing that Screamtail does can be stopped dead in its tracks by the opponent switching out. I've had games where I lose almost immediately because I go down one Pokemon, and without help, Screamtail basically becomes useless, giving my opponent a 2-for-1 bargain. Screamtail can work, but it is so difficult to pull off. And if I'm not careful, it can end up being a better Pokemon for my opponent than for me. Now all that's left is the support Pokemon, starting with Amoonguss, with the mark The Former Idol as an homage to my Orlando Amoonguss from last year. The Former Idol is a really cool title that you only get from getting the Beauty Master Rank contest from Generation 6. So this was another time where I had to go back into Generation 6 to get the ribbon, but overall it was a lot less painful than Gothitelle because I only had to do it once, and I only had to beat one contest. Speaking of my Orlando Amoonguss, by the way, the moves are the exact same, with the only unusual choice being Sludge Bomb once again. Pollen Puff is the more obvious choice for the healing that it can provide, but because my team already has so much defense, I choose Sludge Bomb to ensure that it can still do some damage even when Spore and Rage Powder are off the table. The item choice gives me some trouble, just like it did in Toronto. The obvious Amoonguss items are Rocky Helmet, which helps against Urshifu, and Covert Cloak, which helps against Fake Out. But in testing, neither felt great. I tried out the item I used in Toronto, the Eject button, but it is way too hard to make it work in this format. It's a difficult item to use in ideal circumstances, and it's clear to me that these are not the right conditions. While it does power up the Perish mode, it makes the main core feel worse. It's not going to work. But I can take a page out of my own book here. I've got Taunt on Gothitelle partially for opposing Amoonguss. So what can make more sense than to counter other players who've had the same idea with the Mental Herb item? This item stops the effects of Taunt and Encore, but only one time. It's a weird item because it almost never activates, because your opponent won't bother going for Taunt or Encore, knowing that you have Mental Herb. But Taunt is so popular in the current format, it's even picking up on usage on more traditional offensive Pokemon such as Ogerpon and Urshifu. For teams not respecting Spore and Amoonguss and relying on Taunt to stop it, Mental Herb makes their lives much harder. Most Amoonguss are trained to be almost entirely physically bulky, to aid in the matchup against Ice Rider. But as has become a theme with this team, I'm flipping the defensive script. My Amoonguss is instead focused on its special bulk. I can't really bring either Gothitelle or Screamtail against Shadow Rider teams, so I'll be relying on Amoonguss to do some heavy lifting there. It can survive a Life Orb expanding force outside of Psychic Terrain, which is a relevant calculation for the matchup against Shadow Rider Weezing teams, and it'll also survive a Spell Tag boosted at Astral Barrage, even after a Nasty Plot. And the spread also gives it enough HP to survive an Annihilate Final Gambit, with the rest put into defense. Amoonguss is as slow as possible for Perish Song endgames, and for use against opposing Trick Room teams. I never felt like there was a reason to go any faster. Now for the Terra type. Remember how with Flutter main, I chose to use Terra Normal to stop Shadow Rider from freely clicking its powerful spread move? Well, that does work sometimes, but not if they have the combination of Expanding Force and Psychic Terrain, which when combined becomes a super powerful Psychic type move that hits both foes, and Terra Normal is useless against. This is a bad matchup, so I'm using Dark Terra on Amoonguss. It might seem a little redundant with Mental Herb stopping Prankster Taunt Pokemon, something that Dark Terra does as well, but the truth is, I have these two tools for different purposes. One to stop Taunt, the other to stop Shadow Rider. It helps that Dark Terra also resists Astral Barrage, letting Amoonguss be useful against both of Shadow Rider's attacks on Psychic Terrain based teams. Which leaves just one Pokemon. One that I haven't talked about much so far, because, you got me, I haven't really wanted to. It's the same Pokemon that spurred the evolution of this team, inspiring me to pick Life Orb Koraidon. It's the Pokemon any good player has to consider. It's the Pokemon who, in all iterations of this team, I never even considered dropping. He's the GOAT, and I hate him for it. It's Incineroar. Okay, look, I gotta come clean. You guys know the joke is that I hate this Pokemon, right? And I kinda still do, because I think it's just so stupidly strong, even when other people are doubting him. Worst of all, he's a heel. He knows he's the best, and he's flaunting it. When I talk about disliking arrogance, I mean, Incineroar is kind of the embodiment of that, right? But you know that I can't truly hate him, right? How could I, when he's treated me so well over the years? I've developed a begrudging respect for this guy. He's just doing his best, and who am I to judge him for it? In my era where I'm focusing on the harmony of play and team building, there's no Pokemon that fits better. And I have a secret. I no longer believe that Incineroar is actually all that overpowered. Yes, there absolutely was a time where he was, and the results prove that. But nowadays, there's real, actual counterplay to his strongest tools. The new item Clear Amulet totally negates Incineroar's most useful passive benefit in addition to Parting Shot. And with both Covert Cloak and Terra Ghost stopping Fake Out, his days of completely dominating battles feel like they're behind him. Yes, he's still an incredibly strong Pokemon, but he no longer feels like this unbeatable monster that just can't be contained. He now feels, well, in a weird way, human. But on this team, I'm hoping to make Incineroar feel more like the one I remember truly hating for how powerful he was. My specific Incineroar is extremely, extremely weird. It breaks almost every lesson we've learned about Incineroar over the course of this format. There's a lot to dive into, so let's start with the moves. Every Incineroar out there has Fake Out, and so does mine, as it's especially useful here to stall as the Perish timer ticks down. Most Incineroar also run Parting Shot, a move that weakens opponents and switches Incineroar out in the process, letting it reposition. I've got Parting Shot as well. Normally players only drop it if they're going to use U-turn, which is basically the same thing. And here's where things get strange, because almost every single Incineroar runs the same move for damage, Knockoff. Not only does this move do decent damage on its own, it also removes the item of whatever it hits, providing ridiculous utility. And the dark typing of this move matters a lot, as it gives Incineroar a way to hit Shadow Rider for a one-hit KO, as well as hitting Ice Rider for super effective damage. Those have been the two hardest matchups for me, right? So Knockoff seems like a no-brainer. But then there's the question of the fourth move. And in the current format, that's normally a supporting move like Taunt, Will-O-Wisp, or Helping Hand. Except, remember what I told you. Every Pokemon on a Perish team needs Protect. And Incineroar, exceptional though he may be, does not escape this rule. Which means Incineroar's only damaging move has to be Knockoff? It's not that it's bad. In fact, it is really good for some of my important matchups. It's just that there's a ton of Pokemon that Dark-type moves really struggle into. Terra Fairy Miraidon, Terra Fairy Ice Rider and Shadow Rider, Urshifu Dark, Zamazenta. Not to mention the Pokemon that can get rid of their items like Booster Energy Flutter main. And running only Knockoff for damage feels like a bit of a wasted opportunity, because Incineroar is a Fire-type Pokemon and Koraidon sets the sun up. So the other option to consider is Flare Blitz, but that would mean running an Incineroar without Knockoff, its best move. I want all of Protect, Knockoff, and Flare Blitz, but I can only have 2. After a lot of agonizing, I decide to try dropping the move used on 95% of all Incineroar, Knockoff. My horse matchup will get worse, but I can't ignore the voice in my head saying that this is right. I theorize, I test, and eventually I call it. This can work. I need Flare Blitz to deal with Jumpluff and Flutter main, 2 problematic Pokemon, not to mention Amoonguss and Chien-Pao, who can be a huge nuisance if left unchecked. It is a very weird moveset. I miss Knockoff sometimes, but Flare Blitz in the sun does so much damage to Shadow Rider that I think I can deal with it. This decision feels wrong, but I'm pretty confident that it's right. My moves may be unusual, but my item is standard. Safety Goggles to help with Amoonguss, Jumpluff, and Venusaur. I want 2 powder immunities on my team, and Incineroar and Amoonguss combined to get me there. The stats themselves are mostly normal too. Max HP, enough defense to survive most Ice Rider's Glacial Lance into high horsepower combo, enough special defense to tank 2 Choice Specs boosted Terra Stellar Terra Star Storms. This is actually very similar to the Incineroar that I brought to North American Internationals last year, but there's one key difference: the Speed Ivy. Incineroar naturally starts out at 80 speed stat, assuming that it has perfect stats, but mine has 79, one less than perfect. This seems stupid. Why give up the chance to speed tie other Incineroar with no value in exchange? It's not like I'm even running Trick Room. Why would I want to be slower? Well, I decided early on that I didn't want to invest any points in my speed stat. Remember how I said that there was an Incineroar arms race around speed that players are opting out of? Yeah, right here. I'm opting out. I don't want to be a part of this race. I'd much rather use those extra stat points in my bulk. So it would make sense that I'd finish where I started, with 80 speed stat. Except that other Pokemon might be 80 speed stat too. Not only Incineroar, but Farigiraf, who often sits at exactly 80 speed. And it's not like Incineroar can do much to opposing Incineroar or Farigiraf, so maybe you'd think that it doesn't matter who moves first, but there's 3 huge reasons why it does. First, the slower Incineroar has the advantage when it comes to parting shot, as they can switch into Pokemon after they've seen what the opponent sends out. Of course, there's also an advantage to having a faster fake out, but I've already accepted that I'll never be faster, so I'm not going to worry about this. Second, when 2 Pokemon are the same speed stat, which one moves first is total random chance, an exact 50-50 coin flip. This makes it really hard to plan around game states involving a speed tie, and since planning is one of my biggest strengths, I don't think that this variance actually helps me. And third, having a slower parting shot is a massive advantage when it comes to Perish Trap. It allows me to switch Gothitelle out, let my opponent's Pokemon attack, and then parting shot to bring Gothitelle back in the same turn, keeping my Shadow Tag active. Now you're probably thinking, Wolf, if you want to be slower, why not just make Incineroar as slow as possible? Which is a good question, but to be clear, I want to be slower than opposing Incineroar and Farigiraf, but faster than opposing Ice Rider. So 79 is the perfect speed number given these goals, and given that Ice Rider begins around 70 speed stat, with the majority staying below 75. Almost every Incineroar is Terra Ghost, but not mine. I'm using a Terra almost never seen ever on Incineroar. Not Water or Grass or Ghost, but Bug, which I know I need to explain. Incineroar's Terra type is normally used to help against 3 main things: Fake Out, Urshifu, and Zamazenta. Ghost Terra is useful in all 3 cases, which is why it's the default on Incineroar. However, my Incineroar has Protect, and that means that I actually don't need help against Fake Out. Instead, I need to use this Terra to shore up one of my worst matchups, Groudon. Groudon is an extremely physically bulky Pokemon who often runs Clear Amulet, making it immune to Intimidate. It's often paired with Jumpluff, who can put my team to sleep, or Flutter who can break my Shadow Tag lock. Unlike with Ice Rider, who's a similar type of physically defensive Clear Amulet holding spread move using restricted Pokemon, I can't easily Perish Trap Groudon because of the support Pokemon, but I also can't burst through it with Koraidon. Frankly, it's a nightmare matchup. I need a Pokemon that can actually resist Precipice Blades, since nothing else on this team can, even considering their Terra types. So maybe that would lead you to Grass, which is weak to Fire, sure, but similar to Fluttermane's normal, just the presence of the Terra forces Groudon to consider which move to click, rather than just mashing its spread move without fear. And Grass gives me a good option against Kyogre too. Seems good, right? But Kyogre actually isn't the problem for this team. It's Zamazenta, who can bypass Intimidate with its Body Press attack. So I need a type that can match up well into both ground and fighting, which means there's only 2 options, Flying and Bug. But Flying gives me some additional weaknesses that I don't love, and Bug Terra also helps not just versus Zamazenta, but its teammates, giving me some notable advantages over the standard Ghost. Zamazenta always comes with Chien-Pao, who hits Incineroar and Ghost Terra for super effective damage, but not in Bug Terra. It'll also be more useful against Urshifu Dark, who could otherwise call the Terra and Wicked Blow for a KO anyway. It's definitely a weaker Terra than Ghost in general, but on this specific team, I think it's what I need. Incineroar has the mark, the great friend. So that's the team I'm betting on. The team I hope can win the largest official live Pokemon tournament in history. It's a team I put a lot of time, effort, and thought into. Every single stat point, item, move, Terra was chosen for a reason. I even thought about which order to put my Pokemon in the party. I'm putting Screamtail right at the top to get my opponents to focus on it first and consider the Perish option even when I have no intention of actually bringing it, which should be a decent chunk of the time, because unlike Toronto or Orlando, this is not a dedicated Perish Trap team. The primary strategy I'll be using is running over my opponents with Koraidon. It's simply a team with a Perish Trap mode, but of course my opponents won't know that. It's funny too, because I tried to build a Perish Trap team, it just didn't work. I was so fixated on doing right by my old idea of how Perish should work that I ignored the reality of the format, until Koraidon connected with me in the spa, and I ended up here instead. Truthfully, that's what I'm hoping my opponents see too, that they see my top 2 Pokemon and think of the Wolf they knew, rather than the one who's here. Using a team that is not dedicated Perish, but instead dedicated to something new entirely. And on the one hand, this is great, because it means that no matter what happens at EUIC, I'm not risking my perfect record with dedicated Perish Trap teams. And in theory, that should take the pressure off. But on the other hand, I know exactly how good my team is. After all, I just won the Global Challenge a couple weeks ago, and now that the team is finished, I can say confidently, this is the single strongest team that I've used since I won the World Championships. And that adds a whole lot of pressure. And the team just feels so me. It's not using many of the broken Pokemon currently dominating the format, like Ogerpon and Raging Bolt and Urshifu. Instead, it's using many Pokemon that are considered weaker, but are favorites of mine. Gothitelle in particular won't see a single other trainer bringing it that will finish in the top 500 in the tournament. And that should maybe give me pause, but it doesn't, because I know that this team is strong and it feels like me. Not the me from 2012 when I took Executor to the finals, even though they both used the Sun. Not the me from 2016, even though the team has seemingly impossibly good matchup spreads just like back then. Not even the me from last year, even though this team, just like my Worlds one, has given me a certain feeling that I can win it all with my own play. The me that is a culmination of all the effort of my past selves, and of their shared goal, to be the best player of all time. One thing that makes me more confident in this team is that, with the exception of the 95% accurate Icy Wind, not a single move on this team can miss. I believe in myself and in my team, so I want to leave as little as chance to possible. Maybe I'm reminded of this more than usual because of what happened in Orlando, when I used a team that was extremely similar to this one, a team with every move with perfect accuracy, and yet had the finals determined by an exact 50-50 damage roll. It's not like I can control whether luck will play a role in the tournament, but I can try and limit it as much as possible. If you want to try this team out for yourself, you can do so with the rental code on screen here. If you want to see more content around the team, I have 2 in-depth hour-long match breakdowns on Patreon, as well as my personal reflection from after the event and a ton of other content intended to help you master competitive Pokemon. Here are some clips from the Patreon to see if this kind of content would be interesting to you. So yeah, basically I see a lot of people being like, oh, I have the goal of, getting a Master Ball or top 500 Master Ball, or, some rating on Showdown, or okay, I want to get 4 wins at regionals, right? Don't set goals that are tied to winning. That's my best advice, because if you set a goal that's tied to winning, inevitably you will be disappointed, because if it's not initially, if you're like, I want to get 1 win at regionals, then you'll say, okay, next time I want to get 2. And if you get 2, and eventually, 3, 4, then there's a tournament where you don't get there and you're going to be disappointed. It's not about winning, okay? Especially as a beginner, it's not about winning. You have to be able to enjoy the process, and you have to be able to enjoy the game. And if you tie your enjoyment of the game to your results, you will eventually become very sad. I've seen it happen unlimited times. If any of this sounds like something you'd be interested in, or you think might help you on your own journey with competitive Pokemon, you can check out the Patreon at patreon.com/WolfeyVGC. Now, this team is strong, but it isn't perfect. It has 2 pretty glaring weaknesses. We've already talked about Groudon, although Groudon's usage was low to begin with, and it actually feels like it's on the decline rather than the ascent. So my main plan against Groudon is just hope that I don't play any. The other Pokemon that I doubt I'll be as lucky to dodge is Urshifu Dark. This Pokemon basically single-handedly makes the Perish Trap mode completely unplayable. And my other Pokemon aren't especially strong into it either. The only thing I have going for me is that you can't have both Urshifu forms on your team, and Urshifu water usage is super high and climbing. I think overall the format is a lot less kind to Urshifu Dark, so I'm kind of just betting that I won't have to play that many, and that when I do inevitably have to face them, I'll just be able to figure something out. Other than these 2 specific Pokemon, I'm confident that I'll have the advantage into anything else I might play. And with that, I am out of time. I've trained, I've practiced, I've worked so hard. Now all that's left is to head to Europe and find out if, finally, it was enough. I leave for London tomorrow, but things are already off to a rocky start. See, last night I slept really, really badly, but not because of my insomnia, but because of my choices. I was determined to finish the Toronto video before I left, and well, as you might have seen, that video is actually, well, it's not very short, and it's much longer than I intended. And I was determined to not go to bed until I finished the script, which meant that I was up past 3 in the morning. And now I've spent most of today recording it, which like recording for these takes a lot longer than you might expect. Many hours, in fact. Anyway, I'm exhausted and I haven't even left yet. And of course, whenever I'm in a bad mood, I do what I do best and I message my friend Dr. Aaron Trailer and I start complaining. But Dr. Aaron Trailer has a prescription for me. Basically, the flight to London from where I live is an overnight flight. It leaves at like 10 p.m. It's like a 5 or 6 hour flight, and then you arrive at like, I don't know, 10 or 11 a.m. London time the next morning. It's a direct flight, okay? And as I mentioned, I have insomnia, and so sleeping isn't really my forte, and sleeping on planes basically doesn't happen. So given that I didn't sleep at all last night, and then I'm, gonna be flying overnight, effectively not sleeping at all, and then showing up, 2 days before the tournament, just omega jet lagged out of my mind, exhausted, it's kind of looking like a rocky start. But as I talk to Dr. Aaron Trailer, what he says to me is basically, you should upgrade to first class or business class, whatever it's called. What you need to know about me is that I've never done this. I've never flown business class. I recently started splurging, okay? And I started getting, occasionally on long flights, I started getting economy plus, okay? With like a little extra leg room. That's like my current luxury, all right, when it comes to flying. And it's actually a big deal because I'm not a short guy. I'm like 6 feet tall. And so planes can be really uncomfortable, especially when you don't have leg room. So I've been treating myself. I've been giving myself a little extra leg room on like, flights, the flights to Japan or Hawaii, right? But Aaron is suggesting that I upgrade to business class, which, I mean, I don't know. I feel really uncomfortable with personally, because I started flying to tournaments when I was like, 15 years old. And I wasn't like making money as a high schooler. And so even being able to go, I don't know, felt really like a luxury. And I was so grateful to be able to, travel around the world to play this game. But like, the flights were sometimes really uncomfortable. And, I was always flying the most budget airline with, no checked bag, whatever, like cheapest seat in the plane. But I was just like happy to be there. And so like, because this is how I kind of grew up traveling, I know that I can do it. Like, I know that I can, fly in these not ideal conditions and, I'll still be fine. But at some point during the past few years, maybe it was last year at EUIC, maybe it was 2 years ago, doesn't matter. At some point, Aaron was flying to EUIC, and because he has like a friend who, has like high status on one of the airlines, he was able to get upgraded to first class, business class. I don't know the difference, to be honest. Don't yell at me. One of the higher classes, okay? And he didn't have to pay for it. And he had a really good run at EUIC that year. And he basically said that because the seats were so much nicer, he was able to actually, fully recline, lie flat, I think is what it's called, lie flat seats. And because of that, he was actually able to sleep. And he said to me verbatim, basically, the only reason he did well that year is because he was able to sleep on the plane, okay? So I'm like kind of hesitant about it, but in the end, I'm like, you know what? Like, I've never done it before. This is a business trip. It will actually make a big difference. Like, I don't know, maybe like I'll do it. I have the miles, like I'll give it a shot. So I end up upgrading. And this does mean I have to issue an apology. I was supposed to fly with my friend Yotam. We booked flights in the same like row, but then I moved up to first class. And so I left him behind. So Yotam, I'm sorry. Anyway, if you're like me and you've never had flown first class before, it is insane the difference. It is like, it's so much nicer that I felt guilty like falling asleep. The seats are nicer. You have so much more room. Like there's like, I don't know, service. Like I don't even know what all the features were because spoiler alert, I fell asleep for most of it, which actually took some effort because like I said, I'm tall. And so even though the seats, like they went all the way back, like the problem was that I couldn't, like they weren't wide enough. And the way that it works is that your feet end up in this little like cubby for your feet. Okay. But like I have somewhat big feet. Okay. Too. And so my shoes are somewhat big too. And so I had to do this whole like jigsaw thing to figure out how I was going to be able to lie comfortably to fall asleep. And it involved like putting my feet at just the right angle. I took my shoes off, which I never would do in an airplane normally, but okay, for business class, I was the only person, near me. So it was fine. And I figured out just the right angle to lay at. I figured out what was just the right way to like put my feet. I got a little blanket that they gave me. Anyway, I was eventually able to figure out how to fall asleep. And the irony of this whole thing is that I wish the flight was longer because in the end, it was actually like a 5-ish, maybe 6 hour flight. And so, between touchdown and landing, that's already an hour and like you're not going to be able to be lying like down. So I wasn't asleep for then. And then I felt like I should at least wait up for the meal. So I ended up like only sleeping for about 4 hours in the end. And so it would have actually been better for me if it had been longer. But all that to say, I very much enjoyed my first class adventure. It is not cheap. So I can't be like, you should do it because it's, again, not cheap. But I look forward to the day in the future where I get to do it again. Anyway, after a much more enjoyable travel day than usual, I arrive in London Wednesday morning, 2 days before the tournament begins. I spend the following 2 days catching up with my friends, some of whom I haven't seen since Worlds.
Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us.
Eating British food, no comment on that. Actually, I like fish and chips. Fish and chips, you're okay. British people, you're okay. And overall, just trying to take it easy, enjoying the calm before the storm. Before I know it, it's Thursday evening, and all my hard work, all my preparation, will be put to the test in just a few hours. I head to bed early, tucking in for what I'm sure will be a restful night of sleep.
Hello, it's Friday morning. I have been up since 3:30 in the morning. Actually, so what happened was I went to bed at 10:30 and I was like, this is good. I'm gonna sleep. Then I woke up in the middle of the night and I was like, oh, what's happened to me? Like, I bet it's like 6 in the morning. I must have just like barely undershot when I wanted to get up. And I look at my phone and it's 11. I slept from 10:30 to 11:30 p.m. and I went, that's not good. I was thankfully able to fall asleep, but then I woke up at 3:30 and wasn't able to fall back asleep. So that's what's going on with me. I even tried a bunch of stuff to get back to sleep, but it didn't work. That being said, I feel okay. Like, I don't feel bad, honestly. Like, I don't feel good, I'll tell you that much, but I don't feel that bad. Yeah, I know you're probably thinking, wow, Wolf, you can't sleep because it's so noisy. That's a new thing. That's a new thing that's happened as of this morning. So don't yell at me about that. Anyway, yeah, it's the morning of the tournament. I'm feeling good. Like, what's gonna happen is, like, I can't guarantee it, right? But I feel like my prep has been good. My team is good. I would have loved a little bit more time to prepare, but like, I think I got enough. So I'll do my best. Yeah, now it's just one of the hardest parts of the tournament, which is the waiting for the tournament to start. And with this many players, it'll probably be a longer wait than normal, especially because it's starting a little later than normal. Normally, tournaments start at like 8:30-ish, and this one's starting at like 9-ish, but that'll probably be like 9:30, 10-ish realistically. So, yeah, anyway, I'm going to go shower, and you can't really tell, but I can't even really tell, but I can feel that my hair is stupid. So, this is longer than I intended. Bye-bye.
I think part of the reason I had so much trouble sleeping definitely has to do with jet lag and, just being in a different bed than normal. But unfortunately, part of it definitely also has to do with the tournament nerves. This is the worst they've been before day one of a tournament in a long time. Honestly, it reminds me of my early years playing when I couldn't sleep at all the night before an event. This is exclusively a bad thing. Having bad nerves is only going to make me play worse, and obviously, it also really affects my sleep. Now, in Toronto, I developed a new tool that helped me handle my nerves, and it was some of the calmest I've felt in ages. However, the problem is that the strategy I discovered helped me to not get nervous in the first place. As I'm learning now, it doesn't do anything to help me calm down once I'm already worked up. I think a huge part of the reason as to why I'm feeling so nervous has to do with the expectations. In Toronto, I knew that my team probably wasn't that good of a call, but here, it's actually the opposite. I really believe that this is one of the strongest teams that I've ever used, and I think it's got as good a shot as any to actually win the tournament. And that knowledge is, ironically, making it harder for me here, as it's affecting my ability to play before the tournament has even begun. This is a big downside of having success in something. When you're newer, nobody expects you to perform well. If you do, well, that's great and it's a big deal. But if you fall short, nobody's going to give you a hard time. But for a veteran like me, it's the opposite. I do a good job internally of managing the pressure of having so many eyes on me, but I'm not so used to having that pressure from within. I think a huge part of the way that I let other people's expectations roll off of me is by knowing just how difficult it is to win a Pokemon tournament. People always expect me to win, but they don't really understand just how improbable it is every time I pull it off. But here, for the first time in ages, and despite knowing that this is likely going to be one of the most difficult tournaments I've ever entered, things are different. There's a part of me that's expecting to win, and that's getting in the way of actually doing it. Maybe things will get better once I sit down and can actually start playing. At a Pokemon tournament, the waiting is the worst part. I head down to the lobby with Marcus and Yuki and eat a huge breakfast compared to my usual single banana. For whatever reason, I am famished. With that, we head to the venue, watch the opening ceremony, and head to our seats. The largest official Pokemon tournament in history has begun. My first opponent has a team built around Ice Rider, and it seems to really want to get Trick Room up. Now, normally, Ice Rider is the last thing you want to see as a Koraidon player in round 1, but with no ghost types on their team and no ghost Terras either, This is actually in my favor. In game 1, my opponent tries to use Urshifu's coaching to boost up Calyrex, but in the face of my fake out and Perish Song turn 1, they've already lost a ton of ground. I trade Screamtail to get rid of both legendaries and get Koraidon in safely, and finish up by using Gothitelle to deny Trick Room from Farigiraf, allowing Koraidon to KO everything left. In game 2, my opponent is determined to get Trick Room up, so they switch to Ice Rider and Amoonguss. But I switch to Gothitelle and Koraidon, hoping to catch them off guard. They protect both of their Pokemon, and ultimately, this will cost them the game. I switch Koraidon to Screamtail, and now I have Taunt and Perish Song active against 2 Pokemon that just protected and who can't escape my Shadow Tag. Rage Powder ensures that Trick Room goes up, but with Incineroar in the back and no damage taken, it's easy to stall until the Perish counter hits 0. With just Ursaluna and Ogerpon left, I can go for another Perish Song and win the game and the set. 1 win, 0 losses in the tournament. In order to make it to day 2, I'll need to win 6 of my first 8 rounds today. However, if I want to win the tournament, I really am aiming to win 7 or 8. Because this tournament is so large, there's an extra round tomorrow, and out of 12 total rounds, you need to win at least 10. In other words, once you get 3 losses, you're out of the tournament. So I really don't want to blow 2 of those on the first day. But right now, I'm feeling good. Round 1 in general tends to be a harder round for me as I'm not warmed up yet. Beating an Ice Rider player convincingly has upped my confidence too. Obviously I knew that my plan worked in practice, but there have been times where I've shown up to a tournament and found that what I was doing in practice suddenly doesn't feel quite as good. So it's a small victory, and I'm feeling good. Until round 2 goes up, and the good vibes evaporate on the spot, because I know the player I'm paired up against. So well in fact that we had breakfast together. In the largest tournament of all time, I've been matched against one of 6 players in attendance that I practiced with, my good friend Yuki. This sucks for a couple reasons. First, it means that one of us has to lose. And again, every loss matters a lot, especially this early. Second, we know each other's teams, which can impact the way a battle plays out in a major way. And third, Yuki's team is one that I am particularly afraid of. When we played in practice, Yuki won. He has the combination of Life Orb Calyrex Shadow with Expanding Force and Indeedee Female. It's hard enough for me to get around one Follow Me user, but Yuki also has Ogerpon Hearthflame as a second support Pokemon and as a way to take advantage of the sun that I'm setting up. Add on Taunt Urshifu and Covert Cloak Whimsicott, and there's more Pokemon to worry about than I can easily handle. Yuki's last Pokemon is Regidrago, who at least probably won't be coming here thanks to my dual fairy types. Despite that, the other 5 Pokemon are going to be hard enough. I know from experience that Yuki will bring Shadow Rider, both Follow Me Pokemon, and either Urshifu or Whimsicott. Despite knowing this, there actually isn't that much I can do to easily get around it. I decided to try something different than what I did in practice, even though I'm not entirely sure that it's going to work. Yuki's Calyrex looks familiar, because it's actually my Calyrex. Prior to Worlds last year, I replayed all of Pokemon Sword so I could get a Calyrex Shadow with, the lowest possible attack IV because it's more optimal, and Yuki asked to borrow it, and of course I said yes. Now though, I have to beat my own Calyrex, my beloved Haunts, who I brought to the World Championships. Oh, also, as an aside, all the battles that you're seeing here are recreations. There's no good way of recording footage from the Switch at tournaments, so I have to take notes on what happened and then recreate them later. Sometimes the footage won't match exactly what I'm saying, especially with critical hits and other stuff like that, but we try to get it as close as possible. Yuki sends out Calyrex and Ogerpon as I send out Koraidon and Flutter. This is a super volatile lead. Yuki could follow me in Nasty Plot if he suspects a defensive play, or he could just try and burst through my Pokemon with Follow Me and Astro Barrage. In the end, he decides to scout for my play, protecting both his Pokemon as I terrestrialize Fluttermane's normal and go for Icy Wind and Flare Blitz into Shadow Rider. I make the same play turn 2 as Yuki goes for Follow Me, and my double up KOs Ogerpon, but Koraidon goes down to a non-boosted Expanding Force, giving Yuki a special attack boost. He sends out Indeedee, I go into Incineroar. Indeedee tears to water and goes for a Follow Me as I launch a Moonblast, which lands a critical hit, which is actually bad for me. Expanding Force takes Fluttermane down to Focus Sash, and Flare Blitz KOs Indeedee. I actually didn't want to take the KO this turn, as leaving Indeedee alive would have put me in a position where I could KO Calyrex regardless of what Yuki did. Now Yuki can send out his final Pokemon, Whimsicott. I could KO the Shadow Rider with Shadow Ball, but it could also protect. So I decided to play it safe. I might not have knockoff on Incineroar, but between the Life Orb recoil and the Icy Wind chip, I'm pretty sure that Yuki's Shadow Rider will be KO'd by Flare Blitz in the sun. To cover for a protect play, I decide to switch Fluttermane into Amoonguss. And to cover for an attack, I launch a Flare Blitz into Shadow Rider. Yuki goes for protect and Moonblast into Amoonguss. leading to a turn that doesn't look too flashy, but has huge implications for the rest of the battle. I switch Amoonguss back to Flutter main, and Yuki goes for Helping Hand, +1 special attack, Astro Barrage. But Incineroar survives and KOs Shadow Rider with Flare Blitz. And even though Incineroar goes down to the recoil, and Flutter's in range of being KO'd by Moonblast, Amoonguss could deal with Whimsicott on its own at this point. I figured something new out on the fly, and it won me game 1. But game 2, we both change our Pokemon. Now it's Indeedee and Calyrex against my Incineroar and Amoonguss. I'm pretty sure Yuki's gonna switch to Ogerpon and Protect so we can get Follow Me and Nasty Plots up with a second turn without fearing a Spore, so I decide to read into this, and start off by using Terra Dark with Amoonguss just in case. However, Yuki stays in with Indeedee and goes for Follow Me and Nasty Plot as I Parting Shot to bring in Flutter main and launch a Sludge Bomb, not putting the Indeedee to sleep. I Protect and Spore the Indeedee next turn, but Life Orb +2 Astro Barrage does over 50% to Amoonguss despite my Dark typing. If I'm gonna win this, it's gotta be this turn, before the horse can take off. Yuki switches Indeedee to Ogerpon, Terastallizes Calyrex to Dark, and Astro Barrages to KO Amoonguss and bring Flutter down to its Focus Sash. And my Shadow Ball does nothing to the now Dark Calyrex. If I predicted this correctly, I could have used Moonblast, but ultimately it was kind of a 50-50. With a now +3 Shadow Rider next to Follow Me, I lose all of my Pokemon without taking a single KO. We're going to game 3. I'm sticking with the same lead. I think Yuki might change what he's doing, and I also think I have a play that can better cover both Indeedee switching out or it staying in this time. But Yuki does switch back to Ogerpon and Shadow Rider. This time, I'm not going to overthink it. I'm going to make the play that prevents Shadow Rider from setting up regardless. To my surprise, Yuki Terastallizes on the first turn, but it's Ogerpon. He's trying to one-shot Amoonguss. Amoonguss Terastallizes to Dark, but Shadow Rider moves first with Protect. Incineroar is the next to move, and fully stops Ogerpon from attacking with Fake Out, as Spore is blocked by Protect. I was worried about overthinking my turn 1 again, and I just made the most basic play this time, and it paid off big, as even though not much damage went down, I got Yuki's Terra. Now, Flutter main can one-shot the Shadow Rider with Shadow Ball if I can just get it into position. But Yuki makes a great defensive play, switching Shadow Rider to Whimsicott and using Spiky Shield, blocking both my Parting Shot and my Spore, and giving him a Fairy type that can threaten my now Dark type Amoonguss. I can't let him get Amoonguss. I Protect and he doubles into it as I Parting Shot Ogerpon, letting me bring out Koraidon. Now, the most obvious play here is to go for Flame Charge into Whimsicott and Spore into Ogerpon. This gets me a KO, a speed boost, and puts Ogerpon to sleep. But I realized something. Yuki knows that I'm probably going to KO his Whimsicott with my Koraidon, so the best thing that he can do is go for Tailwind. And if he goes for Tailwind, he isn't using Moonblast. And that means I can make a different play. The turn begins and Whimsicott moves first with Tailwind. Ogerpon Ivy Cudgel smacks Amoonguss, but because of the 2 drops that Incineroar provided, it survives. Koraidon moves next and one-shots Ogerpon with Close Combat, and Sludge Bomb, not Spore, hits Whimsicott, KOing it in one single hit. In one turn, I KO'd half of Yuki's team. Now all that's left is to find a way through his final 2 Pokemon. Calyrex and Indeedee come out, confirming that Urshifu was left behind. I protect both my Pokemon, stalling a turn of Tailwind as Yuki attempts to go for a Helping Hand Astro Barrage. I switch Koraidon to Incineroar, but Amoonguss feints to Helping Hand Astro Barrage. 1 turn left of Tailwind. I protect Flutter main, but Yuki doesn't go for Follow Me or Helping Hand. Astro Barrage hits Incineroar, and I launch a Flare Blitz into Indeedee. But between the recoil and the Rocky Helmet damage, Incineroar faints, and Indeedee sets up Trick Room. It's 2 against 2 now, and ultimately, it just comes down to a guessing game. Yuki can Follow Me in Expanding Force, but he'll lose if Koraidon just attacks. He can double attack my Flutter main, but that also loses to a Koraidon attack. He can protect Shadow Rider and Psychic Koraidon, but that loses if Koraidon protects itself. But on my end, there's no clear path forward either. No matter what I choose, there's a play that Yuki can do that'll beat it. The turn starts. Indeedee uses Psychic into Koraidon, a super effective attack boosted by the Psychic terrain, but it survives. Flare Blitz comes out and KOs Shadow Rider in 1 hit, but Koraidon gets KO'd in the process thanks to the recoil. And my Shadow Ball fails to do any damage to Indeedee, but with Calyrex gone and my Focus Sash still intact, Flutter main wins on the next turn. I win round 2 against Yuki, putting me at a record of 2 wins and 0 losses in the tournament. It feels bad to beat a friend, but as always, Yuki has a great attitude. and I'm grateful it was such a good, close set. There isn't much time to rest though, as round 3 goes up shortly after, and I'm paired against another Ice Rider team. This one is way scarier because it features one of my least favorite Pokemon to play against, Hisuian Lilligant. With a sleep powder faster than even my Flutter main, it's a super volatile Pokemon. And over the course of this set, my opponent will not miss a single sleep powder. I lose game 1 after clawing back the game after a rocky start, but lock in with some smart plays in games 2 and 3, narrowly winning the set. 3 wins and 0 losses in the tournament. Round 4 is against another Shadow Rider player, but unlike Yuki, this one only has 1 form of redirection in Clefairy, not 2. They're using Pokemon like Mienshao, Fluttermane, and Chi-Yu to try and burst through with their fast offensive Pokemon. But I have some fast and offensive Pokemon of my own, and the combination of Koraidon and Fluttermane is too much for my opponent in game 1, as I use Flame Charge to KO their Fluttermane and my own Fluttermane to deal with their Mienshao. Up 4 against 2, I can use Incineroar and the Sun to burst through the Shadow Rider, winning me game 1. Game 2, they switch to Fluttermane and Chi-Yu lead, once again against my Flutter and Koraidon. We learned in the first game that my Fluttermane was faster, and I see an opportunity. I exploit Chi-Yu's Beads of Ruin against my opponent, and launch a Shadow Ball into their Fluttermane, picking up a 1-hit KO. Close Combat nails Chi-Yu, and I get both KOs on the first turn. With just Clefairy and Calyrex in the back, and all my Pokemon still alive, I can safely close out the game. 4 wins and 0 losses in the tournament. 4 rounds, 4 horses. What is going on? My good matchups of Terapagos, Samazenta, and Kyogre haven't shown up once. Let alone Miraidon, or Koraidon, I guess. I don't really want to play against that, but yeah, it hasn't shown up. I guess I shouldn't be complaining because it's not like I had to deal with any Groudon, so in the end, I guess it's okay. This is actually part of what makes a Pokemon tournament so hard. In a different world, I could have drawn all Terapagos, or all Groudon. Okay, well, probably not all Groudon, that would have been crazy. 2 Groudon, maybe, worst case scenario. Given how important matchups are, this in-tournament variant can make certain runs way easier or way harder. Round 5 goes up, and I'm up against a player from Japan, using a restricted that I haven't faced yet, Miraidon. The team they're using is extremely familiar to me. Not only is it the same 6 Pokemon that won the World Championships last year, it's the same 6 Pokemon that my friend and #1 practice partner, Dr. Aaron Traylor, has been using. If there is any matchup in this entire tournament that I've been prepared for, it's gotta be this one. This match was played on a side TV and was recorded by my producer, Wit. If you see footage that looks like this, it's the real match. But we'll still be showing mostly recreation footage since it's a lot easier on the eyes. Like I said, this is a matchup that I'm very familiar with, and I have a built-out game plan. Incineroar, Koraidon, Screamtail, and Gothitelle. And the battle begins with a lead that I've planned against quite a bit, Miraidon and Whimsicott. I'm threatening a KO here with Fake Out and Close Combat into Miraidon, or Fake Out and Flare Blitz if they Terrastallize. They could block the Fake Out by switching in Farigiraf, but Koraidon can still pick up the KO if I call whether or not they Terrastallize. That being said, I don't want to have to call this. What I discovered in my testing is that the play of Protect Koraidon and Parting Shot into Miraidon beats almost every play my opponent can go for, with the main exception being if Miraidon uses Electro Drift into Incineroar. If they stay in with Whimsicott, I can go into Gothitelle and trap them on the field. If they leave Miraidon in, they're opening themselves up to get disabled. Volt Switch and Dazzling Gleam both don't KO Incineroar, and both Farigiraf and Whimsicott are so passive that trapping them on the field really slows down the opponent's momentum. I've played out dozens of games where the turn 1 play pans out differently, and I feel confident against all of them, except for the one where Miraidon Electro Drifts into Incineroar. My opponent switches Whimsicott to Farigiraf and tries to go for a Volt Switch with Miraidon, but it hits into my Protect. I Parting Shot and go into Screamtail, and I try and disable Miraidon who switches, but this lets me Flare Blitz the Ogerpon who switched in and KO it in 1 hit. Farigiraf uses Psychic, but thanks to the Terra Fire, Koraidon survives. I'm now up 4 against 3. Miraidon comes back out, but I have a safe play. They switch Farigiraf to Whimsicott as I protect Screamtail, letting Close Combat hit Miraidon, who survives? What? Electro Drift hits into the Protect, but how did Miraidon survive that? Well, there's been a trend on Miraidon teams towards super bulky Miraidon, and many of the top players in this tournament have hopped on this train. Previously, Close Combat would be a guaranteed KO against Miraidon, but against these new super bulky Miraidon, it'll come down to a damage roll, meaning I'll only get the knockout some of the time. This probably sounds bad, but the truth is that it isn't a huge problem, it's just something that I have to consider when I'm going for certain moves. Here though, I'm still okay. I switch Screamtail to Gothitelle, sacrificing it to Electro Drift as Whimsicott sets up Tailwind, but Koraidon KOs Miraidon in exchange. With just Whimsicott and Farigiraf left, there's no way for my opponent to KO my Incineroar or my Screamtail quickly enough to deal with the Perish Song. I win game 1, and I'm sticking to the same game plan in game 2. They switched to the other primary lead that I've come to expect from this team, Farigiraf and Koraidon. Like I said, I've run this matchup dozens of times. It's going to be up to my opponent to find a way around my prep, not the other way around. This time, I protect both of my Pokemon. It lets me scout for what move Koraidon wants to go for, and if Trick Room goes up, I get to Parting Shot first next turn. But my opponent does something that I wasn't expecting. They switch Farigiraf out into Whimsicott, giving them Encore pressure against Koraidon, and they lock into Electro Drift. Now, this is bad, but I know what they're going to do here. I switch Koraidon to Gothitelle, correctly predicting an Encore was going into that slot, and I sacrifice Incineroar to Electro Drift. I'm now technically down 3 against 4, but in reality, I've actually traded my Incineroar for their Koraidon. I send out Screamtail to replace the fainted Incineroar, and fake out Koraidon. Whimsicott goes for Tailwind, but my Disable hits Koraidon. For the next 4 turns, Koraidon will only be able to use Struggle, until it knocks itself out. A frankly embarrassing end for one of the strongest Pokemon of all time. Of course, this game isn't over yet. I still need to deal with Whimsicott, who can Encore either of my Pokemon into suboptimal moves. And then I'll need to beat both Farigiraf and whichever physical attacker is in the back, without actually having Intimidate available. There's still more Pokemon to be played here. Whimsicott encores Screamtail into Disable, as Koraidon struggles, losing a quarter of its own health. Disable fails into the already disabled Koraidon, as Gothitelle taunts Whimsicott, forcing it to use its only attacking move of Moonblast. And now, I see it. I see the way I can take total control of this game. I can force both of my opponent's Pokemon to struggle. Whimsicott is taunted, meaning that it can only use Moonblast. Koraidon is disabled, meaning it can only use Struggle. If Screamtail now disables Moonblast, Whimsicott won't be able to use it, and it also won't be able to use Tailwind, Light Screen, or Encore because of the taunt. In other words, every single move will be unusable, leaving only Struggle. Gothitelle and Screamtail can't do much damage on their own, but they don't need to when the opponent is KOing themselves. Whimsicott is forced to Terrasilize to Ghost, understanding that if it doesn't, it'll go down. But Moonblast doesn't do too much damage, nor does Struggle from Koraidon. I disable Moonblast and Psychic Whimsicott, breaking its Focus Sash for later in the battle. That Ghost Terra lets Whimsicott escape from Struggle Hell into Ogerpon, but I predicted the switch and bring my Screamtail back out for Koraidon. Struggle brings Koraidon down to its last bit of health, and Gothitelle taunts into Ogerpon as the Tailwind ends. Now, Koraidon will KO itself with Struggle, Ogerpon can't protect itself due to Taunt, and neither Pokemon can switch out due to Shadow Tag. I can now accomplish my true goal, taking 2 KOs in the same turn without letting my opponent get speed control. In other words, after this turn, I'll be in position to win with Perish Song. I switch Gothitelle back into Screamtail, and use Terrifier Flare Blitz to one-shot the Ogerpon. Koraidon struggles one last time, and finally faints, ending its misery. Now, just like game 1, I'm up 3 against 2 with my opponent having only their support Pokemon left. This game is sealed. With one more Perish Song, I win the set. 5 wins and 0 losses in the tournament. One more win and I'll make it to day 2. Just one more. But my nerves are getting worse. Having 5 wins is great, but it also only makes the weight of expectations even heavier. And it's honestly making it harder to actually think things through. To make matters worse, my stomach is super upset. I think eating that huge breakfast was the wrong call in hindsight. Honestly, it's what I get for deviating from my breakfast of just banana.
Oh, banana.
So even though I only have to win 1 of the next 3 sets in order to make it to day 2, that doesn't mean that I'm in the clear. And round 6 is against another Shadow Rider. And this one, a new and more annoying variant than the last. Shadow Rider, Galarian Weezing, Dondozo. This team is one that I played against in testing, but when I practiced against Leonard, I ended up losing. It's not a terrible matchup per se, but I wouldn't say that it's a good one either. And I lose game 1. I end up feeling pressured to bring Screamtail to try and solo the Dondozo, but my opponent doesn't even bring it. And I end up struggling against the Roaring Moon and Shadow Rider while they're being supported by Weezing. Without my Sun active, Koraidon feels way worse, and Flutter and Screamtail can't outspeed the horse. I turn it around in game 2, making some smarter plays with my Amoonguss. It's all gonna come down to game 3. Once again, my opponent left Ndozo behind in game 2. I would much rather bring a different Pokemon here than Screamtail, but if I leave my big Puffball behind, I probably am not going to be able to beat Ndozo. What should I do? I feel like it's the classic mix-up to not bring a Pokemon in games 1 and 2 and then suddenly bring it out in game 3, so I commit to bringing Screamtail once more so I don't get caught off guard by this. And the game gets off to a great start. I put Roaring Moon to sleep, I put Weezing to sleep, I KO the Roaring Moon, and I'm in a spot where I think I can win, until Annihilape survives Flutter Mane's Moonblast with what has to be less than 5 HP. This totally flips the game on its head when combined with a one-turn wake up from Weezing. With my Flutter Mane down, I no longer have a way of beating Shadow Rider. I lose the set, putting me at a score in the tournament of 5 wins and 1 loss. And I'm feeling pretty bad. My opponent played super well, but I realized that there was a safe play that I just totally missed that would have let me play around Annihilape surviving Moonblast. In other words, I kind of lost when I didn't have to. Honestly, it's these nerves. They're so bad today, and I'm not used to dealing with them, and I'm just not handling them very well. I guess it's not shocking that eventually it's going to catch up to me if I keep playing like this. I guess the good news is that I was just saying that like part of the problem is that I was winning more, and that made the pressure feel higher, like it made the nerves worse. So hopefully losing should help fix that, right? I guess that makes sense, but in reality, losing that last round has only made them worse. Because now, instead of having to win one of my next 3 games, I now have to win one of the next 2. If everything is going to fall apart, this is how it starts. And it seems that the tournament software has some sick sense of humor, because my next opponent is one that I've been getting to know quite well, Marco Silva, the originator of Wolfey Parish, and the opponent that I had to play in the finals of Toronto, my last tournament. Marco is one of the best players in the world right now. His name is near the top on most top players lists when it comes to the best players who haven't won Worlds. Marco's almost like a figurehead for modern Pokemon, a representation of the new era of top players making their mark on history right now, and trying to eclipse those of us from the past. Last time, I got the better of Marco with Perish Trap, so I know that he's coming back with a vengeance. In many ways, he's one of the worst possible opponents that I could draw right now, with my nerves spiking and coming off the back of a loss. But in other ways, he's actually the best opponent that I could draw right now, because of his team. Marco is using Terapagos, a matchup that, in practice, felt like one of the most stupidly one-sided matchups that I've ever played. I would genuinely estimate that from team advantage alone, the odds are like 90-10 in my favor on average in practice. What makes the matchup so brutal for the Terapagos player is my Perish duo. Terapagos these days are built around setting up Calm Minds and becoming unkillable, and they use the moveset of Protect, Calm Mind, Substitute, and Terra Star Storm, meaning that Screamtail can either disable Terra Star Storm or Encore any of the other 3 moves, leaving the restricted Pokemon unable to do a single point of damage. These teams are also built around switching, with the Incineroar and Rillaboom core, 2 Pokemon that can be shut down by Taunt or Encore when combined with Shadow Tag. And that's not even talking about my own restricted, who can one-shot nearly every Pokemon on this team. Normally what gives me trouble in this matchup is Taunt Flutter Mane. But Marco doesn't have Flutter. Instead, he has a Screamtail of his own, with Play Rough over Perish Song, and a Pokemon that I don't have much experience against, Heatran. But this Heatran could cause me some trouble. It's got Terra Fairy to resist Koraidon's fighting attacks, and its ability Flash Fire, which makes it immune to the Fire one. The real threat though is Magma Storm. It's only 75% accurate, but when it hits, it's a powerful fire type move that does damage and traps whatever it hits, dealing additional damage over time. The issue is the trapping effect. It'll give Marco a way to trap my Perish Trap and use my own song against me. But even with the Heatran, the matchup is still extremely skewed in my favor. And as a bonus, I surely have way more experience against Marco's style of team than he has against mine. So even though I'm still kind of freaking it for whatever reason, as we sit down to play, I know that the advantage is still heavily on my side. This battle was also played in the side stream, just like round 5. Game 1 begins with my Screamtail and Incineroar against Marco's Incineroar and Heatran. And immediately, there's something weird going on. My Incineroar's Intimidate activates first, meaning not only has Marco intentionally lowered his Incineroar speed stat, he's done it by more than me. This changes the dynamic a lot. I protect Screamtail and try to Parting Shot, but despite having the slower Incineroar, Marco uses Fake Out on my Incineroar. Screamtail blocks a heavy slam with Protect. I'm most afraid of Magma Storm, so rather than go for a Perish right away, I decide to Encore Heatran. It's already been intimidated, and Heatran's a special attacker, so it seems good to stop it from using a better move. Heatran hits Screamtail for under half of its health, though it still did a little bit more than I expected, and I parting shot to bring in Gothitelle and trap Heatran on the field, who immediately takes a knockoff, losing health and its recovery. If my Incineroar were slower, I could have brought Gothitelle in safely, but unfortunately that's not the case. I have Fake Out, Taunt, and Disable available, but I need to be mindful that Heatran isn't going to be encored forever, so I decided to just go for a Perish. Heatran's Heavy Slam brings Screamtail to just above a quarter of its health, and I try and taunt Incineroar to prevent it from switching with Parting Shot, but Marco just uses Knockoff again, putting Gothitelle even lower. I've been trying to stop Marco from avoiding the Perish Trap, but he's just attacking through it. Suddenly, this Perish Trap isn't looking so good. I've lost almost all of both my Pokemon's health, and there's still 3 turns left. I need Screamtail for later to beat the Terrapagos, so I switch it into Incineroar and Protect. But Marco terastallizes his Incineroar to Ghost, breaking it out of the Shadow Tag lock for next turn. Marco completely ignores the Gothitelle slot and doubles Incineroar, not doing too much damage, but not wasting anything with the position that he had. Perish counter falls to 2. Marco switches Incineroar out. I Fake Out Heatran and do a tiny amount of Screamtail with Psychic, as the Perish counter falls to 1. And now I'm in trouble, because the combination of Play Rough and Magma Storm will KO both of my Pokemon in the back. But if I don't switch Gothitelle, it'll feint to Perish Song. In other words, unless Marco misses, I'm losing a Pokemon this turn. This is not how the matchup is supposed to go. I start running calculations in my head. Which Pokemon do I need the least? I should save Koraidon. It's my strongest Pokemon, and it's also my healthiest. So I've got to sacrifice either Goth or Screamtail. They're both damaged. Which one do I need less? I realize that Incineroar is a ghost type, making it immune to both Fake Out and Shadow Tag. And Shadow Tag is a lot less threatening without Screamtail. On the other hand, keeping Screamtail alive means that I can shut down Terrapagos' damage output even if I can't trap it. I'm gonna sacrifice Gothitelle. I protect Incineroar to prevent an Encore, which Marco goes for, and Magma Storm connects onto Gothitelle, but it barely survives. Taunt hits Screamtail, shutting down Encore and Disable for now, and Gothitelle feints to Magma Storm as Heatran feints to the Perish Song. Pokemon count is now at 3 apiece, and Perish Trap is temporarily off the table. I go into Koraidon as Marco goes into Incineroar, and if I can just take one more KO, I can still win this with another Perish Song, even without my trap. Marco switches his taunted Screamtail to Terrapagos and Fake Outs my Incineroar, while I terastallize Koraidon and launch a -1, not very effective Flare Blitz into the turtle, dealing about a third of its health, but crucially breaking Terra Shell. At this point, I feel like Marco has been consistently hard reading me almost every turn, and frankly, I'm tired of it. I thought that playing a familiar matchup would help me with the nerves, but they're actually worse right now than when we started. However, I do see a way that I can win. Marco surely wants to protect Terrapagos here. It's his only remaining source of damage, and it's in range of close combat or maybe even Flare Blitz. If he protects, he can Parting Shot with Incineroar, who will survive a Flare Blitz, and drop Koraidon's attack further while bringing in Screamtail. However, because his Incineroar is slower than mine, I can call this out and double it with both Flare Blitzes. And if I take the KO and keep Koraidon alive, I should be able to win. I've been playing super safe every turn. There's no way he'll expect me to take a risk now. The turn starts, and Terrapagos doesn't protect. Flare Blitz hits Incineroar and drops it to low yellow HP, but between the recoil, the Life Orb chip, and the Rocky Helmet, Koraidon loses almost all of its remaining HP. Terrapagos moves next and KOs Koraidon, and my Incineroar finishes off his Incineroar but takes more chip in the process. Now this is the endgame. Screamtail and Incineroar both damaged against Screamtail and Terrapagos. It looks dire, but I get a crucial piece of information. My Screamtail is faster. I know this because my photosynthesis activated first. This changes everything. I have a way back into the game now. Obviously, I can't win this match on damage, but I don't have to. It's going to be close, but I might be able to win with Perish Song. Remember, when all remaining Pokemon feint to Perish Song, whoever's Pokemon feints last wins. And Pokemon feint to Perish Song from fastest to slowest. In other words, my Incineroar can win me this battle while fainting, as long as I can keep it alive until the Perish counter hits 0. But I don't go for Perish Song right away. Instead, I take a detour, going for Disable into Terrapagos. Remember, Terra Starstorm is its only damaging move, so by disabling it, I take Terrapagos out of commission for the next 4 turns. Marco's Screamtail hits mine with Play Rough, dropping me to super low HP. Terrapagos fails to use Starstorm, and I use Parting Shot to weaken Screamtail. I need to make sure that Incineroar can survive until the Perish counter hits 0. Now, I can go for Perish Song, and Marco's Screamtail uses Encore, forcing my Incineroar to Parting Shot again, as Terrapagos sets up a Calm Mind. Perish counter at 3. I protect Screamtail as Play Rough hits Incineroar, but it doesn't do enough, and the Perish counter falls to 2. I disable Play Rough as Marco disables my Parting Shot and Calm Minds, and the Perish counter falls to 1. Terapagos's disable ends, but it's too late, because Incineroar's Encore ends on the same turn. I protect Incineroar as the Perish counter falls to 0, and all 4 Pokemon faint. With a score of 0 Pokemon remaining to 0 Pokemon remaining, I win game 1. So, despite my 90-10 matchup, that was just about as close as it could have been. And frankly, I'm not feeling too good about it because I don't even really understand where I went wrong, other than it feeling like Marco got a bunch of predictions right. Were there safe plays that I missed? Was I just playing too predictably? I really don't understand what made it so hard, but I don't have time to figure it out as we're already starting game 2. I decide to stick to the same Pokemon in the same order, and Marco's leads are the same too. Once again, it's Incineroar and Screamtail against Incineroar and Heatran. Last time, Marco went for a risky fake out into my Incineroar. Surely, he won't expect me to expect him to do the same play again, so maybe he'll actually do it. And maybe I can counter it. I decide to switch in Gothitelle and Perish Song. The turn starts, and there's no fake out. I Perish Song, and the 75% accurate Magma Storm hits Gothitelle and crits, and Incineroar knockoff hits Gothitelle too, and KOs it thanks to the crit. And just like that, in just one turn, I've lost game 2. Because losing Gothitelle effectively makes my Screamtail worthless too. And unlike last game, I haven't taken a KO. Don't get me wrong, I do my best to turn the game around, but with such a huge advantage, Marco can play super safe, and there's no easy way for me to get around Screamtail and Incineroar support while trying to use Koraidon for offense. I make some really aggressive predictions and I get them right, KOing both Incineroar and Terapagos unexpectedly, but in the end, I can't break the Terra Fairy Heatran. Despite this being a matchup that I never lost in practice, we're going to game 3. And for the first time all day, my nerves begin to settle. Because, like I said, I knew game 2 was cooked after turn 1. And while I spent the rest of the game trying to win, I also spent it thinking about what exactly went wrong. And finally, I have my answer. I've been trying to win this game by taking 2 KOs with Perish Song and then another 2 KOs. And it's not working because Marco was willing to use Terra Ghost on his Incineroar. This is what led to me taking so much damage in game 1, and why I felt pressured to make such an aggressive play in game 2. But what I realize is, I don't need to take 2 KOs with Perish Song at once. It's okay for me to take only 1 if I can mitigate the damage that I'm receiving during that first song. Marco's team lacks offense. It's built around setting up Terapagos and sweeping, and he just can't do that versus me. So instead of going for Perish Song 2 KOs into Perish Song 2 KOs, I can instead go for 3 Perish Song, taking 1 KO, then another, and then the final 2. For the third time this set, the leads are the same, Incineroar and Screamtail against Incineroar and Heatran. But this time, I have a plan, and a safe play. Fake out into Heatran, preventing Magma Storm. Screamtail moves next, no fake out from Marco, and uses Perish Song. Marco knocks off my Incineroar, trying to get Gothitelle, to no avail. This might seem like a strange play, to use Perish Song without Shadow Tag active. After all, it's not like Heatran is trapped, it can just switch. But this play is a lot more threatening than it looks. Heatran can switch, yes, but remember that the only way for Marco to get out of Perish Trap once I've set it up is with Incineroar. If he switches out Heatran, Incineroar will still be affected by the song, meaning it'll eventually need to switch as well. And when it does, that'll give me the opportunity to trap not 1, but 2 Pokemon on the field who can both be Perish Song. Heatran could, of course, choose to stay in and attempt to trap my Screamtail with Magma Storm, but if it stays in, it can't stop me from safely using Parting Shot to bring in my Gothitelle, who then won't be affected by the song. Heatran is probably the most important Pokemon in this matchup, so switching it out makes sense. But doing so would result in Marco losing almost all of his offensive pressure, and it might be hard for him to get it back. In other words, Perish Song itself is a massive neutralizing threat, even though Marco can stop it from knocking his Pokemon out if he wants. Heatran switches to Screamtail. A smart decision because Marco doesn't want to lose it yet. I protect Screamtail in case of Magma Storm, and Parting Shot Incineroar, bringing in my Gothitelle, and Marco's knockoff goes into my Protect. Now, Incineroar is trapped on the field. The Perish counter is at 2, and Heatran is nowhere in sight. I could go for something like Fake Out and Disable, but I need to be mindful of my own Perish counter. Remember, my goal is to use Perish Song twice to take 1 KO each. And if I don't use Perish Song this turn, I'll need to shuffle around for a few turns before being able to use it again. So instead, I decide to use Perish Song again and Taunt. This forces Incineroar to Terastallize in order to survive, and puts a Perish counter on his Screamtail that it certainly won't be able to clear before fainting. Marco does Terastallize, but this is okay, because it means now that Heatran and Terapagos are Koraidon food later on, and Marco goes for a Disable, which is fine. Taunt hits Incineroar and prevents Parting Shot. This turn went perfectly. And now, finally, with the positioning manipulated just the way I want it, I can start making progress. Marco is forced to switch Incineroar out, and he brings in Heatran. He encores Gothitelle, but I wanted to use the same move again anyway, as I taunt Screamtail, preventing it from using any of its annoying disruptive moves going forward. Perish counter falls to 2 on my Gothitelle and Marco's Screamtail. With Heatran exposed, I see how I can win this. I switch Gothitelle to Screamtail and take a Play Rough, as Heatran goes for Magma Storm and misses. Incineroar's Parting Shot lets me bring Gothitelle back in during the same turn I switched it out, keeping the Shadow Tag active but cleansing the Perish counter and resetting my Fake Out. I was okay with Magma Storm connecting here, but now that it missed, this game becomes even harder for Marco. Screamtail can only use Play Rough thanks to the taunt, which means I have a safe Fake Out into Heatran and Perish Song. It might seem strange to use Perish Song to affect 2 of my Pokemon and only 1 of Marco's, but once Screamtail faints, Incineroar will come back in, and I won't be able to perish that Pokemon anyway. And Marco's Screamtail's counter hits 0. For the first time all set, I have the Pokemon lead. Marco has to go back into Incineroar. If Terapagos comes out, I'll just Perish Song it too. I protect both my Pokemon, blocking Earth Power and Knockoff. But Earth Power isn't that threatening of a move. I can handle that. I Terastallize Gothitelle to keep it safe, and Encore Heatran into Earth Power, which hits Screamtail but doesn't even drop it to yellow HP. I taunt Incineroar and nullify the Parting Shot, attempting to let it reposition. Another perfect turn, and the Perish counter falls to 1. I switch both my Pokemon out, as Earth Power and Knockoff combine to do under half to Koraidon. Heatran's Perish counter finally hits 0, and Terapagos, Marco's final Pokemon, is sent out. And I have a guaranteed win. Fake Out and switch Koraidon to Screamtail ensures it gets in safely, and then 1 more Perish Song is all it takes. There's a few turns left until the game agrees with me, but it's over. I win Game 3 and the set, putting me at a record of 6 wins and 1 loss in the tournament, and guaranteeing I advance to the second day of competition. I'm so happy. Not only because I won, not only because I made Day 2, not only because I beat a strong player, but because of how I really pulled it together in Game 3. I feel like I have a tendency to kind of spiral throughout the course of a set, and Game 3 in high pressure situations tends to be a real weak spot of mine, especially after I've made a mistake to lose an earlier game. Here, I bucked that trend. I not only won Game 3, but I did it in the calculated, safe, macro-centric way that I associate with my strongest gameplay. For the first time all day, my nerves are finally starting to settle. My stomach feels, well, not good, but not quite as bad as it's been up to this point. However, that set went long. Marco and I were one of the last matches to finish, and so, before there's even time to use the bathroom, the final match of the day goes up. And even though I've already made it to Day 2, this match could be the difference between making the final bracket or not. I want to win, and I'll be playing on stream. All that work I've done to calm my nerves is suddenly for nothing, as we're led behind a curtain and onto the stage. The bright lights barely obscuring the sea of upturned faces, and the expectation each of them bears. They want to see some good Pokemon, and playing sloppy will mean not only failing myself, but the crowd as well. Can't think about that. The battle is already starting. As we exchange team sheets, I can't believe it. For the 4th time today, I'm facing off against Calyrex Shadow Rider. This one is a mix of offensive and defensive supporting tools, and it's not looking super easy. Life Orb Shadow Rider plus Chi-Yu is annoying, but at least this Shadow Rider has Draining Kiss instead of a Psychic move. The real problem here is that because it's a Calyrex team, I can't really bring my Perish duo, but this Tornadus has Rain Dance, threatening to shut off my Sun. I've got to find a way to deal with the Tornadus without getting run over by the horse in the process. The game begins. Incineroar and Amoonguss for me, Calyrex and Tornadus for my opponent. I Terastallize Amoonguss as Calyrex protects and Tornadus sets the rain. Incineroar's Parting Shot lets me bring out Flutter as Spore is blocked by Protect. Now I'm feeling good. Amoonguss can't be KO'd even by a double up, and Spore can't be stopped by Protect again. With Torn at -1 special attack, this battle feels solidly in my control.
Oh, seeing Terastallization from the Calyrex, it is going to be into that Fairy type.
Fairy type, but is it going to be enough? Calyrex is not the bulkiest of Pokemon. Well, not time to find out in this turn. Fluttermane is just going to keep itself safe. Draining Kiss, boosted by the Terra Fairy. Now super effective into Terra Dark. Amoonguss just going going to be enough for the one-hit KO with a critical hit.
I lose game 1. With Torn still alive and Shadow Rider now at +1, I can't stop Rain Dance and Astro Barrage from blowing through my entire team. In fact, I can't even take a KO. I lose all 4 of my Pokemon without even seeing what my opponent brought in the back. However, I don't forfeit, and that's important for one very specific reason. I want you to take a look at what happens this turn and see if you notice anything weird.
The weather war in Swiss round 8 of EUIC, I love to see it.
Yeah, and you can kind of see what Wolfe's maybe trying to do here with the Koraidon. It's kind of almost not doing anything, but by bringing the Koraidon onto the field and getting that Sun active, you're taking up the slot of...
Did you catch that? Fluttermane outsped the Calyrex Shadow, while the Rain was active. In other words, this Calyrex Shadow is slow. And remember, my Koraidon and my Fluttermane are the exact same speed stat. This means that my Koraidon is faster than their Shadow Rider. So even though I didn't take a KO, I've gained some crucial information. Information that my opponent doesn't have access to, as they don't know how fast my Koraidon is. And again, without the crit on my Amoonguss, I think I'd have been in a winning position with Shadow Rider asleep and my Fluttermane still at full HP. It's pretty rare that one single critical hit happens that just completely ends the game from the beginning, but Shadow Rider is a Pokemon where if you let it get going, it can be really difficult to stop thanks to the snowball effect of Grim Neigh. That being said, I think there's some learnings here for me. First, my opponent didn't respect my Spore pressure on turn 1. They led Torn, protected Calyrex, and opened themselves up to letting Tornadus fall asleep without getting anything in exchange. This time, I won't let that go unpunished. Second, Incineroar in the lead didn't feel great, as I just ended up going for a somewhat irrelevant parting shot. I think that leading with Fluttermane would be better. And third, Terra Dark Amoonguss isn't as good here because of Draining Kiss. But on the other hand, Terra Normal Fluttermane is way better. This game, my priority will be on Flutter as the Terra option. Game 2 begins with the same lead from my opponent, but Fluttermane and Amoonguss from my end. I Terrastallize Fluttermane turn 1, and my opponent pops off. My heart sinks. Did he double into Amoonguss? Did I lose this game already? I hold my breath. And Calyrex protects? Okay. Tornadus moves next and taunts into Amoonguss, who eats the mental herb, removing the effect. Moonblast does over half to Tornadus, and Spore puts it to sleep. In other words, this turn could not have gone any better outside of, I guess, a double Bleak Wind miss. It's the perfect start to the game. And now, even a critical hit won't KO Amoonguss, so I have a safe play. My opponent switches Tornadus to Clefairy, who takes a Moonblast, but Astro Barrage does nothing to Fluttermane as it takes half of Amoonguss's HP. Now, finally, Spore lands into Calyrex, giving me firm control over the match. I have a safe way of playing around these sleep turns. I switch Amoonguss to Koraidon, activating the Sun and Photosynthesis now that Tornadus is taking a nap. Calyrex Terastallizes to Fairy as Clefairy protects, and my Shadow Ball hits the sleeping Calyrex. Even though I didn't get the KO, the important thing was to get a little chip and to force the Terra. Now I need to watch out for a one-turn sleep, and I want to hide the fact that my Koraidon is faster than their Shadow Rider. So I switch Koraidon back out into Incineroar. With the sun up, Incineroar's Flare Blitz becomes a real threat. Clefairy's Follow Me redirects Moonblast, which it narrowly survives, and Calyrex sleeps for a second turn. Calyrex wakes up and protects, as does Clefairy, turning off my option of using Fake Out. Clefairy goes for Helping Hand before going down to Moonblast, but Calyrex Draining Kiss doesn't even do half to Incineroar. Even with the Terra, Life Orb, and Helping Hand, it's just not a very powerful move. Calyrex heals back to full HP, but Incineroar's Flare Blitz drops it to low yellow HP, and my Fluttermane still has all of its health. Chi-Yu is sent out. A scary Pokemon, but with my Focus Sash still intact, I can handle it. I protect both my Pokemon, baiting out Calyrex's Protect, seeing which move Chi-Yu locks itself into, and stalling out the final turn of my own Sun so I can reset it. And now I have a guaranteed win condition. My opponent switches Calyrex to Tornadus, who feints to Moonblast, and Heat Wave misses Incineroar, not that it really matters. Koraidon can now hit the field, and I outspeed both my opponent's Pokemon and have 2 guaranteed KOs. I win game 2, without losing a single Pokemon myself this time. We're going to game 3. But I can't lead with Amoonguss and Fluttermane again. It's just too weak to a potential Chi-Yu lead. So, for the 3rd time this set, I'm switching things up. And this time, my opponent switches too. The game begins with my Fluttermane and Koraidon against their Rillaboom and Calyrex. Normally, this would be a really awkward position. My opponent can fake out Koraidon and Terrastallize Calyrex, going for a nasty plot, while I'm powerless to stop them. They can then, the next turn, protect and bring in either Tornadus or Clefairy, and use their supporting Pokemon to sweep through my entire team. Except that they can't do this. because my Koraidon is faster than their Shadow Rider, and my opponent doesn't know it. So I decided to make a play that would make no sense against a faster Calyrex and protect Koraidon while switching Flutter main to Amoonguss. And to an observer, the first turn looks like a disaster. Koraidon protects, Rillaboom goes for a fake out into Koraidon, and Calyrex gets a nasty plot up unpunished, except that now I have my opponent fully pinned. Amoonguss can spore the grass type Rillaboom slot. Sure, Rillaboom is immune, but if it switches to Clefairy or Tornadus, they'll fall asleep. And if it stays in, it can't threaten either of my grass-resistant Pokemon. If Calyrex attacks, it'll faint before it can move. But if it switches out, something else will faint. Unless, of course, I got confused earlier, and their Shadow Rider is in fact faster than Koraidon.
Absolutely huge turn, trainers. Whatever else you're doing, get your attention on this stream. Saddle your horses, hop on your motorbikes. Let's see what happens in this decisive game. Going to be the Flare Blitz going off before the Calyrex Shadow Rider, boosted by the Sun into Janora. Wow, okay then. That is something we did not see coming, Lee.
I was not confused. And with that KO, the game is functionally over. I've KO'd the restricted Pokemon and taken the Terra. And even though Tornadus comes out, I can pin it. Tornadus turns off the Sun and survives the Flare Blitz because of it, but then it falls asleep to the Spore. My opponent just doesn't have offense left. Clefairy has no attacks, Tornadus is asleep, and 3 of my Pokemon resist Rillaboom's grass moves. Clefairy protects as Tornadus stays asleep, but my Sludge Bomb drops it even lower as I send out Flutter Mane for more offense. Clefairy switches to Rillaboom and Tornadus wakes up and sets Tailwind, but Moonblast KOs Tornadus and Sludge Bomb hits Rillaboom for super effective damage, poisoning it. Amoonguss and Incineroar could probably win this game on their own at this point, never mind the fact that both Koraidon and Flutter Mane are still alive. My opponent knows it's over and forfeits. I win the game, the set, and finish day 1 with a record of 7 wins and 1 loss. Since Scarlet and Violet began, I have made day 2 at every single event that I attended, with the one exception being Worlds 2023, where I fell just 1 win short. This is a level of consistency that I've never achieved before, and frankly, I've never really gotten close to in past generations. And I tell you this not to brag, but so I can tell you, at not one of the tournaments I've attended over the past 3 years have I taken it for granted. Pokemon is really, really difficult. There's so much out of your control that can go wrong. Dr. Aaron Traylor made it to day 2, but he had to play 4 Zamazenta, one of his worst matchups, while I played 0, though I would rather be facing Zamazenta than Shadow Rider. Marcus was 5 wins and 1 loss before he played back-to-back Groudon teams, a terrible matchup for him, and I didn't play a single one. If I'd played Groudon twice, I might not have made it myself. Obviously, my goal is to win the tournament, but I know as well as anybody that aiming for first doesn't necessarily mean you'll end up even close to the podium. So, even though I'm still a ways away of achieving my goal of total victory, I'm still proud and relieved to have made it past the first major obstacle. Perhaps the second major obstacle. The first one is beans for breakfast. And today was hard, not only because I had to play so many Shadow Rider, but because of the quality of my opponents. Out of my 8 rounds, a whopping 5 of them made day 2, and 2 of them finished 5 and 3, just 1 win short. This is extremely unusual, and it's the reason why out of the 38 players who share my same record of 7 wins and 1 loss, my tiebreaker is the 3rd best. The tiebreaker can determine whether or not I skip around later in the tournament, but that's something to worry about for tomorrow. First, I have to get there. My friends and I head to a dim sum place near our hotel for dinner. The food and the service are great, which feels like a reward because figuring out how to get into the restaurant was a much larger challenge than you might expect. With our bellies full, we head back to the hotel. And after a quick shower, I am more than ready for bed. Hopefully tonight, I'll be able to actually sleep. Well, it was better than last night at least, but still not great. Also, it appears that somebody has snuck into my hotel room and cut my hair while I was sleeping, but don't worry, it'll magically regrow when you see shots of the tournament itself. Anyway, despite how badly I slept, I actually am feeling okay, physically at least. Unfortunately, my nerves are back as if they never left, which is actually extra annoying because for my last couple tournaments, I've been relatively calm day 1 and then super stressed out in day 2. So you would think that if I was stressed out this time on day 1, then I'd be able to be calm on day 2, but no, I'm just double the stressed for none of the reward. I'm actually freaking it, and I haven't even left my hotel room yet. The only good thing that comes out of this is that I at least know that my team is strong enough that I can win, even if I'm not feeling my best. Marcus and I head down to breakfast. He's out of the tournament, but even though I know that he would love to sleep in after how exhausting yesterday was, he's gotten up early to keep me company during breakfast and head to the venue to support myself, Yuki, and Dr. Aaron Traylor, the 3 of my friend group who are still competing in the tournament. This might seem a little bit strange. After all, while we're playing, it's not like Marcus will be able to do anything to help during the match. But the knowledge that your friends are there rooting for you helps more than you might think. And having someone you care about physically there that you can tell about your narrow win or a frustrating loss can actually be the difference between a tournament win or a run crashing and burning. Over the next hour or two, Brendan and Billow will arrive at the venue as well to provide the same type of emotional support. This is the way that my friends and I operate, all for one and one for all. Each of us is only truly done with the tournament when none of us are left that can still win it all. So, despite my nerves still being quite intense, I'm feeling a bit more grounded as the pairings for round 9 go up. While I wait for the pairings to load, I remind myself of what's going on. Unlike any prior tournaments that use this type of tournament structure, there are 4 additional rounds today before we head to the top cut, the final bracket. At past events, you would only have to play 2 or 3 extra rounds, but due to the sheer number of entrants, today we have 4. I have a small buffer because of my record yesterday. I need to win 3 out of the 4 games today to make it to top cut. Of course, if I can win all 4, I would guarantee that I get a bye in the first round of the final bracket. Pairing loads, and I head to my seat and sit down against a player using a restricted I'm not comfortable against, one that I haven't played at all this tournament, Koraidon. They're using the more traditional version of Koraidon though. Clear Amulet on the bike, Booster Energy Flutter main, Assault Vest Raging Bolt, Ogerpon Rock, Choice Scarf Chi Yu, and Focus Sash Ditto. Now, my Perish mode actually isn't any good here, giving them a slight edge, but my Koraidon and Flutter main sets give me the advantage in exchange. Overall, I would classify this as a relatively neutral matchup. But as the battle begins, our leads are mirrored. Flutter main and Koraidon from both sides, making this a very awkward turn 1. Both of my Pokemon's abilities activate first, which in this context of them having different items that would reward more bulk rather than more power, means that I'm very likely faster. Now, I think the obvious play here is for me to double the Flutter main with Icy Wind and Flame Charge, as their Koraidon won't be able to KO either of my Pokemon if I ignore it. And so, understanding this, I double into Koraidon, trying to get a surprise KO thanks to the power of close combat and Life Orb. But it protects as they Icy Wind, breaking my Focus Sash and lowering my speed. Surprised, I protect Flutter main and try and get the KO the second turn instead, as they hard read it, doubling my Koraidon for a knockout. Despite the massive deficit, I make the game close with some hard reads, but in the end, I don't have enough damage on Koraidon. I lose game 1. Game 2, we each bring the same Pokemon. This time, I protect both my Pokemon turn 1 in order to scout for a protect, but they don't take the bait. So turn 2, it's a guessing game once again, and I once again double into Koraidon, who protects. This time though, I have a plan, and I get their Koraidon on the 3rd turn. The battle ends up super close, but I use Amoonguss to put Flutter main and Raging Bolt to sleep, and ultimately just barely win with my Mushroom taking out their Raging Bolt. We're going to game 3, which once again begins with the exact same leads. And just like the last game, I protect both my Pokemon as they don't protect and Terra Fire Koraidon. But now I have a new plan. Finally, I go for Icy Wind and Flame Charge into their Flutter main, and I get the KO, except that this time the Koraidon didn't protect, and instead collision courses into my Koraidon. Ogerpon comes out to replace the Flutter main, and after protecting both my Pokemon to successfully bait their protects and stall a turn of Sun, I KO their Ogerpon with a double attack, while they KO my Koraidon with Flame Charge. I send out Screamtail, and they send out their final Pokemon, Ditto, who copies my Flutter main and is outspeeding Screamtail with Photosynthesis active. Now this probably looks like a game losing position. I don't have anything left that can KO their Koraidon, and both their Pokemon outspeed my Screamtail, and with a double attack they can knock it out. However, I've been manipulating this game extremely deliberately to stall out the Sun. There were 2 turns in this game where I didn't do any damage and instead opted to protect both of my Pokemon. And so now, for the 3rd time this battle, I can protect both my Pokemon one more time, and the Sun ends. Now this turns off Photosynthesis for all the Pokemon on the field, and without Photosynthesis active, my Screamtail is still slower, right? So what was the point of that? Well, remember how earlier I said that Booster Energy might seem redundant on Screamtail, but there were times where it could be really clutch? This is one of those times. My Booster Energy activates, making my Screamtail now faster than their Flutter main. I switch Flutter main to Amoonguss and set up a Perish Song, and although my Screamtail does feint to a double attack, I'm in control. They can't KO both my Pokemon fast enough, and as the Perish counter slowly falls to 0, I win game 3 and round 9 of the tournament. 8 wins and 1 loss overall. But despite the win, I'm not feeling great here. There was a point in game 2 where a one-turn sleep would have absolutely cost me the game, and I have a sneaking suspicion that a play that I made near the end of that game 2 was wrong, even though it ended up working out. More than that, I never really found a safe way through the early game guessing game of which of their Pokemon would protect. And like, yeah, it worked out, but it wasn't safe. You know what I mean? Pokemon is a game with almost no room for error, and so if you continue to take guessing games, eventually you're gonna guess wrong, and that could be the end of your tournament. I am happy that I won, and of course it was like the first round of the day, but I think I need to find a way to center myself, or else I'll be making an emergency exit from this tournament sooner rather than later. But because I went to game 3, and because there's so many fewer people in the tournament today compared to yesterday, there's no time for a reset. The next round is already up, and suddenly, all the nerves I've been dealing with are wiped away as I see who I'm paired up against. Luca Cherubelli, the defending Pokemon World Champion. Marco might be one of those young guns aiming to make their mark on history by winning the most important tournament. Luca, his teammate at this event, has already done it. Now I know that logically, I should only be more nervous than ever going up against the world champ. The trainer who, by all accounts, is the strongest trainer of today. But there's no space for nervousness here, because it's been completely crowded out by more powerful emotions. Eagerness, the idea of testing my skills against the current best player in the world. Determination, to win, to prove to the world and to myself that I'm one of the strongest. Pride, a battle of world champion versus world champion happens extremely rarely, and I want to be the one who comes out on top. And lastly, curiosity. Because, despite being the defending world champion, I seriously doubt that Luca has played versus anything even remotely similar to my team before. I want to see how he'll handle it. The nerves are suddenly dissipating, but it's not just because other feelings are crowding them out. It's because this situation right here is one that I only get to experience very rarely. I mentioned this in the Toronto video, but these days, I basically never get to feel like the underdog. Scarlet and Violet has been my most successful generation of Pokemon by far. And that's saying something because I've had plenty of good generations in the past. And one unintended side effect of this is that I'm always expected to win, to the point where even when I'm using fun teams for content, people still act surprised when I lose. There's a lot of pressure and it feels like a lose-lose situation. I can win, but that's what everyone expected to happen, so it's no big deal. But if I lose, it's a huge shock and people act like it's a massive failure no matter how well my opponent ended up playing. Except right now, sitting across from this 21-year-old world champion, I feel like the underdog again. Truthfully, I don't get to feel this way very often. I've missed it. And perhaps unsurprisingly, our match was selected for the stream. The clash between the strongest trainer in history and the strongest trainer of today will be on display for the whole world to see. We exchange team sheets, and I see that Luca's team is familiar. It's an updated version of the team he used to win the World Championships. A team that goes by the name Koraidon, named after the Japanese player who created it. A team that proved itself to be the strongest in the world, being used once again by the trainer who elevated it to that status. I can feel it. I am standing on the precipice of a battle that will be remembered for years to come. I know Luca's team extremely well. I played against it yesterday, and it's the same team Dr. Aaron Traylor has become a specialist in. Thanks to my friend, that means that I'm a specialist in this matchup too. I've played against this team dozens of times, and I've identified one lead that I prefer the most: Koraidon and Incineroar. It's not my only option, but it is my favorite one. Luca opens up with Whimsicott and Miraidon, one of the go-to leads of the Arubega team. The same lead, in fact, that my opponent using this team yesterday went with in game 1. The dynamics are the same. Fake Out and Close Combat would KO Miraidon unless they terrestrialized a Fairy, which would lose to Fake Out and Flare Blitz. Choreograph could switch in to block the Fake Out, but Miraidon would still go down to an attack if I predict the Terra correctly. Now, assuming that it doesn't get hit by Fake Out, Miraidon has a couple options here. It can go for a Dazzling Gleam, which will KO Koraidon, but only if I don't Terra. Alternatively, it can Draco Meteor Koraidon, which will KO regardless of whether or not I Terra, but that will drop Miraidon's special attack to -2, which can lead to awkward situations versus Gothitelle, and also will do nothing if I switch in a Fairy type. It can also Volt Switch either Pokemon to switch itself off the field. It also has the option of Electro Drifting into either slot, which would KO Incineroar or Terrafire Koraidon, but because it locks Miraidon on the field with no ability to switch, it can be a little awkward versus a Protect play. Now, my Koraidon has other options as well, other than just attacking into Miraidon and trying to guess whether or not it Terras. I can also go for Flame Charge into Whimsicott, which picks up a KO and gives me a speed boost, but this is really only worth it if I accurately predict that Farigiraf isn't coming in, because I need to fake out Miraidon in order to make sure I don't lose a Pokemon in exchange. Given the sheer quantity of options that Luca has to consider, I picked the same one that I did yesterday. One that beats every play Luca can make, except for Electro Drift into Incineroar. The turn begins.
Really wise play to maybe see what Luca is going to be going for here. Whimsicott, of course, clearly going for this Tailwind and doubling up the speed on Luca's side of the field. The Miraidon was going for the Electro Drift, so it has got the Terrestrialization in play, but still going for the Electro type attacks. It's going to be able to do a one-hit KO into that Incineroar before it's even had a chance to move.
Yeah,
That's the world champion for you. The nightmare scenario, the single losing option, and he found it in the first turn of the first game. I've lost Incineroar, and with it, probably the game. Tailwind is up, meaning the speed advantage is on Luca's side. Worse, Koraidon just protected, meaning it's susceptible to Encore stopping it from attacking. And because of Whimsicott's Covert Cloak, I can't use Fake Out to stop Encore. After just one turn, this battle is already probably over. But I'm also a world champion, and my pride won't allow me to give up, especially not after just one turn. I can physically feel my brain kick into a higher gear. Future turns flashing before my eyes faster and faster as I try and find a way to turn this around. I see one single path forward, and it revolves entirely around one of the most powerful motivators in all of competitive Pokemon: fear. I send out Screamtail to replace the fainted Incineroar, and my position is abysmal. Koraidon just protected, so attacking it with both Moonblast and Electro Drift will knock it out regardless of whether or not I Terra. Worse, it'll also KO my Gothitelle in the back if I try and get cheeky with a switch. And it would also KO my Flutter main if I have that as my final Pokemon as well. This combination of attacks will almost certainly result in a KO. Almost certainly. Because I can attempt the 1 in 3 chance of a double protect. And if I get it, I'll block both of Luca's attacks, letting me disable Miraidon. This will force Miraidon to switch, absorbing Luca's offensive momentum, and all but guaranteeing that I can get 2 KOs with Perish Song. From there, I'll be back in the game. But Luca doesn't want that to happen. Of course, this is only possible if I get the 1 in 3 chance of a double protect. But Luca's a world champion, and I know that he's got to be thinking about it, about losing a game that should be won otherwise on a 1 in 3 chance. And the thing is that he doesn't need to go for this play. Luca has another play that ensures that no matter what I do this turn, I won't be able to attack with either Pokemon. If he uses Encore into Koraidon, he forces it to protect again. He can then use Electro Drift to one-hit KO Screamtail, preventing it from attacking too. It's a play with no obvious downside, and it's the play that I'm going to gamble everything on Luca selecting, because I'm not going to gamble on the 1 in 3 chance of a double protect either. The turn begins, and Koraidon switches, exposing my final Pokemon, Gothitelle, to a potentially fatal double attack. Screamtail protects, and Whimsicott's Encore fails on the newly revealed Gothitelle. Now it's all down to Miraidon. Electro Drift hits into the protect, and suddenly, with just a switch, I have stolen back control of this game. Let me explain. With Gothitelle in the field, Shadow Tag is active. I've eliminated Luca's ability to switch. I've also got Fake Out active, and now there's no chance for Farigiraf to switch in to stop it. So I can Fake Out Miraidon, stopping it from moving for the turn. With Miraidon unable to attack, it can't KO Screamtail before it attacks, and that means I can use Disable. Electro Drift has already been selected, and with the choice specs, Miraidon can't switch moves. Hitting it with Disable is effectively a death sentence. But there is a problem, and maybe you've spotted it. Screamtail used Protect last turn, and Whimsicott has Encore. If I get hit with Encore, I won't be able to disable Miraidon. Shoot, did I make a mistake? No, because I haven't terrestrialized this game. As you might recall, I was extremely confident about this team coming into the tournament, except for one detail: Screamtail's Terra type. I agonized over it for weeks because I knew that there had to be something that would make it worth terrestrializing, something I hadn't been doing at all for Screamtail in practice. So I locked in a Terra type without any testing, figuring that it was probably unlikely to come up anyway. And that has been true, it hasn't come up yet, until now. Right now, I have one option: Terra Dark Screamtail. and it's the only thing that keeps me in this game. Whimsicott has the Prankster ability, and Prankster moves don't work on Dark-type Pokemon. I was intending to use this Terra to stop Tornadus' Prankster taunt, but it's just as effective versus Whimsicott. Luca correctly predicts the Terra Dark, but Whimsicott's Moonblast still fails to do half to Screamtail despite now being super effective. He can't stop my play. This is my one way to turn this game around, and the position I was aiming for the instant I lost Incineroar. Because now, Miraidon can neither attack or switch. It'll knock itself out without me paying it any more attention. I've got the lead, now I need to capitalize on it. It sounds funny to say I have the lead when I've lost a Pokemon, used my Terra, and have only done a tiny bit of damage. What you have to keep in mind is that Miraidon is worse than dead here. If I had knocked it out, Luca could send in another Pokemon to replace it and put pressure on me. Instead, it's stuck on the field, gradually knocking itself out while I get to play a 2 against 1. So the real question right now is, what's the best way to deal with Whimsicott? Whimsicott goes for another Moonblast, and Struggle causes Miraidon to lose a quarter of its health. 3 more of those and Miraidon will be gone. I Encore Whimsicott into Moonblast and follow it up with a Psychic, doing a little bit more than a quarter, as Tailwind ends. Now, at this point, it's obvious that eventually I'm going to KO both Pokemon. Whimsicott's forced to only use Moonblast, so I can Sable it to force it to struggle. And I can Psychic it a couple more times to make sure it goes down with help from Whimsicott damaging itself with Struggle. But I can do better. That sounds strange, probably. What's better than KOing both of your opponent's Pokemon? KOing them at the same time on the same turn. I want to knock out both Miraidon and Whimsicott on the same turn, forcing Luca to reveal both of his final Pokemon at the same time, exposing them both simultaneously to a Perish Song. How am I going to do that? It takes me a second to figure it out, but I see it. Right now is kind of intermission in the battle, which means I have actually a little bit more time than usual to figure out the perfect timing, and eventually I get it. See, at this point, Luca actually has 0 agency in this battle. Miraidon can only use 1 move, which is Struggle, which doesn't pick a target. Whimsicott can only use Moonblast, and it's about to be disabled, and neither of his Pokemon can switch. This means that functionally, I'm playing a single-player game. I've managed to turn this battle not into a clash between world champions, but into a puzzle that has a solution. It starts with Screamtail using Disable onto Whimsicott, denying Moonblast, the only move that Whimsicott can use. Moonblast fails thanks to the Disable, as Miraidon's Struggle hits Screamtail. Lastly, Gothitelle Psychic hits Whimsicott, dropping it to somewhere between 25 and 50% health, the exact range that I need. Because now, both Miraidon and Whimsicott are struggling, and Struggle always deals a quarter of the user's health. In other words, by using Psychic this turn, I've synced up the turn that Miraidon and Whimsicott will knock themselves out with their own struggles. If Psychic had crit, it would have put Whimsicott's struggle timer 1 turn ahead of Miraidon. And so this next turn, I would have Psychicked Miraidon to get both of their KOs on the same turn again. But it's better that it didn't crit, because that gives me an extra turn, which actually here is a good thing. Now, in order to keep everything synced up, I need to not do any damage this turn. Screamtail uses Disable again, which fails as both of my opponent's Pokemon are already struggling, and both of Luca's Pokemon struggle, dropping them to red HP. Now, Gothitelle can taunt. Encore is going to end this turn, which would break my struggle lock, but because Whimsicott doesn't have any other damaging moves, Taunt keeps every one of its other moves disabled, which means that it'll have to struggle one final time this next turn. And now, both of Luca's Pokemon will knock themselves out on this following turn, which means not only do I force both his final Pokemon in at the same time, but it also means that I have a safe switch this turn. I can bring Gothitelle out to reset its fake out pressure, and bring Koraidon in to get the sun back up and give me offensive pressure. By syncing up the struggle timer specifically in this way, I have free reign on how I want to position. The turn plays out in the only way that it can. Gothitelle switches to Koraidon, who resets the sun. Screamtail's disable fails, Whimsicott knocks itself out with struggle, Miraidon knocks itself out with struggle. Luca has taken 3 KOs so far in this match, but 2 of them have been on his own Pokemon. I'm up 3 against 2, as Luca sends out his final Pokemon, Iron Hands and Ogerpon. Gotta watch out for a cheeky fake out, let's not get sloppy here. I protect both of my Pokemon, though Luca selects Ivy Cudgel and Drain Punch. Now I have a guaranteed win. Perish Song ensures the battle will be over in 4 turns, and Close Combat picks up a 1-hit KO into Ogerpon. Even if Ogerpon had used Spiky Shield, I could have prevented it from attacking next turn with Encore or another Close Combat. Low Kick KOs Koraidon thanks to the defense drop, but the damage is done. Gothitelle comes out, and Luca realizes that Fake Out plus Encore and then Disable will end the game, and he forfeits. I win game 1 against the reigning world champion. And I did it despite an abysmal turn 1. My confidence is high as we go into game 2. I'm sticking with the same Pokemon, but Luca changes it up to the other lead that I've come to expect, Miraidon and Farigiraf. This is, funnily enough, the exact same adjustment that my opponent yesterday made in our game 2. Normally, I would just make the same Protect and Parting Shot play, but obviously, that didn't work out so well for me last time. I'm up a game and I feel like I have some wiggle room here, so I think this is the time to be a bit more aggressive. I'm gonna make a play that has the chance to win me the game on turn 1. I'm gonna predict Miraidon to Terrastalize. The turn begins and my Koraidon Terrastalizes to Fire, and that's it. Oh, that's not good. Flare Blitz hits the still Dragon type Miraidon and does less than I was hoping for. Only about 60% when I was expecting like 75% of its health. Miraidon fires back, and for the second game in a row, picks up a one-hit KO into Incineroar with Electro Drift before it can attack. And Farigiraf sets up Trick Room. Once again, I'm massively behind from the first turn. I'm not sure if I low rolled or if this Miraidon is just like way tankier than I thought, but I thought the Flare Blitz was gonna do way more than it actually did. That would have made my play way safer, as I could have just finished off Miraidon with Gothitelle Psychic. Here though, it's not in range, and I can't use Fake Out either thanks to Farigiraf's Armor Tail. Just like game 1, I'm already on the back foot. I go into Gothitelle. I need Shadow Tag to turn this game around. I think through my options. Electro Drift will KO either of my Pokemon, but it can only KO one of them. In order to stay in this game, I need to call which Pokemon Luca wants to Electro Drift, and I need to protect that Pokemon with, well, Protect. Thinking it through, I think he's going to target Gothitelle. If he attacks Koraidon but it's protected, I can Psychic twice for a KO, and he won't get anything in exchange. But if he Electro Drifts Gothitelle, he can ensure that he gets something in exchange by using Farigiraf to damage Koraidon. So basically, I think he's Electro Drifting into Gothitelle, and I think he's using Psychic into Koraidon. So given that, what am I supposed to do here? I can KO Miraidon with Koraidon, but that just gives Luca a free switch into Iron Hands and Electric Terrain, or into Ogerpon in the Sun. What should I do? Actually, I think what I need to do here is damage the Miraidon to put it in Psychic range, but not actually KO it. And I can do that with Flame Charge. It'll only do half of what Flare Blitz does, which doesn't seem like a KO to me, I think. And that's exactly what I want. A lot of this battle at this point is going to come down to whether or not I can survive this Trick Room. By delaying taking the KO on Miraidon for one more turn, it means that I'll only have to deal with 2 turns of Trick Room when I do finally take that KO. It's not great, but it might give me a chance to turn this game around. The turn begins and Gothitelle protects. Psychic drops Koraidon to low HP, and Miraidon uses Electro Drift into Gothitelle's Protect. My prediction was right in the money. Koraidon goes for a Flame Charge and KOs Miraidon. And with that, the game is over. For me. I needed Miraidon alive, because now Luca gets to go into his Ogerpon Hearthflame with Terra still available. And with 3 turns of Trick Room left, Koraidon still on the field, and all my Pokemon in KO range, there's no way for me to get through this one. I struggle, switching around as best I can to try and stall at the Trick Room, but the game is over. I lose Gothitelle to Terra Fire Ivy Cudgel and have no chance with just low HP Koraidon and a lone Screamtail. I lose game 2. But something just clicked. Very rarely during a tense pre-game set, I get this feeling of certainty, this understanding of exactly what my opponent is going to do. I can't control it, I don't know why it happens when it happens, but it has never been wrong. It happened in Toronto in the finals, and it's happening here. Before game 2 is even over, it activates. I know what Luca's going to do in game 3. Luca will bring Miraidon and Farigiraf up front. I'll have Ogerpon Hearthflame in the back. I'll go for Trick Room turn 1, and he will not Terrastalize his Miraidon. I guess, technically, I don't know this for sure. But again, intuition has never been wrong before. So I'm choosing to treat this feeling as fact. And now, having access to this key information about how Luca will play, I can make smarter moves. I can win. Game 3 begins with the same leads from both sides. Miraidon and Farigiraf against Koraidon and Incineroar. Once again, I Terrastalize to Fire, and Luca doesn't Terra. This time, I protect Incineroar. It will survive to turn 2 for the first time this set. And Koraidon Close Combat hits Miraidon, who survives? Luca's Miraidon is incredibly bulky. And worse still, Miraidon fires back with an Electro Drift into Koraidon for a one-hit KO. For the 3rd time, Luca has correctly predicted me on the first turn. And I lose my restricted Pokemon and my Terrastalization as Trick Room goes up. But my play covered for this. This is within my calculations, because now I go into Gothitelle. and I trapped this low HP Miraidon on the field with Trick Room set up for me. In other words, I can knock it out with Gothitelle before it attacks again on the next turn. Close Combat was probably a damage roll to KO, but I knew that even if it didn't KO, I would be alright. If my intuition was wrong and Luca had Terra Defera there, I could still pick up the KO with Incineroar's Flare Blitz thanks to the Sun and Miraidon no longer being a Dragon type. Of course, it would have been better if Close Combat had just, KO'd, but this is still fine. I can still win. Incineroar uses Parting Shot to weaken Farigiraf and bring in Screamtail, as Foul Play does very little to Screamtail. Gothitelle's Psychic KOs Miraidon, and just like that, both our powerful legendary dragons are defeated. With both restricted Pokemon down, the rest of this battle will be decided by their supporting casts. Ogerpon comes out. And remember, Luca still has his Terra. This will not only boost Ogerpon's fire moves even further, but also activate its Embody Aspect ability, giving Ogerpon an attack boost. To win, I've got to survive Ogerpon's Onslaught. At a glance, this might look just like last game. Ogerpon in the Sun, in Trick Room with Terra available. And I've already lost a Pokemon. But there's a crucial difference between this game and last. The Pokemon I've lost, or more aptly, the Pokemon that I've saved. I protect Screamtail and bring in Incineroar. This breaks my Shadow Tag lock, but that's fine. Luca doesn't want to switch out here. Incineroar drops Ogerpon's attack to -1, a drop that's going to be very, very important. Ogerpon goes for a Follow Me, as Farigiraf's Foul Play chips Incineroar. A slow turn, but one that sets both of us up for this next one. A turn that will probably determine the winner. Luca terastallizes to Fire, canceling out Incineroar's Intimidate drop. Ivy Cudgel is now doing twice as much damage from the Fire Terra, plus a 50% boost from the Strong Sunlight that Koraidon set up. Farigiraf boosts the damage even higher with Helping Hand, another 50% boost. But Incineroar cancels it out with Parting Shot, dropping Ogerpon back to -1. Thanks to the Trick Room that Luca set up, Incineroar can weaken Ogerpon one more time before it launches its enormous attack. But now I've got to switch, and Gothitelle is my only option. I send her out.
Yeah, it's going to be very close.
That's
if
true.
Not a knockout. And it isn't into the Screamtail here. It's into that Gothitelle.
Oh,
and
it hangs on! 7 HP remaining. Screamtail goes for the Parashot. This is exactly what Wolfe wants.
Gothitelle only survived because of the 2 crucial attack drops that Incineroar provided, and all of the training I gave her in her physical defense, even going so far as to run a defense boosting nature rather than my normal special defense boosting one. This is the reason I was comfortable sacrificing Koraidon on turn 1, because from the get-go, I knew I would end up in this position, and I knew that my Gothitelle would survive. But I'm not out of the woods yet. Even though I did set up Perish Song, unless I can keep this low HP Gothitelle alive, I won't be able to use it to close out the game. I've got a Gothitelle with 7 HP, and I need to somehow survive for 3 more turns. But again, this has been planned from the beginning. This exact sequence of turns, because now Trick Room is still up for 1 more turn. And for the 3rd time this battle, I'm going to use Luca's Trick Room against him. I switch Screamtail to Incineroar, dropping Ogerpon's attack further, and I protect Gothitelle. Farigiraf's Foul Play is blocked, and Ivy Cudgel fails to do half to Incineroar. The Sunlight ends, and more importantly, the Trick Room ends, on the exact turn that I needed it to. Trick Room being up last turn wasn't important because I wanted to use the Trick Room against Luca, but it was important because I needed the Twisted Dimensions to be down right now. And the reason why that matters so much is that I need to somehow save my low HP Gothitelle without breaking my Shadow Tag lock. The only way I can do that is to switch Gothitelle out, have both of Luca's Pokemon attack, and then use Parting Shot with Incineroar to bring it back in on the same turn, keeping Shadow Tag active while keeping Gothitelle alive. If Trick Room were up right now, I could still switch Gothitelle out, but Parting Shot would bring it back in before Luca had attack. And with such low HP on Gothitelle, no matter which attack I took here, that would be the end. With the Twisted Dimensions now back to normal, all the pieces are exactly where they have to be. Except there's one piece of this puzzle that doesn't fit quite right. Incineroar and Farigiraf have the same base speed. Are they speed tying? If they are, it's a 50-50 as to who moves first. What if Incineroar wins the speed tie? It'll expose Gothitelle and that might lose me the game. Is this battle between world champions gonna come down to a literal 50-50? No. Because remember, I've made my Incineroar speed stat just ever so slightly worse, meaning my Incineroar is slower than Luca's Farigiraf. And I've already confirmed this earlier in the battle, when my Incineroar used Parting Shot before Farigiraf attacked, meaning I was faster inside of Trick Room. Now, with the dimensions back to normal, everything is in place. I switch Gothitelle to Screamtail, who takes a now -2 Ivy Cudgel without the help of the sun, losing not even half of its health. Triggeraf moves next, hitting Screamtail with Foul Play. And finally, Incineroar uses Parting Shot, bringing Gothitelle back in on the same turn that it left, as the perish counter falls to 1, but only on Lucas Pokemon. I protect both my Pokemon, blocking an Ivy Cudgel as Frigoraf takes the chance to set up another Trick Room before the perish counter falls to 0. Up 3 against 1, there's only one Pokemon standing between me and victory, and it's Iron Hands. With Trick Room up and Protect just used on both my Pokemon, there's no safe way for me to get a Perish Song up right now. My best option then is to switch Gothitelle to Incineroar for the Intimidate and go for the Song. This will win me the game unless Luca crits his one and only Heavy Slam, but I'm not willing to risk the game on a crit. So instead, I switch Screamtail out. I'll win this game without Perish Song. Heavy Slam lands into the Incineroar and crits. If I had stayed in, I might have lost to that 4% chance. Gothitelle uses Psychic, doing just under a third of Iron Hand's HP. With Fake Out active, Leftovers healing Gothitelle every turn, and Iron Hands already at -1 and damaged, there's just no way for Iron Hands to win a 1 against 3 here. Luca forfeits. I win the game and the set, defeating the reigning world champion. I feel incredible. Not only have I just defeated the reigning world champion, I did it despite losing a Pokemon on the first turn of every single battle. And I did it with the good, smart macro play that I personally associate with my own best. If I can keep playing like I did in Game 3, I really might be able to win this entire tournament. Oh yeah, if you want an even more in-depth look at this match, I did a full hour-long breakdown video on it for Patreon. I do one of these reaction videos there a month, and my patrons voted for the match versus Luca to be featured. Here's a little clip in case you're curious what kind of analysis I'm doing there. So basically, this covers Volt Switch, this covers Dazzling Gleam, this covers Draco Meteor, this covers any attack into Koraidon, and the only move it doesn't cover is Electro Drift into Incineroar, which from my perspective feels kind of risky. My win here is not only great for my mood and for my mentality, but it's also great for my tournament record as well. With 9 wins and 1 loss, I'm now only 1 win away from guaranteeing that I make it into the top cut, the final bracket. The pairings go up, and there's good news and bad news. The bad news is that I'm going up against the only player in the tournament who has yet to lose a single set, the only undefeated player remaining. The good news is he's using the exact same 6 Pokemon as Marco had yesterday. And as you may recall, the matchup is incredibly skewed in my favor, and Game 1 makes that very apparent. My opponent forfeits after just 4 turns, as I successfully Perish Trap both Heatran and Screamtail, and forfeiting allows him to hide his final Pokemon. But Game 2, he catches me off guard. We trade Heatran for Screamtail, but then I can't break through his defensive core fast enough, and he actually leaves his restricted Pokemon behind in favor of Ogerpon Rock. No restricted Pokemon feels wrong, but given how bad Terapagos is here, it actually makes some sense. And this must be why he forfeited so early on in Game 1. His unorthodox strategy works out, and I'm unable to win Game 2. It'll come down to this third and final game. This time I try a new strategy, and I open up with Koraidon rather than Screamtail. I use Koraidon to KO Ogerpon, KO Heatran with Perish Trap, and finish both Screamtail and Incineroar with one final song. And with that, I win round 11 and guarantee I'll be moving on to the final phase of the tournament, to the top cut bracket. Now at this point in the tournament, it's obvious that the team works, right? And maybe there's like some hindsight bias. Like I knew the team was strong. I really did believe in it. But whenever I show up to a tournament and I'm making choices that nobody else is making, like I'm using Pokemon that other people aren't using, or I'm using strategies, or even like using like Life Orb Koraidon, which hasn't seen any success, there's always a part of me that has some doubt. Because there have also been times where I've shown up to a tournament thinking that I've, cracked the game open. It turns out I was actually, I wasn't using good Pokemon, I'll tell you that much. And even when I've made some questionable choices in the past, there have been times where I've made it past the first phase of a tournament. But I think it's really difficult to make it all the way to the final bracket, especially at a tournament as stacked as this one, if your team is actively holding you back. And so, of course, my goal is to win, right? And I think the team can win, but it still means something to me that I've made it here and I've beaten so many strong opponents along the way. I guess what I'm trying to say is that this is affirming in a sense, even though, I've had a lot of reasons to believe in myself. I've also had a lot of reasons that have shown me I'm not invincible. So anyway, long way of saying I'm quite happy to have made it here. But there's still one round left, and winning it guarantees that I'll get a bye through the first round of Top Cut. Now, because I've had such a strong tournament, I could still get the bye if I lose here, but I've had times in the past where I thought my bye was locked, and I've been wrong. So I'm trying not to repeat that situation. I'm playing against an Ice Rider team, a matchup that I'm quite comfortable in. and game 1 goes the way that I'm used to. 2 Perish songs wins me the game cleanly. But this Ice Rider team deviates from the norm. The Grimmsnarl on this team is Terra Ghost with Thunder Wave. And in game 2, my opponent leads with it, meaning I can't just trap 2 Pokemon from the get-go. And here, my old school brain kicks into panic mode. See, back in the day, the best Pokemon in the game was Thundurus, who would paralyze your entire team with Thunder Wave before you could move. And often, you would just lose because of it. You'd get paralyzed like 6 times in a row and that would be it. So even though it's been nearly a decade since then, I see Prankster Thunder Wave and I panic. And I just rip Terra Dark on Screamtail to prevent it from getting paralyzed. After all, I mean, I brought the Terra in the first place to handle a different Prankster Pokemon, right? So the good news is that Screamtail can't get paralyzed now. But in doing this, I kind of forgot that that means that I can't Terrastallize Koraidon in front of the best Ice-type attacker in the game. And also, they don't even go for Thunder Wave, they go for Spirit Break, so I did this for no reason. Anyway, this was not my best idea, and I lose game 2. For the 4th time today, I'm going to game 3. But this time, I'm ready. And I have the best start possible as I call out my opponent's turn 1 play, and I taunt the Grimmsnarl while it tries to Thunder Wave my Koraidon, and then one-shot the Ice Rider through its Terrastalization, something my opponent wasn't expecting. With the Terra used, Grimmsnarl on the field and taunted, and all of my Pokemon still alive, I should have a guaranteed win. I lose game 3. I went for needlessly reckless gambles and they didn't pay off, ignoring multiple safe paths to victory available to me. I literally had guaranteed wins. Like, this was like, it's not like, oh, I should have won. Like, I literally, like, I found so many just awful plays in order to lose this one. With even a little bit more thought, I think I would have found one of the multiple guaranteed wins. Like, this whole thing fell apart in part because I went for close combat rather than Flare Blitz, and it didn't KO Grimmsnarl when Terrafire Flare Blitz was guaranteed. Not my best work, okay? And because of this loss, I finished the second phase of the tournament with a final record of 10 wins and 2 losses. And I'm really kicking myself. Not because of the result, but because of how I played. After feeling so good during my set with Luca, I've had 2 sloppy rounds in a row. I mean, it's partly to be expected because my opponents have been really good, and a strong opponent can always make even a very good matchup feel difficult. But still, I've been missing safe plays. And even though I did make it to top cut, I am now 1 single loss away from total elimination. There is no more room for error. But there is some good news. My schedule has been ridiculously difficult, and that's what determines your tiebreaker. So out of the 20 people who won 10 of their games, I am ranked first among them, meaning that despite that loss, I've secured a bye through the first round of top cut. That means I've got a bit of a break before top 16. And it means that if I can just beat 4 more people, I will once again be the winner of the largest tournament of all time. And it's moments like these where having your friends around makes a world of difference. After my loss, I talked with Marcus about the game. We worked together to find the perfect play that could have closed out the game if I had just found it in time. It might seem silly to review a loss that's already happened, but doing it helps ground me and lets me keep an eye out for similar mistakes that I might be prone to making going forward. I sit with my friends. Illa cracks jokes, lightening the pressure, as Yuki watches the stream match. My next opponent will be whoever wins, and Yuki's keeping a close eye on it. Even though it's only about a half-hour break and I'm still very much feeling the pressure, this time with my friends centers me. Don't get me wrong, I'm still very nervous and kind of freaking it, but underneath that, I've got a reservoir of calm, because even if I lose the next round, I know that I'm still winning with such great people in my life. The stream match ends, which means it's time for me to play. My opponent has a Caloric Shadow team with some major threats. Life Orb on the Shadow Rider, Rocky Helmet Amoonguss, Speed Booster Thunderwave Fluttermane, and Choice Scarf Chi-Yu. This is gonna be tough, and I lose game 1. I've had some close sets today, some close calls, but I've always managed to put a buffer between me and the yawning void underneath. I've never actually been in a position where I could be eliminated with 1 more loss. And so now, for the first time, my tournament life is actually genuinely on the line. 1 more game and that's it. I'm out. All my hard work, all the time I put in, everything is just done for. If there were a time to lock in, it's now. And despite the enormous sense of pressure that I feel closing in around me, I bring it back in game 2. It's all down to game 3. And I managed to clutch, winning me the set. Now, I know that you're probably wondering, like, I mean, what happened in the games? That wasn't exactly the most detailed retelling, but the truth is I don't remember. The match was so intense that I have, legitimately no memory of it. I have no notes on it, and so I don't really remember much beyond, like, the way that I was feeling. So unfortunately, I can't tell you which Pokemon clutched up and what crazy plays I made to win. But part of the reason I don't remember is because I was focused on something else. The fact that I'm now advancing to the quarterfinals of the tournament. There are only 8 players left. 8 players in contention to win the largest tournament of all time. and I'm one of them. I meet up with my friends, but our celebration is cut short as we learn what my next opponent will be using. It's a collection of extremely problematic Pokemon, and one that leaves no clear path to victory for me. The centerpiece is this Calyrex Shadow Rider with both Calm Mind and Terra Fairy, allowing it to shrug off my special attacks and then heal back up with Draining Kiss. Now, normally the way that I would beat a Shadow Rider like this is by using Icy Wind from Flutter to slow it down, and then follow up with a Flare Blitz from Koraidon for a one-hit KO. So under normal circumstances, I wouldn't consider this specific set to be all that problematic. But this Shadow Rider has an item that I hate to see: Covert Cloak, which means I can't drop its speed with Icy Wind, which means that no matter what I do, there's no way to get my Koraidon to outspeed this Shadow Rider. And that means that if I use my Terra on any other Pokemon, it will always be able to one-hit KO me with Draining Kiss. I think that this on its own I could still play around without too much trouble. Like, of course, I've practiced against Covert Cloak Shadow Rider. But the problem here is that it's not just the Shadow Rider, it's the partners. Specifically, there's one particular partner who's making this battle extremely uphill: Pelipper, who can completely turn off my Sun. So because of the Covert Cloak, there's no way for my Koraidon to outspeed Shadow Rider. And because of the threat of Pelipper switching in and turning off the Sun, there's also no way for me to actually get a clean one-hit KO. And between the healing from Draining Kiss and the special bulk from Calm Mind, there's basically no way I can chip down the Shadow Rider over time either. And it's not like these are the only two Pokemon on the team either. I also have to worry about Intimidate from Incineroar, Fake Out from both Incineroar and Rillaboom, and Redirection and Damage Reduction in the form of Follow Me and Friend Guard from Clefairy. Basically, this team composition is like Protect the King, and I've got no easy way to get at the crown. And as if being in the quarterfinals and having this really difficult matchup weren't enough pressure, I'm gonna have to go through this trial by fire on stream. And like, of course, on the one hand, I've been on stream a lot, and I mean, I've even been on stream a lot this weekend. But having to play on stream in a difficult matchup with all these moving pieces where I really have no idea where to start, not even the presence of my friends at my back can quell the nerves. We have a little bit of time as other matches finish up, but it wasn't enough. Before I can build a final plan, I'm told it's time to go. And before I know it, I'm on stage, and for the first time all tournament, I really feel like I don't know what to do. My Perish mode will not work against the Shadow Rider, but my Koraidon mode struggles against Calm Mind and Pelipper. The battle is starting, but I'm still lost in thought. I don't see a safe way through. With my timer ticking down, I make a call. And the one I decide to take has to do with the leads. I'm gonna call that my opponent isn't going to lead with Pelipper.
Okay, so it's going to be that Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Pelipper over onto your team side. And Koraidon and Amoonguss, really fascinating interaction we're about to witness here.
Well, that is not good. Starting on the back foot in an already bad matchup is not what I was hoping for. And before the first turn of the battle has even begun, I'm already pinned. I have Incineroar and Flutter in the back, which means that I have no safe switch in against Weather Ball and Astral Barrage. And even if they don't go for Weather Ball, Hurricane's still gonna hurt. Worse, Hurricane and Astral Barrage threaten a KO on both Amoonguss and Koraidon too. There's no safe way through this mess. The only way out is with some smart plays. I switch Koraidon to Incineroar and Protect, calling that Shadow Rider will not go for Calm Mind. Astral Barrage does just a little bit of damage to Incineroar, and Amoonguss blocks a Hurricane. I'm still feeling the pressure, so I make a call out. Shadow Rider will Protect, and Pelipper will switch to Incineroar. I'm gonna go all in on this prediction and try and punish it. The turn starts, and there's no switches or protects. Shadow Rider Terras to Fairy and uses Draining Kiss into Amoonguss, trying to call the Dark Terra, and Pelipper follows up with a super effective Hurricane. But remember, my Amoonguss has a ton of special bulk that's not standard on the set, and so it survives. Incineroar drops Pelipper's stats with Parting Shot as I send out Koraidon to regain weather control, but unfortunately, I didn't go for Spore, but Sludge Bomb into Pelipper. If Shadow Rider was asleep, I'd be threatening a KO, but I overpredicted. And despite my Amoonguss surviving, I am now even further behind. I've got to hope that my opponent makes a mistake here, because otherwise I'm probably already too far behind. Earlier in this tournament, I threw some games thinking that my lead was stable. Maybe I can flip that on my opponent here and stop this getaway horse in its tracks. Their Pelipper switches to Incineroar, weakening Koraidon, and my Amoonguss goes back into my Incineroar. This is all fine, because I'm aiming for the other slot. I Terrastallize Koraidon to Fire, hoping to one-shot their Calyrex even through Intimidate, but it protects, and that's probably gonna be the game. Protect doesn't look very flashy, but like, my position is so bad now that Pelipper can switch back in. Fake Out is active on their end, Pelipper is still alive in the back, I just don't have the momentum or the health left to beat the Shadow Rider no matter how I try. I'm not going to give up, but I mean, I can be honest here. I'm already thinking about game 2. Going down a game in a matchup as bad as this one is really scary, and I can feel my heart rate increasing as I realize how difficult it's going to be to turn this one around. With my mind only half present, I lock into the only move that can bring me back into this game if my opponent makes one very specific play. It is my personal philosophy to never give up, no matter how bad a game looks, but if I can be honest, I can see the writing on the wall here. So, imagine my surprise as their Incineroar moves first and uses Fake Out into my Incineroar. And the next Pokemon to move is Koraidon? What? Their Shadow Rider is slow. And even despite the Intimidate drop and presumably the ton of bulk this Shadow Rider is running, my Life Orb Koraidon is so strong that it one-hit KOs their Calyrex, and suddenly I'm in the lead. I had no idea that the Shadow Rider was actually slower than my Koraidon. But even though I got rid of the Shadow Rider, this game still isn't over, as I now have 2 Fire-type Pokemon in the rain against Pelipper. Now, of course, I could switch out Koraidon, but that just feels a little bit too obvious. So instead, I decide to rip Close Combat into Incineroar, who survives. Weather Ball KOs my Incineroar, and Parting Shot reveals that my opponent's final Pokemon is Clefairy. I send out Amoonguss. Now, I'm pretty sure that my Focus Sash Fluttermane can close this game out on its own, so to be safe, I switch Koraidon into it and use Rage Powder to guarantee that it comes in with full HP. However, my opponent punishes this passive play, using Life Dew to heal Pelipper, something that truthfully I hadn't even considered. I'm now down 2 against 3, and I realize I might have made a mistake. Do I actually win this? Pelipper switches to Incineroar as Clefairy protects, and although Moonblast picks up the KO, it's done its job. Koraidon's attack is lowered, and Pelipper is brought back in. I've lost the Weather Roar and almost all of the damage on my Koraidon. Hang on a second. Are my 2 Generation 9 legendary Pokemon going to lose to a bird who looks like a toilet seat and Pee-Pee? Clefairy uses Follow Me, saving Pelipper from the double up and surviving with yellow HP. Pelipper hits Fluttermane with Weather Ball, dropping it to yellow, and things are looking dire. If Clefairy uses Follow Me again, it will go down. But that'll let Pelipper KO Fluttermane with Weather Ball. And then it'll be Koraidon in the 1-against-1, but Pelipper will be too healthy because of the Life Dew from earlier. There is only one way I can get around this: protecting Fluttermane and using Flame Charge with Koraidon into Clefairy. This will put it in range of another attack next turn and give Koraidon a speed boost. Because remember, right now with the rain up, my Koraidon and Fluttermane are speed tying. But I think that my opponent is going to see this play. It's obvious to both of us that if Fluttermane goes down, I'm gonna lose. And so they have a play that can cover multiple options. If I go for either Protect and Flame Charge, or if I Moonblast into Pelipper, going for Protect on Pelipper and Life Dew will guarantee they win. And so I'm going to call out this level 2 play instead, not covering the obvious one and instead going a level deeper. And I'm willing to bet the entire game on getting this prediction right. The turn starts and Pelipper protects, and Moonblast KOs Clefairy. I got it right. And with that play, I've won game 1. My opponent forfeits, and I narrowly snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. And this win is way, way bigger than just one game. Because not only did I get the win, I also got some crucial information. Their Calyrex is slower than my Koraidon. This changes everything and makes the matchup much closer to even than I initially thought. Before, I thought that I had to preserve Koraidon's health, stop Calm Mind boosts, and win the Weather War in order to take down the Shadow Rider. Now I know better. The only thing I need to do is win the Weather War, as one Terrafire Flare Blitz will be enough to take down the horse even with Intimidate or Frengard. And armed with this new information, safe paths forward finally start opening in my mind. Paths that don't rely on me calling out one specific lead or one specific play. It's like there was this huge stone blocking the stream of my thoughts, and it's just been removed. I also feel like I have a better read on how my opponent likes to play now. When I was preparing for the matchup, I was fixated on this lead of Incineroar and Shadow Rider because I thought they would go for a side Will-O-Wisp to make sure that my Amoonguss couldn't really do anything to their Shadow Rider. Now though, I feel like I have a better sense of what they want to go for. And this time, I'm going to play a lot more straightforward with my Amoonguss. I'm going to click Spore into that Shadow Rider every chance I get. So armed with new information, Game 2 obviously opens up with an adjustment on my end. My Incineroar and Fluttermane are facing off against their Pelipper and Shadow Rider. A much more favorable matchup for me. Pelipper switches to Incineroar and I Terrastalize early, turning my Fluttermane into a normal type. Shadow Rider matches it with its own Fairy Terra, fearing a Shadow Ball, and my Moonblast does about 1/3 of the horse, as it fires back with an Astral Barrage that fails to hit Flutter Mane and only does a tiny bit to Incineroar. Draining Kiss might be a difficult move for my Koraidon, but it's otherwise a pretty weak attack. I've made it so that this is the only move that Shadow Rider can use to damage my Flutter Mane. I switch Flutter Mane to Amoonguss as their Shadow Rider protects. Their Incineroar uses Parting Shot to bring in Clefairy, as my Parting Shot is block. But don't be fooled. This turn was a huge swing in my favor, despite no damage being dealt. Helping Hand comes out from Clefairy, and Astral Barrage drops both my Pokemon to yellow HP. But this time, Calyrex isn't getting out unscathed. Parting Shot lowers its special attack and brings Flutter Mane back out. And Amoonguss finally puts Calyrex to sleep. Incineroar and Clefairy can't do any meaningful damage, which means that I just disabled over half of my opponent's offense for up to 3 turns, and I intend to capitalize on it. Shadow Rider switches to Incineroar as Clefairy protects, but I ignore it and double the Incineroar with Moonblast and Sludge Bomb, and Amoonguss scores a poison. My opponent has Fake Out Pressure, but they aren't threatening anything else, so I can use this turn as a chance to switch my Amoonguss out, healing a ton of health thanks to Regenerator and letting me bring Incineroar back in. Flutter Mane protects, blocking a Fake Out as Clefairy heals Incineroar a little with Life Dew, but thanks to the poison, Incineroar is still struggling. Now there's a safe play. Fake Out and Moonblast just barely don't KO Incineroar, and Clefairy heals it again with Life Dew, but my opponent's Pokemon are only getting lower and lower, while I'm not taking any damage. I am winning this war of attrition. And despite the fact that I'm in the driver's seat, I once again step back on the gas, protecting Flutter Mane and using Parting Shot to get my Amoonguss in once again. Now my opponent has to choose. Use Follow Me and let Clefairy fall asleep, or use Protect and let Incineroar faint. And Incineroar goes down. Incineroar going down is nice in part because it means that I don't have to worry about Intimidate for the rest of this game, but it's also nice because of the Weather War. I'm up 4 against 3, but don't forget, their Calyrex is still asleep in the back, so they have no choice except to go into Pelipper. But thanks to all those turns of momentum I spent on Regenerator healing, Amoonguss is no longer in Hurricane range. Clefairy uses Follow Me, taking a Moonblast, and Hurricane lands into Amoonguss, but it survives, just as I knew it would. And despite getting confused, launches a Spore into Clefairy, putting it to sleep. Pelipper protects, but I ignore it, and I hit Clefairy with another Moonblast. Just one more hit and it's gone. And I'll have won the Weather War with Pelipper stuck on the field. Just one more KO, and I know Koraidon will be able to close this one out. Just like we saw from my opponent in Game 1, if one player ever drops to 2 Pokemon remaining and the opponent still has 3 or 4 left, it means they can guaranteed win the Weather War. Meaning, if I can just get through this Clefairy, Koraidon will be able to close out this game. But I don't go for it yet, because I can actually guarantee the win as long as Clefairy doesn't wake up and use Life Dew this turn. I Moonblast Pelipper, doing a ton of damage as Hurricane KOs Amoonguss, and Clefairy stays asleep. And that KO was exactly what I needed, because now Moonblast into the Clefairy and Flare Blitz into the Pelipper covers every remaining option that my opponent has, and will guarantee that I win this game. That's because the only way they can save themselves from Koraidon's Flare Blitz is to switch Pelipper out. But with Incineroar down, their only option for a switch in is that Shadow Rider. Moonblast will make sure that even if Clefairy wakes up and goes for Follow Me, it'll go down before Koraidon attacks. And Flare Blitz will guarantee that if the Shadow Rider comes in this turn, it won't be staying on the field for long. The other option is to switch Clefairy into Shadow Rider and go for Protect with Pelipper, but because Shadow Rider is asleep, this doesn't actually gain you any ground. Shadow Rider will take a Moonblast and Pelipper won't go down, but next turn, Moonblast into Pelipper and Flare Blitz into Shadow Rider will guarantee 2 KOs. I've got this game fully locked down. So my opponent needs me to make a mistake. They switch Clefairy to Shadow Rider and protect Pelipper. But even though Calyrex survives the Moonblast, it's only just barely. And my opponent, seeing that they don't have the health to turn this one around, forfeits. I win my quarterfinals match and advance to the semifinals as one of the final 4 players remaining in the largest Pokemon tournament of all time. And now, thankfully, there's a proper break because there's 2 more stream matches before I need to play in the semifinals. The finals are tomorrow. Either way, my next set will be the last one of the day. I just don't know if it'll be my last one in the tournament. I meet up with my friends and celebrate just a little, but not too much, because the day isn't over and the job isn't done. My opponent in top 4 is using a team that's, again, quite familiar. Arubega Miraidon, the team my round 5 opponent had yesterday and the team Luca had today. While it is a scary team, it's a team that I know incredibly well thanks to Dr. Aaron Traylor, who's here with me now, helping me prepare. Truthfully, preparing for this matchup isn't like my last few, because I already have a plan, I already know what to do. My friends and I spend the time instead thinking through weird, wacky adjustments that my opponent could make, and ambiguous board states that we could end up in if things go a little bit off the rails. While I have beaten this team twice, both times I did it were on stream. And that means that my opponent, if he wants, can see exactly what it is that I did and try and call it out. I can't afford to get complacent. I have to keep evolving too. An hour goes by and we spend it entirely on prep. And finally, it's time to play. My last set of the day. Unfortunately, the hour of waiting has not helped with my nerves. They've built to a crescendo inside of me. As we sit down and start getting set up, it's clear. I can't play my best like this. The weight of my own past is weighing on me. The knowledge that this is my final set of the day, that I am so close to the finals. The memory of my best run at a UIC ever being cut short in the semifinals in 2019. The expectations I've put on myself after beating this team twice, knowing that it's doable, but also knowing how easy it would be to fall, and how terrible it would feel after beating the literal world champion with this team. The chance to make good on a Perish Trap win that started as a pipe dream. It's honestly overwhelming to feel all these things at once. But I'm already on the stage, we're already starting the match. How on earth am I gonna calm down? Without even thinking about it, my hand starts moving, writing something in my notebook. It will be okay regardless. A message from myself, a reminder that what I'm truly lucky for this weekend isn't the tournament run, but the friends who have been a part of it. Even if I lose here, it won't really be a failure with such great friends around me. And again, my pen starts moving without me even thinking about it. And as I look down, I see in my notebook a new addition, a single exclamation mark. And I know this is silly, but it changes the way that the message reads in my head. Before, I had read it in my voice. It'll be okay regardless. Now, with a little punctuation, it's Dr. Aaron Traylor's voice in my head. And suddenly, I feel a lot lighter. I can do this. And the battle begins. For the third time, it's Whimsicott and Miraidon from my opponent in game 1 against my Incineroar and Koraidon. But don't be fooled. This game isn't the same as either of my past 2 sets. I am pretty sure that my opponent will have had his friends watch my set versus Luca at the very least. And if he did, he's probably aware of the fact that I want to use Parting Shot with Incineroar, and of the fact that preserving the terrestrialization for Ogerpon can be really important. And if that is what he's thinking, I can get control of this battle from the first turn. I terrestrialize Koraidon to Fire, and Fake Out hits Miraidon. Whimsicott sets Tailwind as Miraidon flinches. And that's the only thing Miraidon is going to be doing in this game, as Close Combat picks up a one-hit KO into their bike. I have never gone for this play in any of my 5 games I've played against this team thus far this tournament. Now, in the semifinals, it's time to show it off. Ogerpon comes out and terrestrializes. But I've got my defensive countermeasures on lock. I switch Koraidon to Gothitelle, removing my defense drops. Moonblast hits Incineroar, and Ogerpon follows up with a massive Ivy Cudgel. But Incineroar survives, while Parting Shot drops Ogerpon's attack and lets me pivot back into Koraidon. And now, Shadow Tag and Fake Out are both active, and this Whimsicott has nowhere left to run. Fake Out hits Ogerpon as Moonblast does just a little chip to Koraidon, before Whimsicott is knocked out by Flame Charge. To my surprise, my opponent's final Pokemon is Urshifu Rapid Strike, a Pokemon no previous Arabega player has brought versus me. But I'm up 4 against 2, and with my Koraidon already at +1 speed, it's likely to be the fastest Pokemon despite my opponent's Tailwind. I switch Gothitelle to Incineroar as Ogerpon uses Spiky Shield, blocking my close combat, and Urshifu KOs Koraidon. On the one hand, that was a really smart Spiky Shield. I've lost my big restricted Pokemon, dropping me to 3 against 2. But on the other hand, I'd already factored this play into my calculations. Because with Screamtail in the back, I didn't care if Spiky Shield came out, because that was the last turn of Tailwind. And that means that Ogerpon's fate was sealed from the moment the Pokemon count dropped to 2. With only 2 Pokemon left on my opponent's side, you would think that this would be the time to go for a Perish Song, but I have something better that I can do first. Fake Out stops Urshifu from moving, and Encore hits Ogerpon, forcing it to use the now useless Spiky Shield once more as the sun finally ends. Now, it's time to Perish. Urshifu KOs Incineroar, but the song goes up. Perish counter at 3. Gothitelle comes out, and Fake Out and Encore both go into Urshifu, as Ogerpon Spiky Shields. Perish counter at 2. But the Encore ends, and now there's actually a way that my opponent can win. If Ogerpon goes for Follow Me, it'll move before my Encore can hit it, and it'll redirect any attacks aimed at Urshifu. Urshifu can then use Surging Strikes into Gothitelle, dropping it below half HP. And then next turn, I won't be able to disable Urshifu as Ogerpon can keep it safe with the now encored Follow Me. And I won't be able to protect Gothitelle either because of Unseen Fist. With Screamtail faster than both Urshifu and Ogerpon, the Perish counter will hit 0 on my Pokemon first. And I'll lose the game. Wait, did I make a mistake here? Have I miscalculated? Well, actually, no. Because I have an answer for this play too. As the turn begins, Ogerpon goes for Follow Me and takes an Encore, and Urshifu moves next, doing over half of Gothitelle's health. On the one hand, this is the nightmare scenario. This is the one way that my opponent comes back into the game. But on the other hand, Gothitelle has yet to move, and uses Taunt into Ogerpon, stopping it from using Follow Me on the following turn, which means it can't protect Urshifu from a disable, and the Perish counter falls to 1. And now there is nothing that my opponent can do, because just to be safe, 2 turns ago I used Encore into Urshifu, meaning that it can't even go for a critical hit Aqua Jet for a potential knockout. Ogerpon is Encored into Follow Me, but it can't use Follow Me because of the taunt. Therefore, its only option is to struggle. Urshifu can only use Surging Strikes because of the Encore, which means there's no way to protect it from disable. I've been setting up for this endgame since before Koraidon went down, and now on the guaranteed last turn of the battle, everything is in place exactly where I need it to be. These are the sort of long-term planning moves that you have to make when you're playing with Perish Trap. And the risk is that if you make any kind of miscalculation, the game can very easily fall apart. But the advantage is, if you can pull it off, you create these locked up game states where your opponent has no way out, assuming you can think far enough ahead. It's exactly why this strategy is so hard to pull off, and why, right now, 1 game away from making the finals, I'm having the time of my life. The turn begins and plays out in the only way possible. Gothitelle protects, Screamtail disable hits Urshifu, Urshifu fails to move because of the disable, Ogerpon is forced to struggle, and finally, the Perish counter falls to 0 on all of the Pokemon except for Gothitelle. I win game 1. One more win. Just a single game, and I'll have made it to finals. To tomorrow, I'll be within arm's reach of the crown. But this set is not over yet, and I have no intention of letting it slip away. My opponent will be expecting me to bring the same Pokemon in the same order again. After all, this is now my 7th game against this team, and I've brought the exact same Pokemon in the exact same order every single time. Incineroar and Koraidon up front, Gothitelle and Screamtail in the back. Here's the thing, for most of the time that I was actually using this team, I was using a completely different plan against Arubega Miraidon, and it didn't involve either Gothitelle or Screamtail. Ultimately, I changed to this Gothitelle mode because it was much more consistent against Farigiraf, and because I hadn't figured it out until shortly before the tournament. But in game 1, my opponent didn't even bring Farigiraf. They brought Urshifu, and the original plan that I had is much stronger against Urshifu. And I don't know why, but I just have this feeling that my opponent's gonna stick to bringing Urshifu again. So, for the first time this tournament, I am switching modes and playing my final trump card against the team that won the Pokemon World Championships last year. And right from the leads, I've got a massive advantage, because my opponent has led with Whimsicott and Urshifu into my Koraidon and Amoonguss. The only thing worse for a taunt Urshifu than an Amoonguss is an Amoonguss with Mental Herb in the sun. So my opponent is immediately put on the back foot. Because my lead is so big, I don't want to throw it away. I Terrastallize Koraidon just in case Whimsicott tries to go for a cheeky Moonblast and Terra, but the turn begins with Urshifu using Detect as Whimsicott sets Tailwind up before fainting to a Flame Charge. I'm up 4 against 3 as Miraidon hits the field, and my Koraidon is at +1 speed already thanks to the Flame Charge. Now, this isn't guaranteed to outspeed Urshifu in Tailwind. If they have a speed boosting nature, they will still be faster. However, I already confirmed in game 1 that Koraidon at +1 speed is faster than their Urshifu in Tailwind. So I know for a fact that my Koraidon is faster, and this Urshifu is not holding a Focus Sash. The turn starts with a Terrastalization from Urshifu.
Amoonguss becomes the center of attention as well. Is going to be taking no recall damage because, again, the Amoonguss holds
Draco Meteor.
Draco Meteor into the Amoonguss.
It's enough.
It's enough to secure the one-hit KO onto Wolfe's Amoonguss.
This Urshifu is going to get an opportunity potentially to go for a Terra Water Surging Strikes in the sun after a close combat.
Close combat is enough.
It's enough
to secure the knockout. It's one-hit knockouts all around, trainers.
This is the power of Life Orb Close Combat Koraidon. With Collision Course and with Clear Amulet, it would be impossible for this move to pick up a KO. But because I got the KO, I am now up 3 against 2. With Miraidon stuck at -2 special attack, and choice specs locked into Draco Meteor. My opponent goes into their final Pokemon, Ogerpon, as I send out Incineroar. But I confirmed in game 1 that Ogerpon is slower than Urshifu, meaning that it is also slower than Koraidon at +1 despite the Tailwind being up. Fake Out hits Miraidon and close combat KOs Ogerpon in a single hit. I am now up 3 against 1. Just one Pokemon stands between me and the finals. But what if Miraidon starts critting its Draco Meteors? Both Incineroar and Koraidon could still go down here. My huge lead could be snatched away from me in an instant, and I might not have enough damage to break through the stupid robot lizard. Or I should say that it could be snatched away if my final Pokemon were not Flutter. As you most likely have figured out by this point, Flutter is a fairy type Pokemon, a typing that happens to be immune to all dragon type attacks. And this Miraidon cannot switch moves. And as soon as I reveal Flutter my opponent understands that this set is over.
Such a dominant display. Your first finalist of EUIC is Wolfey.
And with a score of 2 wins and 0 losses, I win the set and advance to the finals. And finally, I feel my body truly relax. For the 3rd time in the last 3 years, I've made it to the finals of the largest Pokemon tournament in history. And this time, I did it with my favorite strategy, in a format where I didn't even think it would be possible to make it work. And so, for my first time ever at European Internationals, I leave the 2nd day of the tournament not as a defeated competitor, but as one of only 2 players still left in the tournament. Because at Internationals and the World Championships, the final match of the tournament is played on Sunday. I've got a little under 24 hours until my next set, and I need to make them count. But first, I leave the bright lights and weighty expectations of the main stage and meet up with my friends. I'll be back here tomorrow to try and lift a crown that only gets heavier with time. But the best thing I can do tonight for Wolfe the competitor is to take care of Wolfe, the guy who's had a very long day. A quick trip back to my hotel. I need to ask the front desk if I can extend my stay by 1 more night, as my flight home is tomorrow, and, well, I don't think I'm gonna make it. Front desk says it's totally fine that I stay another night, but I need to check out in the morning and then immediately check back into the same room. I don't get it, but fine, whatever, sure. Now a quick trip up to my hotel room, where I thank the Wolfe of a couple weeks ago, the one who booked a flight I could change without a fee, just in case I ended up making finals. Good call, past Wolfe. With logistics figured out, I had to dinner with my friends, eat a delicious British pizza, and reflect on the day I just survived. This tournament hasn't gone the way that I expected it would. I went in believing that my team had a leg up on most of the format, and that most of my matchups were positive. And I do still believe that, but one of the things that makes a Pokemon tournament so challenging is you have no control over which matchups you draw. My team was designed to have basically an auto win against Zamazenta, Kyogre, and Terrapagos teams. Having finished every match of the tournament except for 1, my tally stands at 0 Zamazenta, 0 Kyogre, and only 2 Terrapagos. By contrast, I played 6 Shadow Rider, which is probably my worst matchup out of the common restricteds. If we went back to the start of the tournament and played the whole thing over again, it's very likely my schedule would have looked different. And between you and me, I think that out of all the schedules I could have drawn for this tournament, this was definitely one of the harder ones. But the fact that I've made it to the finals anyway means none of that matters now. But what it does mean is that I'm absolutely exhausted. I think this is the most game 3s I have ever played in a tournament. I played 10 game 3s out of 15 rounds. But I don't have time to kick back and relax, because now enters the final phase of the tournament. Here, away from the dazzling lights and roaring crowd, the battle for the tournament begins. Not on the Nintendo Switch, not in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, but in the minds of the only 2 players still believing they can win the entire thing. This battle comes down to time. 20 hours remain until finals. And the winner of the largest official Pokemon tournament in history will be determined by which player can use that ticking clock the best. Fortunately for me, I have a secret that I haven't ever shared before. In a Pokemon tournament, time is a scarce resource. Or I should say, useful time is a scarce resource. There's a lot of waiting around between rounds, but for most of the tournament, you only get at most about 5 minutes to prepare for a given matchup. And on the first day, actually, you don't even get that. You're only given a minute and a half for team preview when you sit down to play. just a minute and a half to take in all the info about your opponent's team, to think about which Pokemon you want to bring, to try and read between the lines and make inferences about the stats your opponent may have trained, and the synergies they might want to push in the matchup. Just a minute and a half for most of the tournament. It's not much, but it's all we've got. So pro players have to make it count. But I don't have just a minute and a half anymore. I've got 20 hours. And there is only one matchup I need to beat. Just one team stands between me and victory. With 20 hours remaining, I don't feel relaxed, but I do have a quiet confidence that I can win because of the technique that I have not yet revealed. But before I can talk about the technique, I first need to understand the team that I have to beat. So, having allowed myself to step away from the tournament to enjoy some good food and quality time with my friends, it is time to lock back in. I'm starting prep work tonight, which means it's time to sit down and actually look at the matchup to see what I'll be playing against. And as I look over the team, my confidence fades away. In just this tournament, I faced down the reigning world champion and one of my biggest rivals for the title of best in the world. But my hardest matchup, it seems, is still ahead of me. And I'm not just saying that because this is the finals. My opponent tomorrow is not a world champion or a past EUIC winner. In fact, this is my opponent's first ever top cut. They're a player from the UK, and their name is Dill Yeomans. They only began competing in person in 2023, less than 2 years ago, but don't let their experience fool you. Dill is extremely good. While I ate, my friends in other time zones watched their stream games back, and the messages I got after are not exactly encouraging. Dill has been playing out of their mind, crushing strong opponents and using their team to the fullest. Just giving a quick glance at the matchup, it looks pretty tough for Perish Trap. But even so, I must admit that there was a part of me kind of hoping that I could use Dill's relative inexperience to my advantage. Hoping basically that I could perish my way to victory even though the matchup doesn't look great for it. After all, it's pretty unlikely they have any experience against a strategy that was already ancient history by the time they started playing. But after talking to my friends, it's clear this is a pipe dream. In order to win the largest tournament of all time, I'm gonna have to beat one of the strongest players here. I've come to this tournament carrying my past on my back, and all the years I've been playing has clearly shaped my team. What was born out of my love for a strategy from years ago has found its final form only by including other representatives of the past. At this point, I'm something of a relic in the scene, and I'm happy to surround myself with other relics from the past like Gothitelle and Amoonguss. Pokemon introduced almost a decade and a half ago, but they, and my Perish strategy, have only been brought to their full potential by the more literal representatives of the past. My ancient Paradox Pokemon, Fluttermane, Screamtail, and the apex predator itself, Koraidon. The literal mascot of prehistory emblazoned on the Scarlet game cartridge I'll be bringing to the finals tomorrow. But to Dill, I'm just another old man, standing in the way of their chance to take hold of the future. Where I have past Paradox Mons, they have the future on their side, with iron treads and iron hands. Where I'm using old standbys, they've got the new gen of threats, Farigiraf and Urshifu. And of course, the star of their team is none other than the mascot of their own game, Miraidon, the Pokemon on the cover of the Violet game cartridge they'll be using tomorrow. This will be a battle between the past and the future of Pokemon, a battle for the present. And the only thing that I'm personally sure of is that either way, Incineroar will come out on top. Dill's team couldn't be more of a foil to mine if you tried, and that's before we even talk about the matchup. There are 6 Pokemon on my opponent's team, and at first glance, you might think that this matchup is good for me. After all, my opponent's restricted Pokemon is Miraidon, a Pokemon that I've already beaten several times this tournament. However, this team is very different than the standard Arubega Miraidon teams that I've been playing against. Remember, my go-to way of beating Choice Specs Miraidon has been to use my Perish duo of Screamtail and Gothitelle, but that is simply not possible here, because my opponent has the single biggest counter to the strategy, packed into one bear-shaped Pokemon. And yes, I have beaten other Urshifu this tournament, and several of them, but this Urshifu is different. For the first time this tournament, I'm up against Urshifu Dark. Urshifu Dark's presence alone means I need to be very wary of even bringing Gothitelle or Screamtail to the battle, let alone trying to pull off a trap. Its ability to one-hit KO Gothitelle, attack through Protect, and ignore my Intimidate drops means the slow-paced nature of my Psychic types just isn't gonna cut it, probably. I mean, I do still have Fake Out and Disable, plus I could Terrasilize Gothitelle to survive the Wicked Blow, so maybe I shouldn't rule out the song just yet. After all, Urshifu is only one Pokemon. If it's not in the field, maybe I can still perish, is what I'm thinking until I see Incineroar. With Fake Out, it makes dancing around Urshifu way harder. Knockoff is another Dark-type move that will take away Gothitelle's healing if it connects. This Incineroar is different from the other ones that I've played this tournament, and it's much worse for me. Instead of safety goggles or assault vest, it's holding the Rocky Helmet item, meaning it'll do passive damage to Koraidon every single time I hit it. And given that Koraidon doesn't exactly excel at like staying alive to begin with, this extra damage can add up quickly. Worse than the item though is the moves. Instead of Parting Shot, this Incineroar has U-turn, meaning I cannot stop it from switching out a Shadow Tag by using Taunt. And it can break Flutter Mane's Focus Sash with U-turn while switching out. And unlike a supporting move like Will-O-Wisp, Taunt, or Helping Hand, this Incineroar has Flare Blitz, meaning it can actually turn the sun that Koraidon sets up against me. But okay, I mean, Incineroar and Urshifu are only 2 Pokemon, right? If neither of them is on the field, I think it might be possible that Perish can still work. I mean, yeah, Miraidon can Volt Switch, but maybe I can disable it. And then I see Farigiraf. Farigiraf, I would say, is a problem generally for my team. Armor Tail stopping both of my Fake Out Pokemon is like not good, and Trick Room can be really dangerous if I'm not in a good position to handle it, for example like in Game 2 against the World Champion. Normally I take advantage of Farigiraf's lack of damage output by KOing it with Perish Song and trapping it in with Gothitelle, but even aside from all the other threats on this team, that cannot work here, because this Farigiraf has dropped the standard move Foul Play for a far more niche attack, Roar. Roar causes whatever it hits to switch into a random Pokemon you have in the back. It can be used on your own partner Pokemon, for example, to switch Miraidon out for free after it clicks Draco Meteor and drops its special attack. This is cute, but it's not what I'm worried about. Because you see, Roar has a funny little quirk. It goes through Protect. In other words, if Gothitelle is on the field, I cannot stop my opponent from using Roar to force me to switch, breaking my Shadow Tag lock. Even if I somehow got Shadow Tag active, Farigiraf can always use Roar on its own partner to get them out of the lock. No matter what I try, I always reach the same conclusion. Neither Screamtail or Gothitelle can come to this matchup, which means only one thing. After months of prep and hard work focused on making my favorite strategy work, I've come to a heartbreaking conclusion. If I win tomorrow, it will not be because of Perish Trap. Dill's team, intentionally or otherwise, has severed my connection to my favorite strategy in history. Some people call me the greatest player of all time. That may be true, but it begs a question. What makes me the best player of all time? Even after playing for 15 years, I couldn't give you one clear answer. But one of the pieces I've always believed in is my ability to find the potential in Pokemon that others couldn't see. Tomorrow, 2 of those Pokemon will be completely neutralized, which means that tomorrow, I need to win the largest tournament of all time using only the 4 Pokemon I have left. Dill, meanwhile, still has 2 other Pokemon that I need to think about. Iron Shreds is a bit of a weird pick, but I don't think it's super likely to show up in this set. I suspect it's probably mostly used to beat other Miraidon teams. It's Iron Hands that I'll need to watch out for, as a Trick Room attacker that can output huge damage inside of electric terrain. The only good thing about this matchup is that while Iron Hands is exceptionally strong, the other 4 Pokemon are so good against my team that if Iron Hands is coming to the battle, that means something else has been left behind. Actually, that's not a good thing at all, is it? Okay, so the bad news is that this matchup is abysmal. In fact, while I'm out eating dinner, Aaron, Zeng, and Marcus have already started working. Aaron wasn't able to come to EUIC this year, and Marcus had to go home early. So they've been playing the matchup while the rest of us are chowing down. And as I head back to my hotel, I get a text from Marcus that makes my heart sink. The matchup is 80-20, and you're not the 80. In other words, this is probably the single worst matchup that I've faced for the entire weekend, which means it's time to use my trump card. One that has never failed me before. One that I can only use at this very moment under these particular circumstances. In a Pokemon tournament, time is a scarce resource. That's true for every match in the tournament, except for one, the finals. I am no longer squeezing every second of value from the 1.5-minute countdown of Team Preview. For the first time this tournament, time is on my side. I've got 20 hours, and there is only one matchup I need to beat. Just one team stands between me and victory. And so, it is time to unveil the technique that I have never talked about before publicly. The technique I used to win the 2016 Pokemon World Championships. A technique I have honed over the years to win countless tournaments. A technique that, after executing it, has resulted in me winning not only every single set, but every single game that I've used it for. This is my secret weapon. Total pathing. Total pathing is a skill that I cannot use at most tournaments. In fact, I have not been able to use it for several years. And that's because, in order to activate it, total pathing has a single, simple condition: time. And I'm not talking about a minute and a half or even 30 minutes. In fact, even an hour isn't enough. Total pathing requires close to a full day to work. About 20 hours to be exact. So, what is it? Total pathing is a technique that is easy enough to understand. No matter which move my opponent selects at a given point in the battle, I've already prepared an answer before the match began. The perfect move at every juncture, and the knowledge of what the next perfect move is for each of my opponent's options on the following turn, and the turn after that. In other words, it turns the battle from player versus player to player versus plan. It's very simple in theory, and almost impossible to pull off in practice. Pokemon is an incredibly complex game, with hundreds of ways even a single turn can play out. A mistake at any point can lead to the entire plan crumbling. A single lazy turn or bad assumption causes the whole thing to fall apart. More than that, you cannot do this work before a tournament begins, as a single weird move, strange EV spread, or unorthodox item can make total pathing obsolete. It can only work when preparing for a single, fixed opponent, and a team that's locked in, unable to change. In other words, total pathing can only be activated before the finals of a major tournament, in this rare 20-hour window that only shows up at internationals and the world championships. Total pathing becomes easier to pull off the more options you have relative to your opponent. In other words, the better your matchup, the easier it is to make it work. I have never tried to do it for a matchup as bad as this one. So the question is simple. Is 20 hours of prep time enough to overcome this behemoth of a matchup? As I head back to my hotel, I feel my vision sharpening, my mind accelerating. As total pathing begins its long and laborious process. But I quickly realize that Marcus and Aaron weren't joking. Every path I try to take leads me quickly to total failure. Of course, if I were willing to predict my opponent's moves and I could consistently get those predictions right, it would make winning a fair bit simpler. But the goal of total pathing is to eliminate predictions entirely, taking safe play after safe play, marching towards an inevitable victory. Relying on predictions just creates more variance. I'm trying to play chess, not poker. Regardless, the only thing that I can predict right now is that I will be going to bed pronto. It's been an unbelievably long day, and I can feel my body shutting down after all the stress and strain. I may technically still have about 18 hours left, but the reality is I've got to spend at least some of that time resting, or no amount of prep is going to carry me across the finish line. I will say, it feels really, really scary to go to sleep, knowing that I don't have a plan and that I might not get there. What if I can't figure it out tomorrow? What if I run out of time? What if it isn't enough? But I just know that I'm not going to be able to do any more good work tonight, given how tired I am. With my brain still buzzing, my body takes over, and I fall into an uneasy slumber. Sunday morning, 6 a.m. 2 hours before my alarm, 12 hours until finals. I want to sleep more, but I can't. Every cell in my body is buzzing with anticipation. My heart's pounding, my mind is racing, and the pit of my stomach has dropped so much, it feels like it is outside of my body. Maybe you know the feeling. It's a little reminiscent of before I had an important race when I ran track in high school, or a big performance when I was singing. Maybe you felt it before a big test that determined your grade in a class, or seeing a friend you really care about that you haven't seen in a while. For me, right now, it's at a level that I only ever experience at Pokemon tournaments, because a single mistake could be the difference between victory and defeat, and the whole world is watching. And they're rooting against me. Sure, not all of them, but everyone loves an underdog story. And the truth is, despite my abysmal matchup, I am still the favorite here, because I've been playing for 14 years, and I'm the most decorated player in history, and my opponent is a newcomer, a phenom, and a hometown hero. In other words, the exact type of player you want to see win. If there's a hero here, it's not me. But I do have some people still rooting for me. My friends. They just happen to be asleep right now. While I wait for everyone to wake up, I set out to make more headway on total pathing. Like I said, I haven't used it in years, and I'm not sure if it's because I'm a little rusty or because the matchup is just that bad, but by the time everyone else wakes up, I've made very little progress. Yuki and I head downstairs for a delicious breakfast, then over to the venue to begin prep in earnest. Over the next hour, Billa, Brendan, and Dr. Aaron Trailer will arrive, and the 5 of us will put our heads together to try and solve an unsolvable matchup. In the blink of an eye, an hour passes, then another. We're starting to make progress, but will it be enough? Will we get there before I have to play? Hours pass by until, much earlier than I would have liked, our group is broken. I changed my flight, but I can't expect my friends to make such a huge change themselves, which means that right now, Brendan's got a flight to catch, and so it's time to say goodbye. We get back to work, but much sooner than I would like, it's time for Aaron to go. And after one last pep talk, he's gone as well. Another flash and it's time for Yuki to leave, meaning it's just Billa and I left now, and his flight is coming up soon. But even though my friends are leaving one by one, I don't feel alone. They gave up doing anything fun or relaxing on their final day here, all to help me prepare. They woke up early after being out late, just to make sure that I felt good going into one of the hardest matchups of my career. I will admit, it's been a really long time since I played in the finals of a tournament without knowing that I had a friend just feet away in the audience. Someone who knows me as Wolfe, not WolfeyVGC, who I know will be there for me after to celebrate a win or share in the sunken feeling of a loss. But even though they won't be here in person, it doesn't change what my friends have given me. The knowledge that I have good, kind people who will be with me no matter how this match goes. So, when Billa stands up to go catch his flight, I'm sad, but I'm ready to say goodbye. I can do this even on my own. It's bittersweet. I've had such a great weekend with Billa, but we might not see each other for another year as he's not coming to Worlds this year. I stand to say my last farewell, but Billa stops me.
Wolf, I moved my flight. I need to watch you win in person.
Billa's not standing to leave, he's standing up to go backstage with me. I am so touched. Billa has work tomorrow, so this will mean he has to wake up at 3 a.m. to get to the airport on time, and he won't be able to go home to change before heading to work. But he wants to make sure I'm not here alone, and I can't say how much that means. If I am the best player of all time, this is another reason why. I have some truly incredible people supporting me. I feel a new fire light inside of me. Billa wants to see a win, and I want to give him one. And just like that, it's finally time for the match. A judge comes over to bring me backstage and says that I can bring a friend or a family member with me to keep me company while I wait. So Billa and I head back together to watch the younger age divisions finish their finals. My heart's in my chest. My vision feels narrower than normal, but I'm ready. Or as ready as I can be, given the matchup. The final match of the largest tournament in history is here, and I've done all I can to prepare, including the technique that has never failed me before. A technique I still have to explain. I've never shown this in a video before, in part because it is so complex that I wasn't sure that people would find it interesting. But to properly understand the battle that's about to unfurl, you need to understand which parts total pathing accounted for and which parts it didn't. This is total pathing, the tool my prep time has given me. One that has never failed me before, and one I'm really counting on to not fail me now. Over the past 20 hours, this is everything I've worked for. Total pathing relies on several conditions in order to be effective. To start, I need to figure out which 4 Pokemon I'm going to bring to every game. Remember, the goal of total pathing is to have a set plan for any option the opponent can do. And that means that I always need to bring the same Pokemon in the same order. Fortunately, picking the right 4 Pokemon is actually quite easy. Because both Screamtail and Gothitelle are so awful in this matchup, I am by default forced to bring the other 4. So what I really need to figure out is the order. Easier said than done, because again, this will determine how the battle starts against every single combination that my opponent can do. I won't pivot from these Pokemon in this order no matter what happens. Once again, there is kind of only one option. Dill has Koraidon, a Pokemon capable of one-shotting every one of my Pokemon. They also have Farigiraf to stop Fake Out, and Incineroar to weaken Koraidon, preventing me from KOing it easily in one attack or slowing it down for a turn with Fake Out. Combining these 3 factors with the fact that I'm not willing to build plans based on predictions, and there's only one option I have left. I need to lead with 2 Pokemon that outspeed it and can work together to KO it in and out of Terra. In other words, the only option that I have is Koraidon and Flutter in the lead with Amoonguss and Incineroar in the back. Rather than cover every single branch of total pathing that I prepared for over the last 20 hours, I'm instead only going to cover the 7 most important starts to the game and how the first couple turns can play out. I'll also be focusing primarily on my opponent's best move in any given scenario, rather than showing you the suboptimal moves that result in winning positions for me. Obviously, my prep was much more encompassing than what I'm showing you here, but for the sake of time and for the sake of my poor editors, we're going to stick with only the most important stuff. The first two scenarios cover the same leads, but with different turn 1, specifically Farigiraf and Miraidon lead. This is a lead that I'm very familiar with, given how common it is for Arubega Miraidon teams. And it's actually much scarier here because unlike Arubega Miraidon, Dill's team has Incineroar, threatening to weaken Koraidon. The first branch of total pathing is the following scenario. In a turn 1 position of Koraidon and Flutter against Farigiraf and Miraidon, I use Moonblast and Terrafire Flare Blitz to KO Miraidon regardless of whether or not they Terra, while Farigiraf sets up Trick Room. The worst case scenario now is if Urshifu comes out. Trick Room is active, Urshifu hits through Protect, and both my Pokemon will faint to a double attack. Here, my play is quite simple. Since I can't guarantee a switch out won't get predicted, I will simply accept that I'm losing a Pokemon here and attack Urshifu with both my Pokemon. I will lose either Fluttermane or Koraidon to a double attack, but the other Pokemon will remain healthy and can bring Urshifu down to its Focus Sash, opening the door for Amoonguss to come in. On the third turn, I can Sludge Bomb and switch to Incineroar, as Amoonguss shouldn't be KO'd in 2 hits of Psychic, nor does Psychic plus Sucker Punch thanks to the Intimidate. Now I have Incineroar and Amoonguss out against low HP Urshifu, Farigiraf, and presumably Incineroar in the back, though Iron Hands and Iron Treads would be even better for me. And Electric Terrain is only around for 2 more turns, and Urshifu just detected if it's still alive. With a powerful sweeper in the back and Trick Room ending, this is a winning board state. My goal in this scenario is to get to an endgame of Incineroar versus Farigiraf, since because Dill's Farigiraf has dropped Foul Play for Roar, Psychic is its only damaging option, meaning Incineroar is completely immune to anything it can do. Scenario 2 is the same leads. Fluttermane and Koraidon against Farigiraf and Miraidon. But here, rather than letting Miraidon go down turn 1, Dill instead switches it to Incineroar, eating my Moonblast and Terrafire Flare Blitz and surviving while setting up Trick Room. This scenario is the reason why I need to go for Terrafire in the first place, as due to both the Rocky Helmet and the Life Orb recoil, Koraidon could go down to a Psychic if Dill decides to go for it instead of Trick Room, if I were to not Terra. Anyway, in this situation on the second turn of the battle, I protect Fluttermane and switch Koraidon into Amoonguss. This play isn't perfectly safe, but given the only way for Dill to punish it is to use Flare Blitz into Koraidon, this is a soft read that I'm willing to make. It's likely that Amoonguss takes a Psychic here, while Incineroar tries to break Fluttermane's Focus Sash. I think the other reasonable option would be to double into Fluttermane here. Now, on the third turn, I can go for Sludge Bomb to finish off Incineroar and get Moonblast damage into Farigiraf. There's no easy switch out here for Dill to save Incineroar, and the Moonblast damage will be really important later. This works because Amoonguss probably survives a second Psychic, assuming that it already took one. There's a branching path here depending on what comes out next, whether it's Urshifu or Miraidon or Iron Hands, but with Amoonguss still alive and 3 turns spent inside of Trick Room, my high-level goal is clear. Get some chip damage on Urshifu and use the fact that Farigiraf is damaged to set up for an endgame where Fluttermane and Koraidon outspeed and KO everything. Now, you might have noticed something that's come up twice so far. I've said that Amoonguss is very likely to survive 2 Psychics, and I've built game plans around it. I say very likely for 2 reasons. First, I could always get crit, or the first Psychic could get a special defense drop, which means that the second one will always KO. Second, I don't know for sure how Dill has trained their Farigiraf. It's in theory possible that it's running a good amount of special attack investment. However, this is Electric Seed fully support-oriented Farigiraf with only 1 offensive move. And to be honest, I've never heard of one of these Farigiraf sets running more than the basic minimum amount of special attack investment. And so I'm willing to make an assumption that Dill isn't using more than 4 EVs or exactly 1 stat point. And if I'm right about this assumption, I can calculate exactly the odds that Amoonguss will survive 2 Psychics. And this is one way in which total pathing really shows its strength. Because of all the time I have, I can memorize the exact HP value Amoonguss has to have in order to survive a second Psychic after taking the first. As long as Amoonguss has at least 117 HP left after the first Psychic, I'll always survive a second one unless I get crit. When the finals begins, one of the first things I'll do is write 117 down on my notes, allowing my brain to focus on the battle at hand, but giving me access to this specific tool in case I need it later. This probably makes it sound like if I get crit or special defense drop or high rolled, I'm just gonna lose. But the truth is, I've built a failsafe into every one of my plans where Amoonguss has to take multiple Psychics. I'm just not gonna get into them here for the sake of time. That being said, I would definitely prefer that Amoonguss takes 2 Psychics cleanly. That would be ideal. No crits, please. Memorizing the exact HP Amoonguss has to have in order to survive a second Psychic isn't the only memorizing I can do to give myself an edge. Remember how I said that Farigiraf can't damage Incineroar? Well, the issue is that my Incineroar's only damaging move is actually Flare Blitz. and Flare Blitz does recoil damage to Incineroar. If I had knockoff, even a 1 HP Incineroar would always beat Farigiraf no matter how much health it had left, but here I need to be careful because I might knock myself out before I can get through Dill's Farigiraf. The thing is though that Flare Blitz's recoil is always equal to exactly 1/3 of the damage that it deals. And so, as long as Incineroar has at least 1/3 of Farigiraf's HP left remaining, it will always win in a 1 against 1. I have no idea how much HP investment Dill is running, but I do know the maximum number that Dill could have. No matter what you do at level 50, given perfect stats and fully investing in HP, Farigiraf's maximum HP value is 227, which means that as long as Incineroar has at least 75 HP left, it will always beat Farigiraf in a 1 against 1. Amoonguss, 117. Incineroar, 75. Landmarks for me to hold on to in this sea of possibility. Back to total pathing and on to scenario number 3. This time Incineroar and Miraidon lead. This one's a bit complicated as there's already a branching path on the first turn. My safest move is to protect both my Pokemon, neutralizing fake out pressure, scouting for the move Miraidon wants to lock into, potentially even baiting out a Terastallization. Assuming they don't switch out, my best turn 2 play is double Miraidon with Moonblast and Terrafire Flare Blitz, resulting in a KO on something on Dill's team without giving up a Pokemon of my own or allowing Trick Room to go up. This is great. This is a winning position. The problem though is that turn 1, Incineroar could switch out, reading into my protects, and that makes things a lot scarier. If the scenario happens, then the turn 2 play I have to make is the same, going for Terrafire Flare Blitz and Moonblast into Miraidon. And if Miraidon goes down, this is effectively the same situation as scenario 1. But if in this position, Miraidon reads it again and switches back into Incineroar, taking Moonblast and Terrafire Flare Blitz, things get dicey. Thanks to the second Intimidate, Incineroar is no longer in range of Sludge Bomb, so I can't make the same Protect and bring an Amoonguss play reliably. I spent a lot of time on this scenario, and I think that there's really no safe way through. If I end up in this specific path, I'll need to make some predictions in order to turn things around. This is a branch of total pathing that's a little less stable. I've already planned out which predictions I'll make and on which turns in order to try and get myself back into the game, but it's risky, it's not guaranteed. This might sound bad, but to be honest, I'm actually quite comfortable with it. In order to even end up in this scenario, my opponent has to make the perfect play right on both turn 1 and turn 2, and those are turns where if they guess wrong, they'll lose a Pokemon without much upside. It is still scary, but I just don't think it's likely to come up, but if it does, I'm prepared for it. Scenario 4 is a lead without Miraidon, of Farigiraf and Incineroar. Here, I'll go for Moonblast and Terrafire Flare Blitz into Farigiraf. If they do anything other than fake out into Koraidon, I get the KO on Farigiraf. And if they do fake out Koraidon and twist the dimensions, I have a safe switch of Flutter Mane to Incineroar and close combat into their Incineroar. This scenario is relatively straightforward as I'm able to get important damage onto 2 of their supporting pieces while wasting the first 2 turns of Trick Room reliably. Scenario 5 is one that I think is quite unlikely to come up, but one that I should be prepared for nonetheless. Iron Treads and Miraidon lead. I can go for Moonblast and Flare Blitz into Miraidon without Terastallizing here, which only loses if Dill selects Rock Slide, connects on both my Pokemon, and flinches Koraidon. From my perspective, this lead seems really bad for Dill, so I'm not exploring it further. Scenario 6 is Farigiraf and Urshifu Dark in the lead. This looks quite scary, but actually, I'm in control. I can launch Moonblast into Urshifu and Terrafire Flare Blitz into Farigiraf. Because Farigiraf will feint to Terrafire Flare Blitz without Electric Seed or Intimidate active, ensuring at the very least I do good damage into one of Dill's Pokemon. Urshifu Dark is kind of like a second restricted Pokemon in this matchup, and so my priority is to break the Focus Sash as early as I can. The final scenario, Scenario 7, is Incineroar and Urshifu Dark lead. This lead is scary because while I need to break the Focus Sash on Urshifu Dark, I can't be sure that it won't play defensive while Incineroar attacks. And I can't be sure that Incineroar is not going to tear it a Ghost either to get around Koraidon. The play that I like the most here is to switch Flutter Mane to Incineroar and close combat into Urshifu, trying to break its Focus Sash. In a worst case scenario, I think that Koraidon needs Fake Out and close combat here, but due to its high physical defense and the Intimidate from Incineroar, it should take this decently well. I have other options here, like for example, I could call out the close combat and Fake Out play and switch Koraidon to Amoonguss, but every other option is more risky, and I'll only consider it if I feel like I'm in a pinch. With Incineroar and Koraidon on the field, I can then apply good pressure with close combat threatening both Pokemon and Fake Out pressure active. Importantly, in this situation, Farigiraf isn't on the field, and so Trick Room cannot be set up easily, meaning the huge offensive presence of Koraidon and Flutter Mane can be pushed to my advantage. It's not a scenario I think is super likely, but I have enough of a plan that I think I can figure it out on the fly. These are the 7 scenarios I think are most likely to come up in the finals. And whether or not I reclaim my title of champion of the largest official Pokemon tournament in history is fully dependent on how well I've anticipated where these paths twist and turn. In a Pokemon tournament, you are not allowed to bring any pre-written notes into a match with you, but that's fine. I've spent so much time obsessing over this matchup that I've already memorized every play, every turn, every scenario within Total Pathing. Much more than I can show you here. As I finish running through everything one more time in my head, I hear my name called. It's time. I step onto the stage before one of the largest crowds I've ever played in front of. I can hear every single beat of my heart and can almost feel every minute of the last 20 hours flashing through my mind, each of them building towards this singular moment. I'm brought back to earth as the crowd erupts with cheers. For my opponent, Dill. Before Dill can finish answering Sierra's question, the crowd makes themselves heard once again. It seems home field advantage does exist in Pokemon. When it's my turn to be questioned, I've got only 2 words.
I'm ready.
And finally, it's time. The finals of the largest Pokemon tournament in history are finally here. Real YouTube is playing the finals. The entire tournament comes down to this. The battle hasn't started yet, but I'm already moving, writing down the things that I've prepared, allowing my mind to focus on the battle ahead. The HP values I need to know for Incineroar and Amoonguss, notes to help myself keep calm, setting up the layout I use for note-taking. Even though I already know every detail of Dill's team, at least the ones that I can, I'm still going to take notes the way that I always do. That's my process, one that I've spent years honing and adjusting. Forgetting one key detail could be the mistake that loses me the match, and I'm not willing to take that risk. Finally, with my page half filled, I'm ready. It's clear. I've done everything I can in preparation. All I can do now is play. But as we sit in team preview, the final 90 seconds until game time, the crowd erupts. And they're so loud I can hear them through the noise-canceling headphones that I'm wearing. And they're cheering for Dill. But despite the noise, I tune them out, because after 20 stressful hours, it finally begins.
Give it up, trainers. We're jumping into the leads. Koraidon, Flutter, Alpha Wolf, Glick, and Urshifu Incineroar there for Dill.
Well, I did prepare for this, but truthfully, it's not the lead that I expected. I thought for sure Miraidon would be out to start the battle. Thankfully, I can rely on Total Pathing. My turn 1 has already been decided. I switch Fluttermane to Incineroar, as Dill's Incineroar fake outs my Koraidon. Wicked Blow connects into my Incineroar switch. I haven't dealt any damage, but I have survived the turn 1 pressure. And now, I'm the one with fake out. But I don't go for it, because Farigiraf could be switching in. Instead, I switch my Incineroar back out into Fluttermane. I do not want to get caught out of position if Miraidon hits the field this turn. And to my surprise, Dill Terras their Incineroar to Ghost. This play makes sense. It makes them immune to close combat and to fake out, 2 of my main threats for the turn. But now, I don't have to play a guessing game with Miraidon's Terra later on. And Incineroar has become weak to Shadow Ball. It isn't the Terra that I prepared for, but I can certainly work around it. But Urshifu uses Detect, blocking my close combat. Dill's Incineroar uses U-Turn, doing damage that doesn't look impressive, but is gonna stick in a big way, because I've just lost my Focus Sash, with no way of getting it back. And the crowd, recognizing how important this minuscule bit of damage is, erupts. Farigiraf comes out, and suddenly, Trick Room Threat is on the table. But Urshifu just protected, and I have 2 Pokemon that are faster. This is the turn where I can get an edge. Urshifu switches out, bringing Incineroar in and dropping Koraidon to -2 attack. Unfortunately for Dill, I predicted this.
Well, Wolfe is going to go for the Fire Terrestrialization on that Koraidon. It has now taken 2 turns of Intimidate, but this Terrestrialization is going to boost up those Fire-type attacks in the form of the Flare Blitz or Flame Charge. Fluttermane is going to go for the Shadow Ball.
What a call!
This is going to do a huge chunk of damage, really putting Incineroar into the danger zone as Koraidon is able to follow up with this Flare Blitz in the sun. It's going to be able to connect down onto the opposing Incineroar and get the knockout. It no longer has to deal with Intimidate, but Farigiraf is unscathed in this turn. If it wants to go for a Trick Room, it has free reign to do so.
1 will be enough to pick up the knockout on this big threat. It does leave that Farigiraf open though. It goes for the Trick Room. It is
Now I have the Pokemon advantage, but I've lost the speed advantage. And as Urshifu hits the field, both my Pokemon are in danger of going down. And here, I make a mistake that will cost me the game. Whether from the pressure or the stress or just a momentary blip, I don't know. But what I do know is that this matchup is so bad Even one tiny slip can be the end of everything that I've worked for. Here's the situation on the field. Farigiraf and Urshifu against Koraidon and Flutter main. 4 turns of Trick Room left. Looking at the board state, I'm reminded of a scenario that came up in Total Pathing, a few branches deep. In that case, it was exactly the same Pokemon and same field effects. Flutter main and Koraidon versus Farigiraf and Urshifu. 4 turns left in Trick Room, 4 Pokemon on my side to 3 on Dill's. And the best play there was to double Urshifu, ensuring that one way or another the sash gets broken. I lock it in here. After all, there's no safe switch that I can make. If Dill reads my Flutter main going out to Incineroar or Koraidon going out to Amoonguss, a double attack or maybe even just a close combat will get the KO. I have a lead, so trading one Pokemon for one Pokemon works in my favor. But there are 2 crucial differences between the scenario I prepared for in Total Pathing and the one that's going on here. First, yes, I was up 4 against 3, but the Pokemon I'd KO'd in Total Pathing was Miraidon, the offensive threat. Here, the Pokemon I've KO'd is Incineroar. Neither of my back 2 Pokemon can do meaningful damage to the Miraidon that Dill surely has waiting in the wings, and I'm about to risk the only 2 Pokemon I have that can. Second, Flutter main's Focus Sash has already been broken, meaning rather than needing to double attack a slot to get a KO, Urshifu can get rid of Flutter main with a single move. And that means Farigiraf is free to attack its partner. Psychic hits Koraidon, dropping it to low HP, and Wicked Blow KOs Flutter main as the crowd roars its approval. In exchange, Koraidon brings Urshifu to Sash. But I've lost almost 2 of my Pokemon this turn while not even getting 1 in return. I send out Amoonguss, but Farigiraf now threatens both my Pokemon, with no clear way for me to get rid of it quickly. I switch Koraidon to Incineroar. My only chance of winning is saving it to deal with Miraidon later, as Dill saves Urshifu, bringing out Miraidon, stopping any Spore shenanigans. Sludge Bomb hits Farigiraf, and a Poison could turn things around, but I don't get it, and Psychic hits Amoonguss. I watch as my health bar ticks down, leaving me at exactly 115 HP. The number in my notebook is 117. That means there's only a 6% chance that I'll go down to another one. But I don't think knowing that is enough to save me here. I can't get rid of either of these Pokemon quickly, and the sun ends this turn, meaning I don't even have a chance to muscle through with some boosted Flare Blitzes from Incineroar. Farigiraf shuts down my Fake Out, Electric Terrain disables my Spore. I've got no offense, no disruption, and no safe switch. My only chance is to clear Farigiraf somehow, hope Dill targets Incineroar rather than Amoonguss, and then try and win a 2 against 2 with Amoonguss and Koraidon against Miraidon and Urshifu. It's not a great plan, but it's all I've got right now. I protect Incineroar and Sludge Bomb Farigiraf. If I can just get a Poison, I don't get it. And although Amoonguss does live the Psychic, as I expected, and Incineroar blocks the Electro Drift, I'm somehow still worse off than the turn before. With Koraidon having such low HP in the back, I don't see any way to win this. And with the panic building and the game slipping away from me, my brain short circuits, forgetting that I protected Incineroar the turn prior and attempting a double protect that fails. And because of my mistake, the crowd cheers louder than ever before, overpowering my noise-canceling headphones and even the game audio itself. My Incineroar falls, and the crowd bursts into a chant as their hero takes one step closer to becoming champion. And it's at this moment that a thought enters my head. Unwanted, unbidden, but loud. Louder even than the crowd itself. I'm going to lose. Not just this game, but the tournament. Total Pathing has never failed me before. This is the first time I have ever lost a single game after using it. And Total Pathing's advantage becomes weaker and weaker the longer a set goes on. This is because once your opponent has seen your moves, they may make different decisions that don't make sense on paper, but do make sense in the context of the match. The next turn starts and my Koraidon falls, ending any chance I had of winning the game. I've lost all of my effort, 20 hours of preparation, but it wasn't enough. This is one of the worst matchups I've ever played. Total Pathing didn't work, and the crowd won't stop chanting. And suddenly, everything goes quiet. I know that, despite the horrendous matchup, I'm still considered the favorite here. This is Dill's first ever top cut, and I am the single most decorated player in history. I know that, even if I manage to somehow scrape a win out of this terrible matchup, the crowd will view it as the expected outcome. And I know that despite the fact that a third of my team is completely relegated to the bench, most people watching probably expect me to win. I know these things. I know that all of this is true. right now, I don't feel them because this crowd, in hopes of hyping up their hometown hero, has triggered an unintended secondary effect. The thousands of people cheering against me, their celebration of my Game 1 defeat, they've transported me back years and years to a feeling that I'd almost forgotten. They've made me feel like the underdog, and that awakens something primal in me. A fire ignites, burning away the doubt, the fear, even the stakes themselves. I'm gonna lose? What a stupid thought. I can be sad about losing after it's already happened. Right now, I can still change my fate. Right now, the only thing that I want is to make this crowd go silent. And in my own inner quiet, one voice does break through. One that I heard just hours ago. The voice of one of the people I care about most. One of my best friends in the entire world, Aaron Traylor. What are you gonna do if things go off the rails and you lose Game 1? It was the last thing he asked me before he left for the airport. And it makes me smile now because I had answered so proudly, thinking, yeah, of course I'm gonna win Game 1. Well, I guess I'll win Games 2 and 3. The nerves are returning now as we set up for Game 2, but they're different than the nerves I've struggled with in the past. Normally, when I get nervous, it becomes harder to think, harder to play. My foresight goes out the window. Here, I feel the pressure, but I also feel a sense of calm because I know that I've prepared well, and I realize total pathing hasn't failed, I just missed a branch. In the 90 seconds between games, I open up a new path in my mind, following its branches as far as I can get in the time that I have. Game 1's path, but with the right moves this time, the perfect moves. If Game 2 begins with the same leads, it'll go differently this time. And as Game 2 begins, with the crowd emboldened switching from "Let's go Dylan" to "One more Dylan," things are indeed different, because Dill has switched their leads to Incineroar and Farigiraf. I hop branches in my mind, onto a path that I feel much more confident in. My turn 1 play is set. The only question is how Dill will respond. I Terrastallize Koraidon, attempting to clear Farigiraf, but Dill stops her from moving with Fake Out. This is their perfect play, but it's one that I prepared for. Moonblast deals 45% to Farigiraf and lowers its special attack, a bonus branch, as Trick Room goes up. Dill made the best play, but I'm still the one in the driver's seat. We're still within total pathing's domain. I switch Flutter main out to Incineroar. I won't give up my Focus Sash so easily this game. Dill's Incineroar uses Knockoff, removing Koraidon's Life Orb, but the next Pokemon to move is Koraidon? What? It should be Farigiraf who attacks next. The only reason it would be otherwise is... oh god. Close combat hits Incineroar, but because I lost the Life Orb, it barely survives. And Farigiraf finishes off the turn with Roar, a sound mirrored by the crowd, attacking into their own Incineroar. Roar has negative priority, meaning it goes after most other moves, which is why Farigiraf attacked after Koraidon. Roar will now randomly bring out one of the Pokemon Dill has in the back, and I hold my breath as I see what the game chooses. Miraidon. Dill's strongest Pokemon is out in the field, and both of my Pokemon are in range of Electro Drift. My Koraidon has 3 stat drops, and because of that, I think it's pretty obvious that I want to switch it out. There's still 3 turns of Trick Room left though, so I need to make sure that I pace myself through them in order to stall it out. Thanks to the early Moonblast damage on Farigiraf, it'll be way easier to deny a second Trick Room from going up. So really, what I need to do is make sure that I survive the first. If I switch out my Koraidon now, Incineroar will have no good target to bring in with Parting Shot. So instead, I decide to take my foot off the gas and make a fully defensive play this turn, protecting Koraidon and using Parting Shot into Miraidon. Of course, if Dill calls this and launches Helping Hand Draco Meteor into that slot, my advantage could disappear in an instant. But Farigiraf switches, giving up its defense boost and its special attack drop, and bringing out Iron Hands? Not Urshifu? This reveal changes the entire game, and I've totally lost the path that I've been following. However, this isn't inherently a bad thing, because total pathing is only intended to cover the worst case scenario on most turns. If the opponent does something different, it means that things are going well, in some sense at least. That being said, while Iron Hands is better for me here in the long run, I still need to survive this turn somehow. Parting Shot drops Miraidon and lets me bring out Amoonguss, and Miraidon goes for Volt Switch, but it's blocked by Protect. I've survived another turn of Trick Room without taking any damage. Now I am in danger of losing Koraidon to Volt Switch, so it's time to switch it out. I bring in Incineroar, dropping Iron Hand's attack as Fake Out hits Amoonguss and Volt Switch hits Incineroar. though it takes it reasonably well thanks to the parting shot from last turn. I took some damage, but I've made it through another 2 turns of Trick Room. Only 1 left now. Dill's low HP Incineroar is sent out, which means that Dill has Fake Out active. My number 1 priority this turn is to not lose my Incineroar. An Iron Hands is pretty scary into it, but at -1 attack, this Iron Hands actually isn't that threatening against my Amoonguss. So I decide to make a play that is guaranteed to keep my Pokemon healthy. Protect Incineroar and Sludge Bomb with Amoonguss. Dill switches Iron Hands out, resetting the attack drop and bringing Miraidon back in, as my Incineroar protects. But the next attack isn't Incineroar's Fake Out, but Amoonguss's Sludge Bomb. Incineroar goes down, and I once again find myself with the Pokemon lead as Iron Hands re-enters the battle. But Miraidon is back on the field, and although Trick Room is finally ended, the Pokemon that I have on the field right now are not my fast and explosive attackers, but my slow and vulnerable support Pokemon. I cannot safely stop Dill from getting a KO this turn, no matter what I do. And that's exactly what happens. Fake Out stops Amoonguss's Rage Powder, and Volt Switch finishes off my Incineroar. Now, thanks to Incineroar's sacrifice, I'm able to send out my own restricted Pokemon safely. Electric Terrain ends as Dill sends out Farigiraf, and I go into Koraidon, resetting the sun. If Dill's Farigiraf gets up another Trick Room, this battle and the finals are probably over. Bad news for me, I've lost the Life Orb. Bad news for Dill, thanks to that earlier switch out, they've lost their Electric Seed. And with Intimidate no longer on the table, this Farigiraf is in range of close combat. But Dill doesn't let me go for it, and instead switches into Miraidon, setting Electric Terrain again and powering up Iron Hands. Rage Powder protects my Koraidon as close combat deals 70% to Miraidon, and Amoonguss saves Koraidon from a low kick that would have finished it off. With another Rage Powder, close combat claims the KO on the Miraidon. But Dill's adjusted, and Heavy Slam fires back and KOs Amoonguss. I honestly didn't think Amoonguss was in range here, but thanks to Miraidon setting the Electric Terrain up, Iron Hands' Quark Drive must have just gotten it over the edge. Dill brings Farigiraf back out as I let Flutter hit the field. This is it. My 2 ancient Paradox Pokemon against 2 of the strongest Pokemon from Generation 9. And the position should be looking good. I can KO Farigiraf with Koraidon, and then Flutter can beat Iron Hands in a 1-against-1 since I have a type advantage and my Focus Sash is still intact. But there's a problem. Dill has not yet terastallized this game, and this Iron Hands is Terra Poison. If Koraidon finishes off Farigiraf, Iron Hands will take it out and win the 1v1 against Flutter thanks to its Assault Vest and Terra type. If Koraidon protects, Farigiraf will set up Trick Room because it survives another Moonblast, and then Iron Hands will beat Koraidon and win the 1v1 after against Flutter The only chance I have at winning this game is to KO this Assault Vest Iron Hands this turn, the single tankiest Paradox Pokemon, and I have to do it without the Life Orb. Whether or not I stay in the tournament and keep my dream of winning alive depends entirely on this turn, and whether or not my restricted Pokemon, the Pokemon that nobody else believed in, can do enough damage.
Yes, Iron Hands might be able to get the KO onto the Koraidon, but as you've mentioned, the Focus Sash is in place, so it's not going to have the range to get the Flutter on this turn. The Terastallization is still in the back pocket for Dill, though. They're able to go for the Poison Terastallization on this Iron Hands. That's going to resist this close combat. It's going to resist any Fairy-type moves that the Flutter wants to throw its way, so this is a beautiful play. The Shadow Ball, however, is the target going down into this Iron Hands. Only does a minimal amount of damage thanks to the Assault Vest on there, really paying off, but the special defense is a nice little touch. Flare Blitz in the sun with the Terrifier, though, is going to come down into the Iron Hands. Is that enough?
Oh,
yes!
it's a huge knockout from the Flare Blitz.
That's a KO, bringing down the Iron Hands, pulling Wolfe right back into this game.
Trick Room goes up, and Koraidon is in range of a Psychic, but that doesn't account for my still full HP Flutter I take a few turns to finish the battle, to buy myself a little extra time to think about Game 3, but getting rid of Iron Hands sealed the game. Koraidon finishes off Farigiraf and confirms it. I've won Game 2. And just for a moment, the crowd falters. A quiet ripple that moves swiftly through a group of people that had been planning to celebrate. They rally immediately, but for the first time all set, I've put a dent in that wall of sound. Cheers of one more Dylan pierce the veil of my noise-canceling headphones once more, as we step into Game 3, the final game of the entire tournament. Whoever wins this game will be crowned champion. This is it. And Dill has gone back to the leads from Game 1, Incineroar and Urshifu staring down my Flutter and Koraidon. But this isn't the same situation as Game 1. I'm not the same Wolfe from Game 1. I'm not the same Wolf from 2 games ago, or 20 hours ago, or years ago when I first fell in love with Parrish. I'm not any of those Wolves. I'm the Wolf I need to be to win this tournament. There's 3 reasonable plays that I can make here, ordered by how risky they are and how much momentum I'll gain if I get them right. First, there's the option to switch Flutter Mane into Incineroar and close combat into Urshifu. This is the safest play, and it's unlikely for me to lose much ground if I go for it. The problem is, I'm also not likely to gain much ground, because Fake Out into Koraidon is so safe, and I won't do any damage if I switch out. Second, I can switch Koraidon to Amoonguss and Moonblast Urshifu. This play hard calls out a close combat and Fake Out into the Koraidon slot, but it does a decent job of covering for the Wicked Blow and Fake Out play as well, since we would just end up trading the Focus Sash. The question is this actually good for me? The third option is to attack with both of my Pokemon, something like Moonblast into Urshifu and Close Combat into Incineroar. This play loses if Dill Terras Incineroar and protects Urshifu, but it does a pretty decent job against Fake Out and Close Combat, and Fake Out and Wicked Blow. It has the most upside, but it also has the most potential downside. If I'm wrong, I could come out of this turn having dealt 0 damage. But I choose option 3, but not because I'm a gambling man. After game 1, I opened up this branch of Total Pathing, and I've played out how each of the turn 1s can go. Part of the reason I took some extra time at the end of game 2 to confirm the win is so that I could think through this exact situation, and I kept working on it in the few minutes we had between games 2 and 3. I've thought about every turn Dill has made in this set thus far, and how they've approached this matchup, what they prioritize, and importantly, what they don't. In game 1, they didn't prioritize keeping their Focus Sash safe on Urshifu. And in game 1, they also terrestrialized their Incineroar for no benefit. They also attacked with Urshifu basically every turn that they could. Given this, I'm pretty sure that they're going to attack with Urshifu here. And if I'm confident that Urshifu's attacking this turn, I like the third option the best. The turn begins, and there's not a terrestrialization, but Fake Out hits Koraidon. Moonblast takes Urshifu down to Sash, and Urshifu goes for Close Combat. I lose most of my restricted Pokemon in exchange for most of Urshifu. But that's a trade that favors me, because Flutter Mane is my second restricted Pokemon in this matchup, and it's still got its Focus Sash. This battle is partially a fight between Koraidon and Miraidon, but more than that, it's a fight between 2 Pokemon and their Focus Sashes. Right now, I've still got mine, and I intend to save it. I switch Flutter Mane out to Incineroar, giving me both Fake Out and Intimidate, and Dill terrestrializes their Incineroar once again, turning into a Ghost type to survive a potential close combat. Sucker Punch tries to break Flutter Mane's Focus Sash, but it fails thanks to my switch, and Koraidon's Flame Charge finishes off Urshifu, the first Pokemon to faint. Dill's Incineroar is the last to move, and launches a Flare Blitz into my Koraidon. But I just brought in Intimidate. Can my Koraidon survive?
The huge amount of damage, but Koraidon set the sun for Incineroar to capitalize on. Flare Blitz showing how it's done to get that knockout in retaliation.
The crowd roars as my restricted Pokemon, the strongest Pokemon on my team, is knocked out for the last time. I started this journey with Koraidon, and now it's made its final move at this tournament. But even though I'll need to finish the job without it, Koraidon did exactly what I hoped it would do. Urshifu was the only Pokemon Dill had that could move before my Flutter Mane, so Koraidon knocking it out is huge news for my Ancient Mischievous. And this knockout was a planned sacrifice in this new branch of Total Pathing, one that pressured Dill to terrestrialize their Incineroar as a bonus, making it way easier to deal with Flutter Mane later on. Thanks, Koraidon. You did good. Dill replaces their Urshifu with Farigiraf, while I send out Flutter Mane once again, and their Incineroar is not happy to see it. Koraidon's sacrifice pays off here. The threat of super effective Ghost type damage forces Incineroar off the field, but my Koraidon is now a thing of the past. The future of this battle all comes down to Miraidon. My Shadow Ball and Flare Blitz play deals a lot of damage, but it doesn't get a KO. And with the momentum from this switch, Dill sets up Trick Room, and suddenly, Flutter Mane has lost its speed advantage. This is scary, but I take a moment to collect my thoughts. I'm in the lead. There's no need to play risky here. If I lose Flutter Mane, I can easily lose this game. Dill switches Farigiraf out, providing Intimidate support to ensure that Miraidon makes it through the turn. I protect Flutter Mane and Parting Shot to weaken Miraidon, bringing my Amoonguss onto the field, but Dill reads it, going for Volt Switch and bringing Farigiraf back onto the field. Now, I have a relatively safe switch of Flutter Mane to Incineroar, using Terra Dark to survive the turn with Amoonguss. But I'm worried about this play being too obvious and running into a crazy play of Farigiraf reversing Trick Room while Incineroar goes for U-turn, bringing Miraidon back in outside of Trick Room, with the freedom to take whichever KO it wants. With Terra, I'm pretty sure that Amoonguss will survive Flare Blitz in the sun, and so I go for what I think is another safe play. Terra Dark Amoonguss, Rage Powder, and Shadow Ball into the Incineroar. But I didn't account for Helping Hand.
This is such a great defensive play from the Amoonguss. The Helping Hand once again coming through from Farigiraf to help out that Incineroar as Amoonguss draws in the attacks with the Rage Powder. So it will be protecting the Flutter main on this turn from whatever devastating damage in this form of the Flare Blitz the Incineroar wants to deal out. It's still the Dark Crystallization, not enough.
Shit, that is massive.
Here, in the middle of the final battle of the tournament, I've made a mistake that might cost me everything. Even though Shadow Ball KOs Dill's Incineroar, the damage has already been done. This game is slipping through my fingers as the sun ends at the exact worst moment. With 2 turns of Trick Room still active, we're each sent into our final Pokemon. My Incineroar, Dill's Miraidon. If there was only one more turn of sun, Flare Blitz could KO the battered Miraidon, and if there was just one fewer turn of Trick Room, a Protect would win me the game. But both conditions are just 1 turn out of reach. There is no safe path to victory. The entire tournament will be decided by who guesses right on this next turn. The speed order dictates everything. Farigiraf will move first, and its move is locked in. It can't hit Incineroar at all, but its attack into Flutter Mane will be crucial to breaking my Focus Sash. Next to move is my Incineroar, who also doesn't threaten a KO onto either Pokemon, but can deal meaningful damage to Miraidon, who just so happens to be the next Pokemon to move, and the most important one, because with Electric Terrain up, any unprotected Pokemon is going down immediately to an Electro Drift. But still can only use that massively powerful move to KO one of my Pokemon. If I protect Flutter Mane and Dill attacks into it, I can use Flare Blitz twice to KO Miraidon before it can move, then beat Farigiraf in a 1-against-1. However, if Dill reads this, they can attack into Incineroar, KOing it with Electro Drift. But if I predict that, I can protect Incineroar and KO Miraidon with Moonblast. Despite all my effort, all my planning, this turn, this game, and this tournament comes down to a 50-50 guessing game. Incineroar or Flutter Mane? Which one should I save? Flutter Mane is my final remaining damaging Pokemon. And even if I do guess wrong, I might still have a chance to win with a double protect or a Moonblast special attack drop. It's been my second restricted Pokemon for this entire set. It's the only reason that this matchup is playable, and it's gotten me out of so many tricky situations over the course of this weekend. Honestly, over the course of the last few years, I've run every set imaginable on this Pokemon, and it has never let me down. It was a key piece of my first Perish Trap win this generation. And now, years later, even with my Perish mode on the bench, it could cap things off again, drawing a thread from that performance all the way to this one. The other option is Incineroar, a Pokemon that frequently doesn't let anyone down unless you're the one facing it. That's why I've always had it out for Incineroar. If you've watched even a single video of mine, chances are you've heard me talk about how much I dislike this Pokemon because of how strong it is. But sitting on the stage in front of thousands of people, I have a moment of clarity. The reasons I dislike Incineroar, its strength, its versatility, its overwhelming presence, those are the same reasons that this crowd is rooting against me. The same reasons people love to see an underdog win, love to see the favorite lose. It gives us hope that each of us can rise above our limits, that in the moments when the odds are stacked against us and things look bleakest, we can rise above in our own lives. And I'm just as guilty of this, of rooting against the favorites, against the strongest Pokemon in history. I hate arrogance, and Incineroar just might be the most arrogant Pokemon ever made. He wins again, and then he wins some more. But the reason why he wins so much is because he's the greatest Pokemon of all time. I don't hate Incineroar. In my fear of being seen as arrogant, I rejected it because I was afraid of the truth of what it represented. When I look at the strongest Pokemon of all time, I see myself reflected, a version of myself that I'm sometimes scared to accept. But there is something to be said about absolute strength. Here, in the seconds before the finale of the largest tournament in history, I know what I have to do. Forget the fairy tale ending. I'm gonna bet everything on the strongest Pokemon in history. My ally, my nemesis, and my friend. Incineroar.
So we know it has no utility to be able to protect. Farigiraf goes for the Psychic, though this is going to break the Focus Sash on that Flutter main, and if the Miraidon is able to move first, it's going to be able to get the knockout. Incineroar can go for the Flare Blitz here into Miraidon. It's not enough to get the KO, though. Wolf looking devastated due to the special defense drop. Burn coming through, but is it going to be too little too late? Miraidon in play to be able to still get a huge amount of damage off here with the Electro Drift. It is moving before the Flutter main.
Here we go, which is it into the Flutterman, and it is going to be enough to pick up the Flutterman.
And as my Fluttermane is knocked out, the crowd erupts, screaming in joy as their hometown hero knocks out my penultimate Pokemon, leaving me with only Incineroar against the most successful restricted Pokemon and a full HP Farigiraf. But the crowd isn't the only one celebrating. The cheers swelling throughout the crowd suddenly falter. A promising fire snuffed out by a sudden wind as realization starts to spread. This game is over, but this isn't a story where the hometown hero wins. Within seconds, they've realized, and the crowd finally falls silent because there is still one turn remaining inside of Trick Room. And although this is a 2 against 1, remember what I told you earlier. As long as Incineroar has at least 75 HP left, it will always beat Farigiraf in a 1 against 1. And Dill knows it too. Dill knocks out their own Miraidon with Psychic, acknowledging that the game is over. Trick Room finally ends, but it's one turn too late to save Miraidon. Dill forfeits, and for the third time this generation, I've won the largest official Pokemon tournament in history. The match may be over, but I still have one final task. One I only earned by winning, the winner's interview. Personally, I believe that any time you spend thinking about the winner's interview before you've actually won the tournament is a waste of time. You don't get a winner's interview if you don't win. Unfortunately for me, that means that I'm about to speak to the largest crowd I've ever played in front of, with no idea what I want to say. And it's not that I'm at a loss for words. Instead, it's that there's so much that I could say that I'm overwhelmed by thinking about what I should. There have been times on this journey when the themes around me have seemed almost palpable. Standing here on this stage, I can almost see them, feel them in my body, the knot in my throat, the lifting air in my chest, the throbbing in my head. Taking back my crown as winner of the largest tournament, my love for Perish Trap and the relics of the past, competing with the strongest Pokemon and players of the modern age. A dozen threads, some I began stitching more than a decade ago, and now impossibly braided together into one single match of Pokemon. It's a lot to communicate, but it can wait for later, because in the final seconds before the interview, I realize none of that is really what I want to say right now in this moment. Because the themes and I aren't alone in this room, there's also the crowd that I'm standing before. The same crowd rooting for their hometown hero, rooting for me to fall. The people I want to speak to most are here in this room with me, and realizing that, I know exactly what I want to say.
Honestly, I'm just thinking about the scope. There were 1,400 players who signed up for this tournament, who entered this tournament, the biggest official Pokemon tournament of all time. 1,400 players trained their Pokemon, traveled to London, practiced with a friend, worked on their team. 1,400 people showed up to this tournament hoping and dreaming to win the entire thing. But it wasn't enough!
And this time, the crowd cheers for me, not against me. Their acknowledgement of my own effort, of my hard work. I appreciate it. I am the best player from the past, and I intend to be the best player of the future too. And I can say that, no reservations, for the first time, because this tournament, I finally acknowledge that no matter what anyone else thinks, I am not arrogant, and I am proud of what I've done. I don't believe that I'm unbeatable or that I'm destined to win. I've earned the right to believe, to know that I am the best player of all time. Because no matter how many times I fall, I get up again and again, and I get better every time. And I am proud of that. I finished the interview in the award ceremony where I'm handed the first place trophy, a different design compared to the one I won back in 2019. And I rushed to meet up with Billa. A win feels so much sweeter when it's shared with people you care about. We grabbed some food and I realized that I am famished because the last thing I ate today was my banana like 12 hours ago. And before I know it, it's time for bed. I'm up early the next morning to catch my flight. And after 6 hours, back where I belong in coach class, I'm finally home from a weekend I'll remember for a long time to come. If you've made it this far, I want to start by saying thank you. These videos are truly enormous projects. I started working on this script in February, and right now as I record this, it's July 24th. It took me over 5 months to write this script. And I know that you have a lot of options for what to watch and how you spend your time, so I just want you to know that I am truly grateful that you've given so much of it so generously to me and my videos. I will say, it's a little bit weird to be finally wrapping up this video. It's been a really big part of my life over the last 5 months, and that's not even considering the 2 months I spent, like actually building the team and going to the tournament. What else can I say after I've already written 50,000 words? The good news is I've had a lot of time to think about what I want to say, and after giving it a lot of thought, I think the only thing left to talk about is what comes next. Competitive Pokemon is a really, really hard game. And I don't even mean because team building is so challenging or because tournaments are so unforgiving or even because there's a lot of luck involved. I think what makes Pokemon so brutal is that no matter how good you are, nobody stays on top forever. Pokemon is not a game where the better player always, or even often, wins. And so much of who does well at a Pokemon tournament comes down to factors that, no matter how often we like to pretend otherwise, are ultimately out of our control. Scarlet and Violet has been my best generation thus far. I've had not only tremendous success, but also remarkable consistency. And while this is a good thing, and I'm very grateful that it's been the case, it does come with a price. The more I win, the more people expect me to keep winning. And it's getting harder and harder because Scarlet and Violet have made the game explode in popularity. For every one of us players from 10, 15 years ago still making strong showings at tournaments, there's over 100 brand new players who are getting better and better at the game every day. And they're hungry to win. The simple fact is, I'm not going to be able to keep up forever. And sometimes it feels like I'm the only one who knows that. But what I will tell you is this. I love Pokemon and I love competing. And at least for now, I'm going to keep trying to be the best in the world. It feels a little weird to say this after such a huge victory for me, but I think in many ways it's also the perfect time to say out loud that winning isn't everything. Winning can't be everything in a game like Pokemon where it's just so volatile. This probably won't come as a surprise, but for me, a big part of what makes Pokemon so great is the friends that I've made along the way. And I think this weekend showed me some of the other things that I really love about this game too, that aren't just the winning. Being able to prove to myself that I can achieve things that I thought impossible with the right support, no matter what Urshifu has to say about it. I'm leaving for the World Championships about 2 weeks after I record this. I don't know if I will win, or if I will make top cut, or if I will make it out of the first day of competition. But I do know that I will try, that I will give it my all, and that I will keep fighting until I either win or am eliminated from the competition. And that no matter what else happens, I'll do it my way. And I hope that when the dust settles and the tournament is over, I'll finally be able to say the words that I've been waiting to say again for almost a decade. That this time, it was enough.